Hello and welcome to Imagine Verse, your home for amazing stories. Today's story is: what if Harry Potter reborn in Twilight as the Primal Hybrid King and married Alice Cullen and Rosalie Hale? Don't forget to like this video if you enjoy it, and subscribe if you haven't already. We post new stories regularly. Let's get started. Chapter 1: Awakening the Ancient Soil Stirred. Deep within the dense forests outside Forks, Washington, something long dormant began to pulse with life. Raindrops filtered through the towering pines, seeping into the ground where a single heartbeat, silent for centuries, suddenly thundered awake. Hadrian opened his eyes. Darkness greeted him at first, the close, comforting darkness of earth that had cradled him through his long sleep. His fingers twitched, dirt crumbling between them as awareness flooded back. Memory came in fragments, a castle crumbling, a snake-faced enemy falling, a sacrifice made. Then older memories, ancient ones, of power beyond imagining, of ruling, of a different kind of magic entirely. He pushed upward, earth giving way as if eager to release him. The scent of pine and moss filled his lungs as he broke through to the surface, gulping in air he didn't strictly need but savored nonetheless. Rain kissed his face, washing away centuries of slumber. 2 lives, he murmured, voice rough from disuse. Harry Potter, and before that, Hadrian. He stood naked in the forest, rainwater streaming down his pale skin, washing away the last traces of his earthen cocoon. The forest around him hummed with life, heartbeats of small creatures, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of birds. Every sound impossibly crisp, every scent rich with information. Hadrian looked down at his hands, strong, flawless, yet carrying the memory of scars from another lifetime. The lightning bolt was gone, but he could still feel its phantom presence on his forehead. He ran his fingers through hair that had grown long during his sleep, black as midnight and falling past his shoulders. A flash of memory hit him, green light, a woman's scream, then centuries earlier, the taste of blood as he first transformed, the moon pulling at something primal within him. "What year is it?" he whispered to the forest. No answer came except the patter of rain and distant thunder. Hunger clawed suddenly at his insides, not the mundane human hunger from his life as Harry Potter, but something deeper, more primal. The hybrid within him demanded sustenance after its long dormancy. His senses sharpened further, nostrils flaring as he caught the scent of large prey, deer, perhaps a mile to the north. He moved without conscious thought, his naked form a blur through the trees. The sensation was exhilarating, like flying on a broom but with his feet barely touching the ground. The comparison brought a smile to his lips as more memories of Harry Potter's life surfaced. Quidditch. Hogwarts. Ron and Hermione. Gone now, all of them, for centuries. The smile faded. The deer didn't stand a chance. Hadrian pounced with preternatural grace, fangs extending as he took down the buck in mid-leap. The warmth of blood filled his mouth, satiating one aspect of his hunger. But as the animal's life drained away, he felt a pang of something like remorse, a remnant of his human life, perhaps. "Still squeamish after all this time," he muttered, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "Some things never change." As he finished feeding, another scent caught his attention, sweet, cold, and distinctly not human. Vampires. Not like him, something different. Younger. He tilted his head, curious. 5, no, 7 of them, moving with purpose through his forest. Hunting, as he had been. Hadrian's lips curled into a smile. It had been so long since he'd encountered others of the supernatural world. Were they allies? Enemies? Either way, they would be his first connection to this new era he'd awakened into. He needed clothes. With a thought and a gesture, magic responding to his will as naturally as breathing, he conjured simple black garments that wrapped around his form. The magic felt different than it had in his life as a wizard, wilder, more primal, yet entirely his to command. Hadrian followed the scent, moving silently through the forest. The rain had stopped, leaving behind a mist that clung to the trees and obscured the weak sunlight. Perfect conditions for vampires to hunt. He slowed as he neared them, curious to observe before revealing himself. They moved as a unit, these strange vampires with golden eyes instead of red. A family? No, a coven. But they behaved like family, communicating with subtle gestures and glances. 2 males and a female tracked a herd of elk, while 4 others waited strategically to cut off escape routes. One of the females, small, with short dark hair that reminded him painfully of someone from his past, suddenly stiffened. Her head snapped toward his position with uncanny precision, eyes wide. "Someone's watching us," she said, voice carrying clearly to Hadrian's enhanced hearing. The largest male, massive, with dark curly hair, grinned. "Finally, something interesting happens in Forks." "Careful, Emmett," warned an older blonde male with a composed demeanor. "Alice, what do you see?" The pixie-like female's eyes glazed over momentarily. I can't quite, it's strange. Like looking at static on a television. But powerful. Very powerful." A statuesque blonde female, breathtaking even by vampire standards, moved protectively toward the pixie. "Should we leave?" "Too late for that," Hadrian said, stepping from the shadows. "But you have nothing to fear from me, unless you're here to cause trouble." 7 pairs of golden eyes fixed on him instantly. The large one, Emmett, moved slightly forward, a protective stance. The blonde female hissed softly, while the pixie, Alice, simply stared with a fascinating mixture of confusion and recognition. "Who are you?" asked the older blonde male, clearly the leader. His tone was cautious but not hostile. "I've had many names," Hadrian replied, stepping closer. "But you may call me Hadrian. I've been away for some time." "You're not human," stated a bronze-haired male who stood close to a brown-haired female. "But not vampire either." "Not entirely." Hadrian inclined his head. "Perceptive. I'm something older. A hybrid of sorts." "And you?" "Golden-eyed vampires who hunt animals instead of humans?" "I admit, that's new to me." The leader stepped forward. "I'm Carlisle Cullen. This is my family. We consider ourselves vegetarians. We sustain ourselves on animal blood to preserve human life." "Fascinating," Hadrian said genuinely. "An ethical evolution I wouldn't have predicted." His gaze swept over them, lingering on Alice, who continued to stare at him with an intensity that stirred something long forgotten within him. "You're blocking my visions," she said suddenly. "How are you doing that?" Hadrian raised an eyebrow. "Visions? A seer among vampires? Alice can see possible futures," explained the bronze-haired male. "I'm Edward. I can read minds, except yours appears mostly closed to me. Just fragments. A mind reader and a seer." Hadrian mused. "Impressive gifts." The blonde woman stepped forward, placing herself slightly between Hadrian and Alice. "And what exactly are you?" "You smell like vampire, but also like those dogs from the reservation, and something else entirely." "Rosalie," Carlisle cautioned, but Hadrian waved away his concern. "A fair question," he said, meeting Rosalie's suspicious gaze directly. "I am vampire, yes, but also werewolf, true werewolf, not shapeshifter, and something else you might call wizard, though that term hardly encompasses it anymore. I am very old, and until today, I was sleeping beneath this forest." "Bullshit," Emmett said bluntly, earning a sharp look from Carlisle. Hadrian laughed, a sound he hadn't made in centuries that felt strange in his throat. "I understand your skepticism. Perhaps a demonstration?" Without waiting for an answer, he held out his hand. Fire sprang to life above his palm, not the venom-fueled flame that could destroy vampire flesh, but controlled magical fire that danced and took the shape of a small dragon before dissipating. The Cullens stared in collective shock. "That's not possible," whispered the brown-haired female. "Bella," Edward murmured to her. "Clearly it is." Alice stepped forward suddenly, shaking off Rosalie's protective hand. "I saw you," she said, her voice filled with wonder. "Not clearly, but in fragments. For decades. A sleeping king who would change everything. I thought they were broken visions, meaningless glimpses. Hadrian felt a jolt of recognition at her words. This small vampire had been seeing him while he slept? The connection intrigued him. And what did these fragments tell you? That you would awaken, Alice said, stepping closer still. That you would be powerful beyond measure. That you would. She hesitated, glancing back at her family. That you would matter to me. To us. Rosalie scoffed. Alice, you can't be serious. We know nothing about him. Actually, Carlyle interjected, his expression thoughtful. There are ancient legends. Arrow mentioned them once, tales of a time before the Volturi, when another kind of ruler maintained order in our world. A hybrid being of immense power. The Primal King. The quiet female vampire standing beside Carlyle said, speaking for the first time. I came across references in my historical research. But they were considered myths, nothing more. Hadrian's eyes narrowed at the mention of the Volturi. Volturi? I don't know this name. They're the ruling class of vampires. Edward explained. Have been for over 3,000 years. Hadrian's lips curved into a slight smile. Not always. There was a time before them, as your Carlyle suggests. He turned to the woman who had spoken of history. Your research wasn't entirely misguided. Esme, is it? She nodded, surprised he had guessed her name. I need to know more about this world I've awakened into, Hadrian said, addressing Carlyle. Much has changed, clearly. Perhaps you could start by telling us who you really are. Rosalie challenged, her golden eyes flashing. Besides cryptic titles and parlor tricks with fire. Rather than take offense, Hadrian found himself appreciating her directness. She reminded him of someone from his wizard life, someone fierce and protective of those she loved. A fair request, he acknowledged. Though it's a rather long story. We have time, Alice said eagerly, earning another concerned look from Rosalie. Hadrian considered the 7 faces watching him with varying degrees of suspicion, curiosity, and fascination. These golden-eyed vampires represented his first connection to this new era. The seer especially intrigued him, as did the fierce blonde protector. Very well, he said. But perhaps somewhere more comfortable than a misty forest? The Cullen home stood like a modernist dream against the backdrop of ancient forest, all glass and clean lines, yet somehow in harmony with the wilderness surrounding it. Hadrian paused at the threshold, taking in the strange architecture so unlike anything from his previous awakening. Impressed? Asked Emmett with a hint of pride. It's very exposed, Hadrian observed. In my time, vampires preferred shadows and stone. The isolation gives us privacy, Carlyle explained, gesturing him inside. And the glass connects us to the nature we've chosen to coexist with. Hadrian stepped into the open living area, fascinated by the strange objects that filled the space, sleek black rectangles, glowing screens, and furnishings made of materials he couldn't immediately identify. When exactly did you go to sleep? Asked the one called Bella, watching him examine a television remote with curiosity. What year is it now? Hadrian countered. 2026, Edward answered. Hadrian set down the remote. Then I've slept for approximately 300 years this time. Before that, I walked the earth for nearly 2 millennia. And before that. He paused, memories of a different life, of Hogwarts and magic and sacrifice, flickering through his mind. Before that, I was someone else entirely. Someone else? Alice prompted, perching on the arm of a sofa, her eyes never leaving him. Hadrian met her gaze. Something about this small vampire called to him, a connection he couldn't explain but felt drawn to explore. I was human once. A wizard named Harry Potter. A wizard, Rosalie repeated flatly. Like pulling rabbits out of hats? Hadrian smiled. No, like this. He waved his hand and the grand piano in the corner began to play itself, a hauntingly beautiful melody that he remembered from his human life. Real magic. I attended a school called Hogwarts, fought in a magical war, died, and was reborn, changed. The piano continued its ghostly performance as the Cullens stared. That's impossible, Bella whispered. Magic isn't real, says the shield-gifted vampire to the mind-reading vampire while a precognitive vampire stands nearby. Hadrian pointed out with amusement. Your world has always been magical, you simply categorize it differently. How did you become what you are now? Carlyle asked, scientific curiosity evident in his voice. Hadrian's expression darkened. Not by choice, initially. I was betrayed, experimented upon. A dark wizard and a vampire elder combined their knowledge to create something new, vampire venom, werewolf blood, and magical essence, forced into a dying wizard's body. That sounds excruciating, Esme said softly, compassion in her golden eyes. Beyond description, Hadrian agreed. I should have died. Instead, I became something else. The first hybrid of my kind. And later, others were made. Others? Edward asked sharply. There are more like you? Hadrian shook his head. Not anymore. They're long gone, some to final death, others to eternal sleep as I chose. Why did you sleep? Alice asked, leaning forward. What made you choose to disappear for centuries at a time? The question struck deeper than she could know. Hadrian moved to the wall of glass overlooking the forest, watching raindrops begin to fall again on the lush landscape. Weariness, he finally said. Loneliness. When you live for millennia, watching everyone you care about age and die, or worse, seeing immortals you love destroyed, eventually the world loses its luster. So I would sleep for a century or two, then awaken to see how the world had changed, to walk among a new generation, perhaps find connection again, until weariness returned. The room fell silent except for Bella's heartbeat, slower than a human's but still present, marking her as younger in her immortality than the others. That's why you recognized me, Alice said suddenly. In your visions. You were looking for connection. Hadrian turned, surprised by her insight. Perhaps. My dreams during the long sleep are rarely remembered clearly. Why wake now? Rosalie challenged, still keeping a protective distance between herself and Hadrian. What triggered your convenient appearance in our territory? Rosalie. Carlyle admonished gently. No, it's a valid question, Hadrian said. I don't know precisely. Something called to me, a shift in the magical currents, perhaps. A need arising in the world. He looked directly at Alice. Or possibly your visions reached me somehow, seer. Alice's eyes widened. Could that happen? Magic finds ways to fulfill its purpose, Hadrian said. It's possible your gift connected with my dormant consciousness. Rosalie crossed her arms. So what now? You've awakened, found us. What do you want? The directness of the question made Hadrian smile again. For now? Information. This world is strange to me. These devices, your vegetarian lifestyle, these Vulturi you mentioned. I need to understand what's changed. And after that? Pressed Edward. Hadrian shrugged, a curiously human gesture from someone so ancient and powerful. I haven't decided. My awakening usually has purpose, though it may take time to reveal itself. You could stay with us, Alice blurted out, earning startled looks from her family. While you adjust. Alice. Edward began, but she cut him off. I've seen fragments of possibilities, Edward. He's important. To all of us. Rosalie stepped forward. You can't seriously be suggesting Lee Howe's an ancient hybrid king who admits to once ruling our kind and who, for all we know, might be planning to reclaim whatever power he once had. If I wanted to seize power, I wouldn't need your hospitality to do it. Hadrian pointed out mildly. That's not reassuring. Rosalie snapped. Actually it is, Carlyle interjected. He's being honest about his capabilities. And he hasn't shown any hostility despite our questions. Hadrian watched this family dynamic with fascination. They argued like humans, cared for each other's opinions like humans. It was nothing like the vampire covens he remembered from before his sleep, cold, hierarchical, bound by fear or advantage rather than affection. I won't impose, he said, but I would welcome guidance as I reacquaint myself with the world. Perhaps a compromise. I'll find my own shelter nearby, and we can get to know one another. Alice looked disappointed, while Rosalie seemed relieved. That seems reasonable, Carlyle agreed. We can help you understand the modern world, and perhaps you can share some of your history with us. Knowledge exchange. Hadrian nodded. Agreed. His gaze traveled to Alice, who was watching him with that same intensity. Your visions of me, I'd like to know more about them. They were never clear, Alice said. Just impressions. Power. Awakening. Change coming. She hesitated. And connection. Connection? Rosalie repeated sharply. Alice shot her a look Hadrian couldn't quite interpret. Yes. Strong connection. Something unspoken passed between the two female vampires, something complicated and charged with emotion. Interesting. Hadrian filed this observation away for later consideration. I should establish my own space, Hadrian said. There's a cave system north of here that will serve until I arrange something more contemporary. Caves? Really? Emmett laughed. Dude, we can help you get a house. We've got money. Hadrian smiled at the casual offer. I appreciate that, but I have resources of my own. Gold never loses its value, and I cashed quite a bit before my last sleep. Old school, Emmett said approvingly. Very, Hadrian agreed. Though I suspect I'll need to exchange it for whatever currency you use now. Dollars primarily, Carlyle said. And much is digital now, we can help with that. Hadrian nodded. I would appreciate it. He turned toward the door. I'll return tomorrow, if that's acceptable. I should reacquaint myself with the forest, hunt properly, and recover more of my strength. Of course, Carlyle said. We'll expect you. As Hadrian moved to leave, Alice suddenly stepped forward. Wait, I have so many questions. Hadrian paused, studying her eager expression. As do I, little seer. Tomorrow. As he turned to go, Rosalie moved to block his path, her golden eyes assessing him with fierce intelligence. If you bring trouble to this family, if Alice's visions of connection lead to harm for any of us. Hadrian met her gaze directly. In her protective stance, he saw echoes of friends long turned to dust, people who had stood between danger and those they loved without hesitation. I understand loyalty, Rosalie Hale, he said softly. It's rarer than diamonds and more valuable. I respect it, even when it manifests as suspicion toward me. Something flickered in her eyes, surprise at his insight, perhaps. She stepped aside without another word. As Hadrian disappeared into the misty forest, the Cullen family erupted into conversation behind him. His enhanced hearing caught fragments, concerns, fascination, debate about his trustworthiness. But two voices in particular held his attention, Alice's excited theorizing about her visions, and Rosalie's protective counterarguments. Those two. Something about them called to him on a level he hadn't experienced in centuries. One seeing possibilities of connection, the other fiercely guarding against threat. Both extraordinary in their own way. For the first time since awakening, Hadrian felt something beyond curiosity or hunger. Anticipation. The cave system that Hadrian claimed as his temporary sanctuary lay deep within Olympic National Forest, accessible only through passages too narrow for most humans to navigate comfortably. Inside, the main chamber opened up dramatically, water having carved a cathedral-like space over millennia. With practiced efficiency, Hadrian began establishing his domain. Magic flowed from his fingertips, illuminating the darkness with floating orbs of light reminiscent of the ones that had once lit Hogwarts halls. The earthen floor smoothed beneath his will, stone reshaping itself into rudimentary furniture, a raised platform for rest, surfaces for the few possessions he would acquire. As he worked, memories continued to surface, some from his life as Harry Potter, others from his millennia as Hadrian the Hybrid King. The contrasts between those existences struck him anew. Harry had been a reluctant hero, thrust into greatness by prophecy and circumstance. Hadrian had become something else entirely, powerful beyond measure, yet increasingly detached from the world as centuries passed. Not this time, he murmured to himself. This awakening feels different. He paused in his work, considering the golden-eyed coven he'd encountered. Vegetarian vampires. The concept both amused and intrigued him. In his time, vampires had been predators without apology. This ethical evolution suggested humanity had influenced the supernatural world more than he would have predicted. And then there were those two, Alice with her visions and open curiosity, Rosalie with her suspicion and protective instincts. Both had stirred something in him that he'd thought long dormant. A sound at the cave entrance pulled him from his thoughts. Animal? Human hiker? No, vampire. The scent was unmistakable, and familiar after just one meeting. Alice. You can come in, seer, he called. Though I'm surprised to see you so soon. Alice appeared in the chamber entrance, her petite form silhouetted against the darkness of the passage. She stared around at the transformed cave with undisguised wonder. You've been busy, she said, moving gracefully into the space. It's beautiful. Like something from a fantasy novel. Hadrian inclined his head. Old habits. I've lived in many caves over the centuries. Very dramatic. She teased lightly, then grew serious. I came alone. The others don't know I'm here. Rosalie would disapprove, Hadrian observed. Alice's lips quirked. Rosalie disapproves of most things initially. It's her way of showing she cares. And you? Do you typically disregard your family's concerns to seek out potentially dangerous ancient beings? Alice moved closer, studying him with those intelligent golden eyes. You're not dangerous. Not to me. You seem very certain of that. I am, she said simply. My visions may be fragmented around you, but some things come through clearly. You won't hurt me. Hadrian found himself impressed by her confidence. Your gift is remarkable. In my time, seers existed but were rare and often unreliable. Mine isn't perfect either, Alice admitted. Decisions can change futures. And some beings, like the werewolves on the reservation, and now you, create blind spots. Yet you saw me while I slept. She nodded. Glimpses. 4 decades. A sleeping king who would change everything when he woke. She paused. Including me. Including Rosalie. Hadrian raised an eyebrow. Both of you? Interesting. What exactly did you see regarding your statuesque protector? Alice looked away, suddenly seeming uncertain. It's complicated. Rosalie and we've always had a special bond. Different from what either of us has with the others. You love her, Hadrian observed. I love all my family. No, Hadrian said gently. You love her differently. I recognize the distinction, even after centuries. Alice met his gaze again, surprise evident in her expression. How did you know? I've lived many lifetimes, little seer. The way you look at her, the way she positions herself to protect you, some things are universal across time. Alice seemed to consider this. And that doesn't bother you? Why would it? Hadrian asked, genuinely confused. Because my visions showed. She trailed off, looking uncomfortable for the first time. Showed what? Alice took an unnecessary breath. Connection. Between you and me. Between you and Rosalie. Between all 3 of us. Hadrian stilled, centuries of experience not quite masking his surprise. All 3. Alice nodded. It doesn't make sense. Rosalie and I have never. I mean, we've never acknowledged what's between us. And then you appear, and my vision shows something I can't even explain. The heart is not confined to simple geometries, Alice, Hadrian said quietly. In my long existence, I've loved in many ways. Sometimes one, sometimes more than one. The modern world has perhaps forgotten that love is not always a straight line between 2 points. Did you ever? Alice struggled with the question. Love 2 at once? Hadrian supplied. Yes. Long ago. A man and a woman who were also devoted to each other. We were a triangle with 3 equal sides, supporting each other through a time of great darkness. What happened to them? Alice asked softly. Pain flickered across Hadrian's features, ancient but never fully dulled by time. They died. As all mortals do. As even most immortals eventually do. I held them both as they passed, centuries apart. I'm sorry, Alice whispered. Hadrian shook off the memory. It was a different world then. But tell me, why have you sought me out alone, against what your family would advise? Alice moved around the cave, trailing her fingers along the stone surfaces he'd created. Because some paths you have to walk alone, at least at first. If I'd told them about the full extent of my visions, Rosalie would have been here instead, warning me away rather than exploring possibilities. Hadrian finished for her. Alice smiled. Exactly. And what possibilities are you exploring, exactly? Hadrian asked, moving closer to her. Alice didn't retreat. I don't know yet. My gift doesn't work that way. I see potential outcomes, not roadmaps. But I do know that meeting you has already changed things. I can feel it. As can I. Hadrian admitted. Your coven, family, is unlike any vampire group I've encountered before. And you and Rosalie. He paused. You intrigue me. Both of you, in different ways. Different but complementary. Alice suggested. Like pieces of a puzzle. Hadrian studied her thoughtfully. Perhaps. But puzzles take time to solve, and I've only just awakened. There's much I need to understand about this new world before I can understand what my place in it might be. Will you let me help you? Alice asked. Learn about the modern world? And what would Rosalie think of that? Alice's expression turned mischievous. She'd hate it. At first. But Rosalie's initial reactions aren't always her true feelings. I've noticed, Hadrian said dryly. Very well, little seer. I accept your offer of guidance. But perhaps we should return to your family together, before they send a search party. Alice nodded, then hesitated. There's one more thing. The Volturi. Hadrian's expression hardened slightly. What about them? They're powerful, controlling. They have laws for our kind, primarily keeping the secret of our existence from humans. But they're also collectors. Collectors? Of gifted vampires. Alice explained. Edward's mind reading, my visions, Bella's shield, these abilities would make us valuable to them. They've tried to acquire us before. And you think they'll have interest in me? Hadrian concluded. I know they will. Alice said grimly. A hybrid with powers none of us fully understand. Arrow would cross oceans just to touch your hand and read your thoughts. He's welcome to try. Hadrian said, a dangerous edge entering his voice. Though he might find my thoughts overwhelming. Alice's eyes widened slightly at his tone. Just be careful. The Volturi have ruled for millennia because they're ruthless and cunning. They don't share power. I have no immediate interest in power, Alice. Hadrian assured her. I've ruled before. Found it tedious, eventually. But I don't respond well to threats or attempts at control. Fair enough. Alice said. Should we head back? I can show you some modern conveniences on the way. Do you know what a car is? Hadrian laughed, the sound coming more naturally now. I've slept for centuries, not millennia. I've seen automobiles, though I suspect they've changed considerably. You have no idea, Alice said, grinning. Wait until you see my Porsche. The yellow sports car gleamed in the weak sunlight breaking through the clouds, an alien machine to Hadrian's eyes despite his claim of familiarity with automobiles. The sleek curves and obvious power of the vehicle bore little resemblance to the boxy, smoke-belching contraptions he vaguely recalled from his last awakening. This is a significant evolution, he admitted, circling the Porsche with appreciative eyes. Alice beamed with pride. 0 to 60 in 2.7 seconds. Want to see? Before he could answer, Rosalie emerged from the trees, her expression thunderous. Alice! What the hell are you doing? She demanded, stalking toward them. Her golden eyes flicked between Alice and Hadrian, anger mixed with what looked suspiciously like fear. Showing our new friend my car, Alice replied, unperturbed by Rosalie's anger. How did you find us? I followed your scent when I realized you'd disappeared. Rosalie snapped. Emmett's covering for you with the others, but seriously, Alice? Secret meetings with him? Hadrian watched this exchange with interest, noting the undercurrents. Rosalie's anger masked genuine concern, and Alice's casual response concealed a deeper understanding of Rosalie's protective nature. I was perfectly safe, Alice said gently. You don't know that. Rosalie insisted, then turned her glare on Hadrian. No offense. Some taken. Hadrian replied with a slight smile. But understandable. You're protective of those you care about. Rosalie narrowed her eyes. Don't pretend to know me. I don't, Hadrian acknowledged. But I recognize patterns I've seen before. The fiercest protectors often have the deepest capacity for love. Something flickered in Rosalie's eyes, surprise, perhaps, at being seen so clearly. She recovered quickly, crossing her arms defensively. We should get back, she said to Alice. Family meeting about our situation. You mean about me? Hadrian clarified. Yes. Rosalie didn't bother to soften it. I was bringing Hadrian back to meet everyone properly anyway, Alice said. He's going to need our help adjusting to modern life. Great, Rosalie muttered. Ancient vampire king needs a cultural orientation. Just how I wanted to spend my decade. Despite her sharp tone, Hadrian noticed something else in her expression, curiosity battling with her natural caution. He found it oddly charming. I assure you, I'm a quick study, he told her. Though I admit, that machine does look rather complicated. He gestured to the Porsche. It's actually very intuitive once you understand the basics. Rosalie said automatically, then caught herself, looking annoyed at having engaged. Alice grinned. Rosalie's our mechanical genius. She can build or fix anything. Really? Hadrian asked with genuine interest. That's impressive. Rosalie shrugged, but he could see she was pleased by the recognition of her skill. It's just engineering. Logical patterns. Would you teach me? Hadrian asked. About modern machines? The question seemed to catch Rosalie off guard. She studied him suspiciously, looking for mockery or manipulation in the request. Finding none, she gave a reluctant nod. Maybe. If you're staying. I am, Hadrian said. For now at least. Alice bounced excitedly on her toes. Perfect. Rosalie can teach you mechanics, I'll handle fashion and pop culture, and Carlisle can fill you in on history and politics. I haven't agreed to any of this, Rosalie pointed out. But you will, Alice said confidently. I've seen it. Rosalie rolled her eyes, but Hadrian noticed the subtle softening of her expression when she looked at Alice. The dynamic between these two fascinated him, push and pull, protection and encouragement, like complementary forces. Shall we? He suggested, gesturing to the Porsche. I'm curious to experience modern velocity. Alice grinned and opened the driver's door. Rosalie, you coming? For a moment, Rosalie looked like she might refuse, but then she sighed dramatically and moved toward the car. Someone needs to make sure you two don't cause an international incident. As they settled into the vehicle, Hadrian in the back seat, marveling at the leather interior and complex dashboard, he caught Rosalie watching him in the rearview mirror, her golden eyes assessing. Seatbelt, she instructed firmly. Hadrian looked at the unfamiliar restraint system with momentary confusion. Here. Alice reached back, pulling the belt across his chest and clicking it into place. Her fingers brushed his shoulder, lingering just a moment longer than necessary. Safety first, she said with a wink. Rosalie made a sound somewhere between a scoff and a growl. Just drive, Alice. As the powerful engine roared to life and the car shot forward with breathtaking speed, Hadrian found himself smiling. 3 centuries of sleep, and he'd awakened to a world of wonders, and to two extraordinary women who sparked his interest in ways he hadn't experienced in lifetimes. Whatever purpose had called him back to consciousness, he suspected it was intertwined with these golden-eyed vampires. Especially these two. The Cullen house was abuzz with activity when they returned. Hadrian could sense the tension before they even entered, voices raised in debate, emotions running high. "They're discussing you," Alice explained as she parked the Porsche in a large garage filled with other expensive vehicles. "Jasper and Edward have concerns." "Reasonable ones," Rosalie added pointedly. Hadrian nodded. "I would be concerned too, in their position." As they entered the house, the conversation abruptly ceased. 7 pairs of golden eyes turned toward them, most reflecting varying degrees of surprise at seeing Hadrian return with Alice and Rosalie. "You're back sooner than expected," Carlyle observed neutrally. "Alice decided to accelerate our timeline," Hadrian explained, giving the small vampire beside him a pointed look. "I was impatient," Alice admitted without a trace of remorse. "And my vision suggested it was the right move." "Your visions have been compromised since he appeared," Edward said, his tone sharp. "You said so yourself?" "Not compromised," Alice argued. "Just different. Like looking through textured glass instead of clear. I still see important outcomes." The blonde male Hadrian hadn't spoken much with earlier, Jasper, he presumed, moved slightly closer to Alice, his posture protective. "And what outcomes have you seen regarding our guest?" Alice exchanged a quick glance with Hadrian before answering. "Change. Challenge. Growth. That's conveniently vague," Rosalie muttered, though with less bite than Hadrian might have expected. Carlyle stepped forward, ever the diplomat. "Perhaps we should discuss this civilly? Hadrian, please make yourself comfortable. We have questions, as I'm sure you do as well." Hadrian appreciated the older vampire's measured approach. He took a seat in an armchair, aware that the positioning placed him opposite the entire Cullen family. Whether by design or coincidence, he was effectively on display. "Ask what you will," he invited. "Though I've already shared the essentials with Alice and Rosalie." "Let's start with your intentions," said Jasper, his southern accent more pronounced with tension. "Why Forks? Why now?" "I didn't choose Forks specifically," Hadrian explained. "I entered my sleep cycle centuries ago in this general region, when it was wilderness claimed by native tribes and a few European trappers. As for why now," he shrugged slightly. "The awakening isn't entirely within my control. Something called me back to consciousness." "Something like what?" pressed Edward. "I'm not entirely certain," Hadrian admitted. "In past awakenings, I've sometimes found that significant events in the supernatural world served as catalysts. Other times, it seemed more personal." "Personal how?" Bella asked, speaking up for the first time. Hadrian considered how to explain. "Immortals can experience a kind of existential loneliness. A disconnect from the world and its occupants. I've found that my cycles of sleep and awakening often coincide with opportunities for meaningful connection." His gaze drifted briefly to Alice and Rosalie before returning to the group. Edward's eyes narrowed slightly, suggesting he'd caught at least fragments of Hadrian's thoughts. "You mentioned being a king once," Emmett said. "Like of all vampires?" "Not exactly," Hadrian clarified. "The supernatural world was less segregated in ancient times. Vampires, werewolves, and other beings existed in a complex hierarchy. I ruled a portion of that world for several centuries, maintaining balance, mediating disputes, protecting our collective secrecy from humans. Until?" Carlyle prompted. "Until it became tedious," Hadrian said honestly. "Power without purpose becomes a prison of its own. I abdicated, retreated, and eventually chose my first sleep." "And these Volturi took your place?" Esme asked. Hadrian shook his head. "Not immediately. There were others between my time and theirs. But eventually, yes, it seems they established dominance." "They're not just dominant," Edward said. "They're absolute." Any vampire who threatens exposure or creates immortal children, or otherwise breaks their laws faces execution. They have gifted guards who can incapacitate dozens at once. Hadrian absorbed this information with interest. They sound thoroughly unpleasant. They are, Alice confirmed. And they'll learn about you eventually. Arrow has his own ways of monitoring for potential threats or acquisitions. Acquisitions? Hadrian repeated, though Alice had already explained. Gifted vampires. Jasper elaborated. Arrow collects them. Adds them to his guard. Alice's visions, Edward's mind reading, Bella's shield, all abilities the Volturi have coveted. And you resisted? Hadrian observed. We fought. Emmett corrected with a fierce grin. Well, almost fought. We gathered our own allies, stood our ground. They backed down. Hadrian raised an eyebrow, impressed despite himself. You faced down these Volturi and survived? Few would dare challenge established power so directly. We had no choice, Carlyle said. They threatened our family over a misunderstanding. But we prefer peaceful existence. Noble, Hadrian commented, though perhaps naive. Power respects only greater power, in my experience. What would you know about it? Rosalie challenged. You abdicated, remember? Walked away when it got boring. Rather than take offense, Hadrian found himself appreciating her directness once again. True. A king who abandons his throne has little right to criticize others' political strategies. His candid admission seemed to surprise Rosalie, who had clearly expected defensiveness. She studied him with renewed interest. So what now? Bella asked. You've awakened, met us, what comes next? Adaptation. Hadrian replied simply. I need to understand this modern world, its technologies, customs, power structures. Alice has kindly offered to help with cultural aspects, and Rosalie. He glanced at the blonde vampire. May assist with mechanical knowledge if she's willing. I haven't decided, Rosalie said, though her tone lacked conviction. And in return? Jasper asked, ever strategic. What do we get from this arrangement? Knowledge, Hadrian offered. I've walked this earth for millennia, across multiple lifetimes. I've seen civilizations rise and fall, supernatural conflicts resolve and ignite. I can share histories that no living being remembers. And protection, Alice added suddenly. When the Volturi learn about Hadrian, and they'll come. Having him as an ally rather than a stranger benefits us all. Carlyle looked thoughtful. Alice may be right. The Volturi are cautious, but they're also acquisitive. A being of Hadrian's apparent power would certainly draw their attention. So we're keeping him close to protect ourselves? Edward asked skeptically. You're not keeping me anywhere. Hadrian corrected mildly. I'm proposing a mutually beneficial exchange. I have no quarrel with your family and no immediate desire to reclaim any former status. But I won't be treated as either a threat to be contained or an asset to be utilized. His tone remained even, but something in his eyes, a flash of ancient power, perhaps, caused several of the Cullens to straighten instinctively. No one's suggesting that, Carlyle said quickly. Aren't they? Hadrian countered. Your Jasper thinks strategically. He sees potential advantage and risk in my presence. Edward fears what he cannot fully read in my thoughts. Rosalie suspects my motives. All reasonable positions, but let me be clear. I am not a piece to be maneuvered on your family's chessboard. The room fell silent. Even Emmett, usually quick with a joke, seemed to recognize the gravity of the moment. Finally, Alice broke the tension. No one thinks you're a chess piece, Hadrian. But you can't blame everyone for being cautious. You're powerful, ancient, and mysterious. That's a combination that usually means trouble in our experience. Hadrian's expression softened as he looked at her. Fair enough, little seer. Caution is warranted. But know this. He addressed the entire family now. I have never harmed those who offered me good faith. In all my long existence, I have kept my word once given. And what word are you giving us now? Carlyle asked. That I seek no conflict with your family. That I will defend myself if threatened, but initiate no aggression. That whatever knowledge I gain about your modern world will not be used against you. Carlyle nodded slowly. Those terms seem reasonable. I have one condition of my own, Hadrian added. Which is? Edward asked warily. Honesty, Hadrian said simply. No secret discussions about containing or controlling me. No plans made behind my back. If you have concerns, speak them openly. The Cullens exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Finally, Carlyle nodded. Agreed. Honesty in exchange for honesty. Good, Hadrian said, rising from his chair. Then I'll take my leave for now. I have much to consider, and your family clearly needs to discuss matters privately. You're welcome to stay. Esme offered, her maternal instincts apparently extending even to ancient hybrid kings. Hadrian smiled at her kindness. Thank you, but I prefer my cave for now. The solitude helps me process. He turned to Alice. Perhaps tomorrow you can begin my education in modern ways? Alice nodded eagerly. Absolutely. I'll come too, Rosalie announced, surprising everyone, herself included, judging by her expression. She quickly recovered. Someone needs to make sure she doesn't just teach you about fashion and skip the important stuff. Like cars? Alice teased. Among other things, Rosalie said primly. Hadrian found himself smiling at their interaction. I look forward to learning from both of you. As he moved toward the door, Carlyle stepped forward. One last question, if I may? Hadrian paused. Of course. You mentioned being Harry Potter before becoming Hadrian. The way you spoke of it, it sounded like more than just a name change. Hadrian's expression turned distant for a moment, memories of a castle and friends and a different kind of magic washing over him. It was, he said quietly. Harry Potter lived a complete human life, born, raised, fought in a war, died. Hadrian was born from that death, same soul, new form, different destiny. He shook his head slightly. But that's a longer story for another time. As he slipped into the darkening forest, Hadrian could hear the Cullens erupting into debate once more. Most voices expressed concern and caution, but two stood out to his enhanced hearing, Alice defending him passionately, and Rosalie's more measured consideration that perhaps they should learn more before making judgments. Those two. Again and again, they captured his attention above the others. The seer and the protector. They reminded him of people he had known before, in both his lives. People he had loved and lost. Perhaps, after centuries of sleep, it was time to risk connection again. Days passed, turning into weeks as Hadrian gradually reacquainted himself with the world of the living. True to their word, Alice and Rosalie became his primary guides to the modern era, an education that proved both fascinating and occasionally hilarious. No, like this, Alice demonstrated again, patiently showing him how to use the smartphone she'd insisted on buying him. Swipe up to scroll, tap to select. Hadrian frowned at the device, which seemed determined to misinterpret his every touch. It's remarkably sensitive. That's because you're pressing too hard, Rosalie said from where she was leaning against a tree, observing their lesson with barely concealed amusement. It's not parchment and quill. You barely need to touch it. They sat in a small clearing near his cave, his preferred location for these lessons. Despite Alice's attempts to coax him into staying at the Cullen house, Hadrian valued his independence too much to accept. His cave had evolved considerably over the weeks, furnished now with a curious blend of ancient comforts and modern conveniences, including solar-powered lighting that Rosalie had installed with much eye-rolling and muttering about. Cave-dwelling ancients. There, Hadrian said triumphantly as the screen finally changed to display what appeared to be an endless feed of images and text. What is this again? Instagram, Alice said. Social media. Humans share moments of their lives, follow celebrities, influence each other's purchasing decisions. Hadrian scrolled through the images, his expression bemused. Humans photographing their food before eating it. How very odd, says the man who sleeps in a cave. Rosalie quipped. Hadrian glanced up at her, amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Caves have served me well for millennia. They're defensible, naturally insulated, and free of neighbors. And Instagram has served humans well for connecting with each other. Alice countered. Different tools, similar purposes. Hadrian mused, still scrolling. Perhaps. Though I question the depth of connection possible through, what did you call these? Selfies? Rosalie snorted, but Alice shook her head. Don't dismiss it too quickly. Humans use these platforms to maintain relationships across vast distances, share their art, organize movements. It's not all superficial. Hadrian considered this. A fair point. I've seen many technologies initially appear trivial only to reshape societies. He set the phone down carefully. Enough digital exploration for today, I think. My eyes grow weary of the light. Alice tilted her head, studying him. You're different from other vampires in that way. You actually get tired. One of many differences. Hadrian acknowledged. The hybrid nature means I retain some mortal needs, sleep occasionally, food rarely, though blood remains primary. And the magic? Rosalie asked. Despite her initial skepticism, she'd shown increasing curiosity about his capabilities as the weeks passed. In answer, Hadrian extended his hand. A small flame appeared above his palm, then shaped itself into a miniature dragon that flew in circles before dissipating into sparks. The magic remains constant, he said, though it's changed from my time as Harry Potter. Less structured, more instinctive. No wand required anymore. Could you teach someone? Alice asked eagerly. Hadrian smiled at her enthusiasm. No, little seer. Magic in my original form was hereditary, passed through bloodlines. And the magic I possess now is bound to my unique nature. Convenient excuse. Rosalie teased, but without malice. These interactions had become their pattern. Alice's boundless curiosity, Rosalie's sharp wit, and Hadrian's ancient perspective creating a dynamic that had grown increasingly comfortable over the weeks. What had begun as cautious education sessions had evolved into something that felt remarkably like friendship. What about your other abilities? Alice asked. The vampire and werewolf aspects? Enhanced beyond either, Hadrian explained. Stronger than pure vampires, faster than werewolves, with control over the transformation that true werewolves lack. Show us, Rosalie challenged suddenly. Hadrian raised an eyebrow. The transformation? Are you certain? Both women nodded, their golden eyes alight with curiosity. Very well, Hadrian said, rising fluidly to his feet. Stand back. He closed his eyes, connecting with the primal aspect of his nature that he normally kept carefully controlled. The change began slowly, his already tall frame growing larger, muscles densifying, features elongating. Unlike the violent, painful transformations of true werewolves, Hadrian's shift was controlled, deliberate. His skin darkened to a deep charcoal gray, fingers extending into claws, teeth lengthening into fangs more prominent than even vampire incisors. When he opened his eyes, they glowed an unearthly green, the last remnant of Harry Potter visible in his transformed state. Alice gasped softly, while Rosalie took an instinctive step back. The creature before them stood nearly 8 feet tall, a perfect blend of vampire grace and werewolf power, wrapped in an aura of magic that made the air itself seem to vibrate. Fascinating, Alice breathed, recovering first. She approached cautiously, reaching out a hand but stopping short of touching him. May I? She asked. The transformed Hadrian nodded, his movements controlled and precise despite his monstrous appearance. Alice placed her small hand against his massive forearm, marveling at the texture, not fur, not quite skin, something in between. You're warm, she observed with surprise. Warmer than humans even. Hadrian nodded again, then glanced at Rosalie, who remained at a distance, her expression caught between wariness and fascination. It's still him, Alice assured her. Same consciousness, same control. Rosalie approached slowly, her natural caution warring with curiosity. Can you speak? In this form? Yes, Hadrian replied, his voice deeper, resonant, with a subtle growling undertone. Though it requires concentration. And you can change back at will? She asked. In answer, Hadrian closed his eyes again. The transformation reversed smoothly, his form contracting, features resolving back to his handsome human appearance. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. Impressive control, Rosalie acknowledged, relaxing visibly as he returned to his familiar form. Centuries of practice, Hadrian said with a slight smile. The first transformations were less elegant. I bet, Emmett's voice called from the edge of the clearing. He stepped into view, grinning widely. That was awesome, dude. Way more control than the reservation wolves. Emmett, Alice chided. Were you spying on us? Nah, just hunting nearby and heard voices, he said, unrepentant. Good thing I stopped by, that was the coolest thing I've seen in decades. Hadrian inclined his head. Your enthusiasm is flattering, though I hope you understand why I don't transform often around others. Yeah, scary monster and all that. Emmett waved dismissively. But man, the wrestling matches we could have! Emmett! Rosalie exclaimed, exasperated. What? He can take it. Probably wipe the floor with me, but it'd be fun to try. Hadrian found himself laughing, a full, genuine laugh that surprised even him. These Cullens had a way of making even an ancient being feel normal. It was refreshing after centuries of either reverence or fear from others. Perhaps someday, he told Emmett, when I'm certain of my control around this family. Sweet, Emmett said, then turned more serious. Actually, Carlyle sent me to find you all. Alice wasn't answering her phone. Alice frowned, pulling out her device. It's on silent. What's wrong? Not wrong exactly. Emmett hedged. Well, Carlyle got a call from Eleazar and Denali. Hadrian noticed both women tensing slightly at this news. Denali? He questioned. Our cousins, Rosalie explained. Another vegetarian coven in Alaska. And this Eleazar is significant because... Hadrian prompted. He used to be Volturi, Alice said quietly. He can sense other vampires' gifts and abilities. Understanding dawned. Ah. And he sensed me. Emmett nodded grimly. Words starting to spread in the vampire world. Whispers about something powerful awakening in the Olympic Peninsula. Eleazar called to warn us, and to ask if the rumors are true. What did Carlyle tell him? Rosalie asked. Nothing specific yet. Said he needed to consult with the family first. Emmett looked at Hadrian. Carlyle's calling a meeting. Thought you should be there since it's about you. Hadrian appreciated the consideration. Indeed I should. As they prepared to leave, Alice touched his arm lightly. This was inevitable, you know. The supernatural world is more connected now, news travels faster. I understand, Hadrian assured her. I've never expected to remain a secret indefinitely. The Volturi will learn of you soon, Rosalie warned, her protective instincts evident in her tone. Hadrian met her concerned gaze with calm confidence. Let them. I've faced worse in my long existence. You don't know Arrow, Alice cautioned. No, Hadrian agreed. But he doesn't know me either. He smiled slightly. And I've had considerably longer to perfect my strategies. As they moved through the forest toward the Cullen house, Hadrian found himself reflecting on how quickly he'd come to care about this strange family's well-being. Particularly Alice and Rosalie. The thought of the Volturi threatening them stirred something protective in him, a feeling he'd not experienced in centuries. It seemed his awakening had indeed found its purpose. The challenge now would be navigating what came next without bringing harm to those he was beginning to consider his own. The Cullen house hummed with tension as Hadrian entered alongside Alice, Rosalie, and Emmett. The entire family had gathered in the living room, expressions ranging from Carlyle's thoughtful concern to Jasper's tactical alertness. Thank you for coming, Carlyle greeted Hadrian. This concerns you directly. So I understand, Hadrian replied, taking a seat in what had become his usual chair during these family meetings. The Denali coven has sensed my presence. Eleazar specifically, Carlyle clarified. He called quite agitated. Said he felt a surge of power unlike anything he's encountered, even from a distance. Impressive sensitivity, Hadrian observed. This Eleazar must have remarkable gifts himself. He does, Edward confirmed. He can sense the gifts and potential abilities of other vampires. It's why the Volturi valued him. He helped them identify promising additions to their guard. And now he sensed me, Hadrian mused. The question becomes what he intends to do with that information. That's just it, Carlyle said. Eleazar is loyal to his coven and to us as extended family. But he also maintains certain connections with the vampire world. Information flows through him. You believe he'll inform the Volturi? Hadrian stated rather than asked. Not directly, Alice interjected. But the knowledge will spread. My visions show ripples moving through the vampire world already. Questions? Concerns? Curiosity? Hadrian nodded thoughtfully. How long until these ripples reach the Volturi leadership, in your estimation? Alice closed her eyes briefly, accessing her gift. Weeks, not months. Arrow has ways of monitoring unusual developments. Once enough vampires are talking about it. We need to decide how to handle this, Jasper said, his tactical mind clearly working through scenarios. Presenting a united front with precise messaging will be important. United front? Hadrian repeated, one eyebrow raised. You position yourselves alongside me, then? The Cullens exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Finally, Carlyle spoke. We've come to know you these past weeks, Hadrian. While questions remain about your full nature and history, we've seen nothing to suggest malicious intent. And Alice's visions, though fragmented, consistently show your presence as significant to our future. Besides, Emmett added with his characteristic grin, anyone the Volturi might fear is good in my book. We're not looking for conflict. Esme clarified quickly. But we won't abandon someone who's shown us only respect and honesty. Hadrian found himself unexpectedly touched by their solidarity. In his long existence, allies had been strategic rather than genuine, relationships calculated rather than freely given. This family's willingness to stand with him, still partially an unknown quantity, spoke to a different kind of bond. His gaze moved to Alice and Rosalie, who sat side by side on one of the couches. Alice smiled encouragingly, while Rosalie gave a slight nod, her version of support. I appreciate your position, Hadrian said finally. Though I want to be clear, I have no desire to embroil your family in ancient politics or power struggles. My awakening may have purposes I don't yet fully comprehend, but vengeance or reclaiming old status is not among them. Then what do you want? Edward asked directly. Hadrian considered the question seriously. Connection, he said after a moment. Understanding of this new world. Perhaps, eventually, a place within it that honors both what I was and what I might become. And the Volturi? Jasper pressed. If they view you as a threat or prize? I will not be controlled or collected, Hadrian said simply. Beyond that, I have no quarrel with those who leave me in peace. Carlyle nodded, seeming satisfied with this response. Then I suggest we be transparent with our Denali cousins. Confirm that yes, a powerful being has awakened in our territory. Explain that you are a guest, not a threat, with no current designs on vampire politics. Will they accept that explanation? Hadrian asked. Eleazar might. Carlyle acknowledged. Tanya and the others will follow his lead. But once word spreads further, the Volturi will make their own assessment. Rosalie finished. And they rarely take anyone's word at face value. Then perhaps, Hadrian suggested, a more direct approach is warranted. All eyes turned to him. Meaning? Carlyle asked. Rather than wait for rumors to distort my nature and purpose, perhaps I should make myself known on my own terms. A formal introduction, as it were. To the Volturi? Bella asked incredulously. Voluntarily? Not physically, Hadrian clarified. But a message. An acknowledgement of their current position coupled with a clear statement of my own autonomy. Jasper looked thoughtful. It has strategic merit. Controlling the narrative rather than reacting to it. It's also incredibly risky. Edward countered. The Volturi don't respond well to assertions of power outside their control. I didn't suggest challenging their authority, Hadrian said mildly. Merely establishing boundaries. There's a difference. And what boundaries would you establish, exactly? Carlyle asked. Hadrian leaned forward slightly. That I acknowledge their governance of vampire kind. That I have no intention of interfering with their systems. But also that I exist outside their jurisdiction, either subject to their rule nor interested in challenging it, provided I am left in peace. The room fell silent as the Cullens considered this proposal. It could work, Alice said finally. Or it could provoke them. My vision split at this point. Too many decisions in flux. What do you see in the futures where it works? Hadrian asked her. Alice's eyes unfocused slightly. Caution. Assessment from a distance. Eventually, a meeting on neutral ground. Negotiation rather than confrontation. And in the futures where it doesn't? Her expression darkened. They send scouts. Gather information. Prepare for a show of force. Which they do anyway if we say nothing. Rosalie pointed out. At least this way, we set the terms of the initial engagement. Hadrian nodded approvingly at her assessment. Precisely. How would this message even be delivered? Bella asked practically. I have channels, Carlyle said. Former acquaintances who can ensure a message reaches Arrow directly. Then it seems we have a course of action. Hadrian concluded. Unless there are objections? The family exchanged glances again, some uncertain, others resolved. Finally, Carlyle nodded. We'll draft the message carefully. Together. As the discussion turned to specifics, wording, tone, timing, Hadrian found himself observing Alice and Rosalie with increasing interest. Throughout the conversation, they had positioned themselves as a unit, finishing each other's thoughts, supporting each other's points. Yet there was something unresolved between them, a tension evident in small glances and careful distances maintained. His time with them over the past weeks had revealed much about their complex relationship. They clearly cared deeply for each other, beyond the bonds of their adopted family. Yet neither seemed willing to acknowledge the full nature of that connection, to each other or to themselves. And then there was his own growing attachment to both women. Alice with her visions and intuitive understanding of his nature. Rosalie with her protective fierceness and surprising depth beneath her guarded exterior. Different aspects that called to different parts of his complex being. The conversation continued around him, but Hadrian's thoughts had turned inward. Alice had spoken of visions showing connection between the three of them. At first, he had dismissed it as merely symbolic or misinterpreted. Now, he wasn't so certain. When he finally refocused on the discussion, the family had largely settled on an approach, diplomatic but clear, acknowledging the Volturi's position while establishing Hadrian's separate status. If we're agreed then, Carlyle was saying, I'll prepare the message tomorrow. Eleazar has promised to delay any specific information sharing until he hears from us directly. As the meeting concluded and the family dispersed to various activities, Hadrian found himself lingering in the living room, lost in thought. He didn't immediately notice that Alice and Rosalie had remained as well, until Alice spoke. You're worried, she observed, moving to perch on the arm of his chair. I can tell. Hadrian smiled slightly. Concerned, perhaps. Not for myself, I've faced worse than bureaucratic vampires in my long existence. But for your family. For the two of you. Rosalie, who had been staring out the wall of glass at the darkening forest, turned to face him. We can handle ourselves. We've dealt with the Volturi before. So I've heard. Hadrian acknowledged. Still, my presence complicates your situation. Life was getting boring anyway, Alice said with a small smile. A little complication keeps things interesting. Besides, Rosalie added, moving closer, if your goal is truly just to exist peacefully, the Volturi might eventually accept that. They're power-hungry, not irrational. Perhaps, Hadrian conceded. Though in my experience, those who hold power rarely tolerate potential challenges to it, however theoretical. A comfortable silence fell between the three of them. After weeks of daily interaction, they had developed an easy rapport, each respecting the other's strengths and perspectives, even when they disagreed. What was it like? Alice asked suddenly. Being a king? Hadrian considered the question, memories of ancient times surfacing. Isolating, he said finally. Even surrounded by courtiers and supplicants, there was always distance. The crown separates as much as it elevates. Did you have anyone? Rosalie asked, then clarified. Anyone close to you, I mean. At times, Hadrian said, his expression softening with memory. There were those brave enough to see the man behind the power. Rare souls who offered genuine connection rather than calculated allegiance. And did you love them? Alice asked directly, earning a sharp look from Rosalie. Hadrian met her gaze without hesitation. Yes. Deeply. In different ways across different eras. And they died. Rosalie concluded, her voice softer than usual. Not a question but a statement of understanding. All but those who chose eternal sleep as I did. Hadrian confirmed. It is the burden of extreme longevity, watching those you care for fade while you remain. Is that why you slept? Alice asked. To escape the pain of loss? Hadrian considered this. Partially, perhaps. Though I told myself it was weariness with the world's repetitive cycles. Humanity making the same mistakes, supernatural beings engaging in the same petty power struggles. After enough centuries, it all becomes predictable. But you keep waking up, Rosalie observed. Coming back to it all. Why? It was a profound question, one Hadrian had asked himself many times across his long existence. Why continue? Why return to consciousness if only to eventually retreat again? Hope, I suppose, he said finally. Hope that this time, the world might offer something new. That I might find purpose or connection worth remaining awake for. His gaze moved between the two women, one perched beside him, the other standing nearby, both watching him with expressions that suggested his words resonated more deeply than he had intended. And this time? Alice asked softly. Have you found something worth staying awake for? The question hung in the air between them, laden with implications none of them were quite ready to voice aloud. Hadrian studied them both, Alice with her open curiosity, and Rosalie with her carefully maintained distance that had gradually lessened over their weeks together. Perhaps, he said finally. It's still too soon to say with certainty. But I find myself reluctant to contemplate sleep any time soon. Something shifted in Rosalie's expression, a softening, a moment of vulnerability quickly masked. Good, she said briskly. Because we've barely started your modern education. You still haven't learned to drive. The deliberate shift to a lighter topic made Hadrian smile. A grave oversight in my cultural integration. Exactly, Alice agreed, playing along. And we haven't even touched on modern music or films or fashion beyond the basics. A lifetime of catching up, it seems, Hadrian observed. Several lifetimes, in your case, Rosalie quipped, but her smile took any sting from the words. As they continued their conversation, moving on to plans for his ongoing education in modern ways, Hadrian found himself more content than he had been in centuries. Whatever challenges the Volturi might present in the coming weeks, this moment, this connection with two extraordinary women who saw him as neither monster nor myth but simply as himself, felt precious beyond measure. For the first time since awakening, he allowed himself to hope that this time might indeed be different. That perhaps, after all his long existence, he had found something worth remaining in the world for. Carlyle's message to the Volturi was dispatched the following day through channels known only to him. The waiting began, tense days bleeding into weeks as the Cullen family continued their normal routines while anticipating a response that could change everything. For Hadrian, these weeks brought deeper integration into both the modern world and the Cullen family dynamic. His education expanded beyond Alice and Rosalie's tutelage, Jasper teaching him about modern military and political structures, Carlyle sharing medical and scientific advancements, Edward introducing him to centuries of music he had slept through. But it was still Alice and Rosalie who commanded most of his attention. Their daily lessons had evolved into genuine friendship, filled with easy conversation and increasing comfort in each other's presence. The three of them often spent hours together, sometimes with structured learning, other times simply enjoying each other's company. Today found them in Seattle, Alice having insisted that Hadrian needed exposure to urban environments and human interaction beyond Forks. They wandered through Pike Place Market, Hadrian observing the bustle of human activity with fascination, while Alice provided running commentary on fashion trends and social behaviors. Rosalie followed slightly behind, ostensibly to ensure either of them drew undue attention, but clearly enjoying the excursion despite her affected disinterest. Humans have become remarkably diverse in their self-expression, Hadrian observed, watching a group of teenagers with brightly colored hair and pierced faces laughing together near a fish stall. One of the better developments of the modern era, Alice agreed. Though fashion cycles still repeat every few decades with slight variations. Some things never change, Rosalie added. Humans still peacock for potential mates, just with different feathers. Hadrian smiled at her assessment. A biological imperative transcending time. Though I notice your family abstains from drawing such attention. Necessity, Alice explained. We need to blend in, not stand out. Though I still manage to look fabulous within those constraints. She twirled playfully, her designer outfit indeed striking a perfect balance between stylish and understated. You certainly do. Hadrian agreed, his tone warm with genuine appreciation. He glanced at Rosalie, whose classic beauty required no embellishment. Both of you. Rosalie rolled her eyes at the compliment, but Hadrian noticed the slight smile she couldn't quite suppress. These small moments of connection had become increasingly common, Rosalie's carefully maintained barriers gradually lowering as she grew more comfortable in his presence. We should head to the bookstore next, Alice suggested. Hadrian needs to catch up on literature from the last few centuries. At the rate he reads, that would take decades, Rosalie pointed out. He finished War and Peace in 3 hours yesterday. Enhanced vampire cognition has its advantages, Hadrian said with a slight shrug. Though I find I prefer experiencing modern entertainment to reading about it. Film especially, such a remarkable innovation. They continued their exploration of the city, eventually finding themselves in a quiet bookstore cafe where they could speak more freely without human eavesdroppers. Despite not needing sustenance, they ordered drinks to maintain appearances, a routine Hadrian had quickly adapted to. Any word from Carlyle? He asked quietly once they were settled in a corner booth. Alice shook her head. Nothing yet from his contacts. But my visions are shifting. Hadrian noted the concern in her voice. Meaning? The Volturi are moving pieces, she said, her eyes distant as she accessed her gift. Not directly toward us yet, but positioning. Gathering information. Jane and Alec have been sent from Volterra on some mission. The twins? Rosalie tensed visibly. That's not good. Hadrian had learned about the Volturi's prized weapons during his education in modern vampire politics. Jane with her ability to create illusory pain, Alec with his sensory deprivation gift. Formidable abilities, though he wondered how they would fare against his hybrid nature. They're not coming here. Not yet, Alice clarified. They're consulting someone. Another ancient, I think. This caught Hadrian's interest. Another ancient? There are few left who would remember my time. Could it be one of your contemporaries? Rosalie asked. Someone who knew you before? Hadrian considered this. Possible, though unlikely. Most chose final death over extended existence. Those who opted for sleep as I did would be scattered across the world, hidden in places of power. Places of power? Alice questioned. Locations where supernatural energies converge. Hadrian explained. They sustain and protect those in the deep sleep. I chose the Olympic Peninsula for its strong magical currents, remnants of ancient forces that once shaped this continent. And where would other ancients sleep? Rosalie pressed. Hadrian's expression turned thoughtful. The Black Forest in Germany, perhaps. Certain mountains in Tibet. The deeper reaches of the Amazon. Places humans find difficult to access or disturb. Alice's eyes suddenly unfocused, her gift activating spontaneously. Both Hadrian and Rosalie recognized the signs immediately and waited, watching her carefully. The Amazon? She whispered after a moment. They're going to the Amazon. To consult someone very old. Very powerful. Her eyes cleared, focusing on Hadrian with concern. Someone who knows you. Hadrian went still, possibilities racing through his mind. Did you see who? Alice shook her head. Just impressions. Female. Ancient. Waiting. Zephrina? Rosalie suggested, referring to one of the Amazonian vampires who had stood with the Cullens against the Volturi years earlier. No, Alice said. Much older. And not exactly vampire. Similar to Hadrian somehow. A name formed in Hadrian's mind, a possibility both fascinating and concerning. Selene. He murmured. Both women looked at him sharply. You know who it is? Rosalie stated rather than asked. Hadrian nodded slowly. If my suspicion is correct, yes. Selene was one of the first hybrids created after me. Different combination, vampire and something else, not werewolf. She ruled the southern territories while I controlled the north. And you were? Alice prompted. Allies? Hadrian said. Sometimes more. Our relationship was complex over the centuries. When I chose my first sleep, she continued to rule for a time before eventually following my example. Sometimes more? Rosalie repeated, one eyebrow raised. Hadrian met her gaze directly. We were lovers at various points across centuries. Political allies always. Occasionally rivals. Time operates differently when measured in millennia rather than decades. And she's in the Amazon now, Alice said. The Volturi are consulting her about you. Which suggests she's been awake for some time. Hadrian observed, troubled by this revelation. Selene wouldn't have sought power again without purpose. Is she a threat? Rosalie asked bluntly. Hadrian considered this carefully. Not inherently. Selene was never cruel for cruelty's sake. But she was always more pragmatic than I in maintaining order. More willing to use force when she deemed it necessary. And as your former ally and lover, would she side with you or against you now? Alice asked. That, Hadrian admitted, would depend entirely on her reasons for awakening, and what she has built in the time she's been conscious. Selene was always guided by larger purposes rather than personal sentiment. Their conversation was interrupted by the vibration of Alice's phone. She glanced at the screen, her expression tightening. Carlyle. We need to get back to Forks. The drive back was tense, each lost in their own thoughts about this new development. Hadrian watched the landscape blur past the windows of Rosalie's convertible, memories of Selene surfacing after centuries of dormancy. Raven hair and eyes that shifted color with her moods. Brilliance coupled with ruthless efficiency. Passion that could turn to ice when strategy required it. If the Volturi were consulting her about him, the situation had evolved beyond simple curiosity about an awakened ancient. They were preparing for something, assessing threats, gathering intelligence. What are you thinking? Alice asked softly from the back seat, leaning forward between the front seats. Hadrian glanced at her. That my peaceful reintegration may be more complicated than I had hoped. Because of this, Selene? Rosalie asked, eyes fixed on the road as she pushed the car well beyond legal speed limits. Partially. Hadrian acknowledged. If she's advising the Volturi, she has her reasons. Selene never acted without purpose. And that worries you, Alice observed. Hadrian nodded. It suggests larger forces at work. Patterns I'm not yet seeing clearly. They lapsed into silence again until they reached the Cullen house, where the entire family had gathered in the living room. Carlyle's expression was grave as they entered. What happened? Alice asked immediately. Carlyle held up a small parchment envelope, sealed with dark red wax imprinted with an ancient symbol, a stylized V surrounded by intricate patterns. A response, he said simply. Delivered by courier an hour ago. Hadrian recognized the seal immediately, not the Volturi's modern emblem, but something far older. His own symbol from centuries past, slightly modified. That's not from Arrow, he said quietly. No, Carlyle agreed, extending the envelope toward him. It's addressed to you personally. Hadrian took the envelope, feeling the weight of the heavy parchment in his hands. The others watched intently as he broke the seal and withdrew a single sheet covered in elegant script. The message was written in a language none of the Cullens recognized, ancient and flowing, predating Latin or Greek. Hadrian's expression remained impassive as he read, though Alice, watching closely, noticed a slight tension around his eyes. Well? Rosalie prompted when he finally lowered the parchment. It's from Selene, Hadrian confirmed. She awakened nearly 50 years ago, has established a domain in the Amazon, and has been watching the Volturi with interest. What does she want? Jasper asked, always focused on strategic implications. Hadrian met his gaze. To meet. She proposes neutral territory, an island in the Caribbean owned by neither herself nor the Volturi. In 3 weeks' time. Just you? Carlyle asked. No, Hadrian said, glancing at the parchment again. She specifically requests that I bring representatives from the Olympic Coven, her term for your family. Particularly. He paused, looking at Alice and Rosalie, the seer and the golden warrior. All eyes turned to Alice and Rosalie. How would she know about us? Rosalie demanded. Selene has her own methods of gathering information, Hadrian explained. And if she's been watching the Volturi, she would know of their previous encounter with your family. It could be a trap, Edward said bluntly. Possible, but unlikely, Hadrian countered. Selene operates by different rules than the Volturi. Her word, once given, is binding. This invitation comes with ancient protections. What kind of protections? Bella asked. In answer, Hadrian turned the parchment over. On the reverse was a complex symbol drawn in what appeared to be blood. A blood oath. Breaking it would have significant consequences for Selene. It's not done lightly. So we're supposed to trust ancient blood magic and meet with another hybrid who may or may not be aligned with the Volturi? Rosalie asked skeptically. I don't believe she's aligned with them, Hadrian said carefully. The message suggests she's positioning herself as an independent third party. Mediating, perhaps, between you and the Volturi, Carlyle concluded. Hadrian nodded. The political landscape appears more complex than we initially assessed. If Selene has established herself in the Amazon while I slept, and the Volturi maintained control of Europe and parts of Asia. 3 power centers, Jasper observed, his tactical mind quickly grasping the implications. Each with different bases of strength. And we're caught in the middle, Emmett added. Not necessarily, Hadrian countered. This meeting could clarify intentions, establish boundaries, prevent conflict rather than provoke it. The family fell silent, considering the implications. Finally, Carlyle spoke. This decision affects us all, but particularly Alice and Rosalie, who have been specifically requested. I suggest we take time to consider our options before responding. How long do we have? Esme asked practically. Hadrian glanced at the parchment again. The courier awaits my answer by dawn. The meeting itself would be in 3 weeks. Then we have until morning to decide, Carlyle concluded. Let's take some time to think, then reconvene. As the family dispersed to consider this development, Hadrian found himself drawn to the glass wall overlooking the forest. The political complexities he had hoped to avoid were emerging regardless of his intentions. Selene's awakening changed the equation significantly. She had always been a powerful player, strategic and far-seeing. Tell us about her, Alice said quietly, appearing at his side with Rosalie beside her. Not just the political alliance. The person. Hadrian considered how to describe someone as complex as Selene to those who had never met her. Brilliant, he said finally. Possibly the most intelligent being I've ever known. Calculating but not cold, she feels deeply, but never allows emotion to override strategy. Beautiful in the way that dangerous things often are. You loved her, Rosalie observed. Hadrian nodded slowly. At times, across centuries. Our paths would converge, passion would flare, then circumstances would separate us again. We understood each other in ways few could, both hybrids, both rulers, both carrying the weight of immense power. And now? Alice asked. After all this time? Now she is an unknown variable. Hadrian admitted. As am I to her, likely. Centuries change perspectives, priorities. He turned to face them both. If you choose to accompany me to this meeting, understand that the dynamics will be complex. Because of your history with her? Rosalie asked directly. Partially, Hadrian acknowledged. But also because of what you both represent. Selene specifically requesting your presence suggests she's aware of. He hesitated. Of what? Alice prompted. Hadrian met her gaze. Of connections forming between us. The admission hung in the air between them, the first direct acknowledgement of what had been developing over their weeks together. Not just friendship or alliance, but something deeper, more complex, still taking shape. I wouldn't ask you to place yourselves in a potentially dangerous situation, Hadrian continued when neither responded immediately. Selene's blood oath provides certain protections, but politics between ancients is never entirely without risk. We can handle ourselves, Rosalie said firmly. And I'd rather see this Selene firsthand than wonder what she's planning from a distance. I agree, Alice added. Besides, my visions, limited as they are around you, suggest this meeting is important. A turning point. Hadrian studied them both, Alice's determined optimism, Rosalie's protective courage. Different approaches to the same core strength. Then we should prepare, he said finally. Selene appreciates competence and clarity of purpose. She respects strength but disdains unnecessary aggression. So be strong but not threatening, Rosalie summarized. Confident but not arrogant. Precisely, Hadrian confirmed, impressed by her quick understanding. What about the others? Alice asked, glancing toward where the rest of the family had dispersed. Should anyone else come? Hadrian considered this. Selene requested only the three of us specifically. Adding others might be perceived as escalation. However, Jasper would be useful, Rosalie suggested. His military experience and emotional influence could be valuable. And Carlyle, Alice added. His diplomatic approach has served us well before. Hadrian nodded slowly. 5 then. A reasonable delegation without appearing overtly militant. As they continued discussing strategy for the upcoming meeting, Hadrian found himself increasingly aware of how naturally they worked together, his ancient perspective, Alice's intuitive insights, and Rosalie's practical assessments creating a balanced approach. It reminded him of effective councils he had led centuries ago, where diverse viewpoints strengthened rather than weakened decisions. By dawn, when the family reconvened to finalize their response to Selene's invitation, the path forward seemed clear. Hadrian would accept the meeting, with Alice, Rosalie, Jasper, and Carlyle accompanying him as representatives of the Olympic Coven. The others would remain in Forks, prepared to respond if necessary. As Hadrian drafted his response in the same ancient language Selene had used, he found himself experiencing an emotion he hadn't anticipated: anticipation. After centuries of sleep, he had awakened to a world more complex and connected than he had left. And somehow, against all expectations, he had found himself not isolated but integrated, part of a family dynamic that valued his perspective without demanding his submission or reverence. Whatever Selene's agenda might be, whatever the Volturi might be planning, Hadrian felt more engaged with the present moment than he had in millennia. The two women who had helped facilitate that engagement watched him seal his response with a drop of his own blood, the ancient ritual acknowledging and accepting Celine's terms. The coming weeks would reveal much, but one thing had already become clear to Hadrian. This awakening was indeed different from those that had come before. This time, he had something worth fighting for, not power or position, but connection. The very thing his ancient heart had longed for across centuries of isolation. For the first time in longer than he could remember, Hadrian felt fully, vibrantly awake. Chapter 2: Convergence. The Caribbean island loomed on the horizon, a verdant jewel set in azure waters. From the bow of the sleek yacht Carlyle had chartered, Hadrian watched their approach with a calm that belied the tension he felt beneath. 3 weeks of preparation had led to this moment, a meeting that could reshape the supernatural world's political landscape. "Beautiful," Alice murmured, appearing silently beside him. The wind whipped her short black hair around her elfin features as she gazed at the island. "Hard to believe something so peaceful could be the site of such a pivotal encounter." "Nature rarely concerns itself with our politics," Hadrian replied. "Celine always did appreciate beautiful settings for significant events. Says it provides perspective. Is that why she chose this place? For the view?" Rosalie asked as she joined them at the bow, her golden eyes scanning the shoreline with tactical precision. "Partially," Hadrian acknowledged, "but also for its neutrality. This island has no permanent inhabitants, no connection to any supernatural faction. Virgin territory, in political terms." Behind them, Jasper and Carlyle were reviewing their approach one final time. The 5 had spent the journey refining their strategy: who would speak, what positions they would take, contingencies for various scenarios. Like preparing for battle, though Hadrian hoped it wouldn't come to that. "Will she be alone?" Alice asked, her eyes unfocusing briefly as she attempted to glimpse the future. Hadrian shook his head. "Unlikely. Celine rarely travels without advisors. And if the Volturi have been consulting her as your vision suggested, they might have representatives present as well," Rosalie concluded, her posture tensing slightly. "Possible," Hadrian agreed, "though not certain. This first meeting may be more exploratory." As the yacht approached the small dock extending from the pristine beach, Hadrian felt a familiar energy in the air, ancient power, similar to his own but with distinct differences. Celine was already there, her presence unmistakable to his heightened senses. "She's waiting," he said quietly. "I can feel her." Alice and Rosalie exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Over the weeks since Celine's invitation, the 3 had grown increasingly attuned to each other. Training together, planning together, learning to move as a coordinated unit. What had begun as informal education sessions had evolved into something deeper, a connection that transcended simple alliance. "Remember," Carlyle said as the yacht docked smoothly, "we're here to establish peaceful relations, not provoke confrontation. Neutral but strong." Jasper nodded, his expression carefully composed. "Present a united front. No visible disagreements." As they disembarked onto the wooden dock, Hadrian felt a surge of memories, centuries of diplomatic engagements, political maneuverings, careful balances of power. He had hoped to avoid returning to such complexities when he awakened this time. Yet here he was, leading a delegation into negotiations that could affect the entire supernatural world. The difference, he realized as Alice and Rosalie positioned themselves on either side of him with Carlyle and Jasper flanking, was that this time he wasn't alone. This time, he had connections worth protecting. They followed a winding path from the beach through lush tropical vegetation. Birds called overhead, and small creatures rustled in the underbrush, unaware of the predators passing through their territory. The path opened suddenly into a clearing where an elegant open-air pavilion had been constructed, white marble columns supporting a domed roof, with the forest forming natural walls on 3 sides and the 4th opening to a breathtaking view of the ocean. In the center of the pavilion stood a woman who commanded attention without effort. Tall and regal, with midnight black hair cascading to her waist in elaborate braids interwoven with gold threads. Her skin was the warm brown of ancient Egyptian nobility, her features striking rather than conventionally beautiful: high cheekbones, strong jaw, full lips curved in a subtle smile. Her eyes shifted color as she watched them approach, from amber to deep violet. "Hadrian," she greeted, her voice rich and melodious with an accent that had been extinct for millennia. "How long has it been? 7 centuries? 8? "Celine," he replied, inclining his head slightly. "You look well. Awake for 50 years, I hear." Her smile widened, revealing perfect teeth with slightly elongated canines. Always direct. Some things never change. Her gaze moved to the Cullens, assessing each with keen intelligence. "And these are the Olympic Coven. How interesting." Only then did Hadrian notice the others in the pavilion, 4 figures standing in the shadows behind Celine. 3 were clearly vampires with the pale skin and predator's grace characteristic of their kind. The 4th was something different, not quite vampire, not quite something else. Another hybrid, though not like Hadrian or Celine. "My advisors," Celine explained, following his gaze. "Amara, Kale, Thorn, and Ilara." Each nodded as their name was spoken, though none moved forward. "My companions," Hadrian responded in kind. "Carlyle, leader of the Olympic Coven. Jasper, their strategist. And Alice and Rosalie, whom you specifically requested." Celine's shifting eyes lingered on Alice and Rosalie with particular interest. "The seer and the warrior. Your reputation precedes you both. Few stand against the Volturi and live to speak of it." "We're not here to discuss the Volturi," Rosalie said coolly. "Aren't we?" Celine countered, amusement flickering in her expression. "They are rather the elephant in the room, wouldn't you say?" Carlyle stepped forward slightly. "We're here at your invitation, Celine. Perhaps you could clarify your purpose in arranging this meeting." Celine gestured gracefully toward a circular table of polished stone that Hadrian hadn't noticed initially. "Please be seated. Negotiations are always more civilized when conducted from a position of comfort rather than defensive posturing." As they moved toward the table, Hadrian noted the precise arrangement: 10 chairs placed equidistantly, with no position of obvious advantage. Celine had always understood the importance of symbolism in diplomacy. Once seated, the Cullen delegation on one side, Celine's on the other, with Celine and Hadrian directly opposite each other, the ancient hybrid queen leaned forward slightly, her shifting eyes fixing on Hadrian. "You slept too long this time, old friend," she said, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. "The world changed significantly in your absence." "So I've discovered," Hadrian replied evenly. "Though I note you allowed me to continue my rest rather than awakening me." A small smile played at her lips. "Would you have thanked me for disturbing your slumber? Besides, some journeys must be self-directed to have meaning." "Philosophical as always," Hadrian observed. "But let's dispense with the pleasantries, shall we? Why have you called us here, Celine? What game are you playing?" "No game," she said, spreading her hands in a gesture of openness. "Merely coordination. Your awakening shifts balances long established." The Volturi sense this, even if they don't yet understand the full implications. "And you do?" Alice asked, speaking for the first time. Celine turned her attention to the small vampire. "I understand patterns, little seer. Just as you glimpse possible futures, I recognize historical echoes. When Hadrian awakens, change follows. It has always been thus." "What kind of change?" Jasper asked, his tactical mind clearly assessing potential threats. "That," Celine said, "depends entirely on Hadrian's intentions." Her gaze returned to him, penetrating and direct. "Which brings us to the heart of the matter. Why did you awaken now, after so long? What purpose calls you back to the conscious world?" The question hung in the air, all eyes turning to Hadrian. It was the same question he had asked himself repeatedly since emerging from the earth outside Forks. Why now? What cosmic timing had roused him from centuries of slumber just as the Cullen family, just as Alice and Rosalie, needed an ally against potential Volturi aggression? "I don't yet know with certainty," he admitted finally. "The awakening isn't always conscious choice. Something called to me. A shift in the world perhaps, or an opportunity for Connection. Celine finished for him, her eyes flicking briefly to Alice and Rosalie before returning to him. Yes, I sensed that possibility. Interesting choices, though not entirely surprising given your predilections. Rosalie stiffened slightly at the implied intimacy of Celine's assessment. We're not here to discuss personal matters. Aren't you? Celine countered, her tone genuinely curious. Personal and political have always been intertwined for our kind, Golden Warrior. Especially for Hadrian. She turned back to him. You've already refused Ero's invitation, I understand. This was news to Hadrian. Ero sent an invitation? To Forks 3 days ago. A formal request for audience in Volterra. Celine's expression revealed nothing. Your Cullen friends didn't mention it? All eyes turned to Carlyle, whose face showed momentary discomfort. The message arrived yesterday. He confirmed. We were planning to discuss it after this meeting. It seemed prudent to understand all factors before making decisions. Understandable, Hadrian said, though he noted the strategic withholding of information with interest. Not quite deception, but certainly calculated timing. The Volturi grow impatient. Celine continued. They dislike unknowns, and you, Hadrian, are the greatest unknown they've encountered in millennia. A hybrid king from before their time, awakened in the territory of a coven that has already defied them once. I've made my position clear, Hadrian stated. I have no interest in challenging their authority over vampire kind. I seek only to exist in peace. Peace, Celine repeated, as if tasting the word. A noble aspiration. But the world is rarely so accommodating, as you well know. What exactly are you proposing? Carlyle asked directly. Celine leaned back slightly, her shifting eyes surveying them all. An alliance. Not of subjugation but of mutual interest. 3 power centers, the Volturi in Europe, my domain in the south, and you, Hadrian, with your Olympic allies in the north. Balance, rather than unchecked dominance by any one faction. You want us to formalize supernatural world politics. Jasper observed, his tone careful. They already exist. Celine countered. I merely suggest acknowledging them openly, with clear boundaries and expectations. And the Volturi would accept this arrangement? Alice asked skeptically. With proper incentives and certain guarantees, yes. Celine's confidence was absolute. Ero values power but fears chaos more. A structured system with defined roles appeals to his sensibilities. Assuming we're interested in such an arrangement, Hadrian said, what would it entail precisely? Celine smiled, clearly pleased to have engaged his interest. Territory delineation. Non-aggression pacts. Exchange of information on mutual threats. Perhaps occasional summits to address issues affecting all supernatural beings. Supernatural United Nations. Rosalie muttered, though not quietly enough to escape enhanced hearing. An apt if simplistic comparison. Celine acknowledged with a slight nod toward her. Though with more teeth, shall we say. As the discussion continued, outlining potential structures and agreements, Hadrian found himself watching Alice and Rosalie as much as Celine. Alice's expression revealed careful consideration, her gift clearly straining to glimpse outcomes of various decisions. Rosalie remained more guarded, her tactical assessment ongoing as she occasionally exchanged glances with Jasper. They worked well together, this family. Different perspectives creating a stronger whole. It reminded him of councils he had led centuries ago, diverse viewpoints challenging and refining his own thinking. You've been quiet, Hadrian, Celine observed eventually. Does the proposal not interest you? It interests me, he acknowledged. Though I question certain aspects. This formalized structure, while elegant in theory, creates rigidity where flexibility might better serve. And it assumes the Volturi can be trusted to honor agreements when their history suggests otherwise. Valid concerns, Celine conceded. Though I would point out that the Volturi have maintained their laws consistently for millennia. They may be ruthless, but they are not chaotic. Their consistency extends only to rules they themselves established, Carlyle pointed out. They've shown willingness to fabricate violations when it serves their purposes. Celine inclined her head, acknowledging the point. Which is precisely why a more balanced power structure benefits all. No single entity holding absolute authority. The negotiation continued for hours, delving into specifics and contingencies. Hadrian noted Celine's mastery of diplomatic engagement, conceding minor points to secure major ones, offering compromises that ultimately served her larger agenda. She had always been brilliant at the political game, even centuries ago. As the tropical sun began to set, casting long shadows through the pavilion, Celine finally stood, signaling a conclusion to the day's discussions. "We've made good progress," she declared. "But such significant arrangements can't be finalized in a single meeting. I suggest we adjourn and reconvene tomorrow, after all parties have had time to consider the proposals in detail." Carlyle nodded in agreement. "A reasonable approach. Same time tomorrow?" "Indeed," Celine confirmed. Her gaze returned to Hadrian, something unspoken passing between them, memories of other negotiations across centuries, perhaps. "Hadrian, might I have a word privately before you depart?" The request was delivered casually, but Hadrian recognized the significance. Private conversations between powerful entities always carried weight. Alice tensed slightly beside him, while Rosalie's expression hardened. Interesting, their protective responses. Even more interesting was his own instinct to reassure them. "Briefly," he agreed, glancing at his companions. "I'll join you at the yacht shortly." Jasper looked ready to object, but Carlyle placed a restraining hand on his arm. "We'll await you there," he said diplomatically. As the Cullens departed with Celine's advisors trailing at a respectful distance, Hadrian found himself alone with his former ally and occasional lover for the first time in centuries. "They're quite protective of you," Celine observed once the others were out of earshot. "Particularly the females." "How fascinating. Is that what you wish to discuss privately? My relationships?" Celine laughed, a warm, genuine sound that reminded him of better times between them. "Always so defensive about personal matters." "No, though I admit curiosity." Her expression sobered. "I wanted to warn you directly, without alarming your companions unnecessarily." "Warn me about what?" "The Volturi are more concerned about your awakening than I've indicated," she said, her voice dropping lower despite the absence of listeners. "Arrow has been gathering information about you for weeks, ancient texts, obscure prophecies, anything that might provide insight into your potential threat level." Hadrian frowned. "Prophecies? About me?" "Not you specifically," Celine clarified. "But about the return of powers from before their time. Disruptions to their carefully maintained order." "And you know this how?" A small, secretive smile played at her lips. "I have my sources within Volterra. Just as Arrow undoubtedly has spies within my territory." "The great game continues," Hadrian observed dryly. "It never stopped," Celine countered. "You merely stepped away from the board for a time." She moved closer, her scent, jasmine and something ancient, earthy, bringing a rush of memories. "I've missed you, Hadrian. Our conversations. Our collaborations." The subtle emphasis on the last word carried clear meaning. Hadrian maintained his composure, though he couldn't deny the pull of shared history between them. "Much has changed, Celine." "Has it?" she challenged softly. "Or have you simply found new pieces to move on the board?" The seer with her glimpses of possibility. The golden warrior with her fierce protection. "They're drawn to your power, just as others have been across centuries." "You misunderstand them," Hadrian said firmly. "And my connection to them." Celine studied him for a long moment, her eyes shifting from violet to deep blue. "Perhaps I do. Or perhaps you misunderstand yourself." She stepped back, resuming a more formal posture. "Regardless, consider yourself warned. Arrow's interest goes beyond simple curiosity. He sees potential threats in all directions: my growing influence in the south, your awakening in the north, and the Cullens' continued defiance at the center of it all." "And your proposed alliance? Is it genuine?" "Absolutely," she said without hesitation. Balance serves all our interests, yours, mine, even the Volturi's, though they may not recognize it immediately. Hadrian considered her words carefully. Selene had always been strategic, always thinking several moves ahead. But she had never been needlessly deceptive with him. "I'll consider your proposal," he said finally. "And your warning? That's all I ask?" She smiled again, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Until tomorrow, then." As Hadrian made his way back to the beach where the yacht awaited, he found his thoughts divided between Selene's diplomatic proposals and her more personal observations. The political landscape was more complex than he had initially assessed. 3 power centers indeed, with the Cullens inadvertently positioned as a catalyst for potential conflict or cooperation. And then there was Selene's pointed interest in his connection to Alice and Rosalie. He couldn't dismiss her assessment entirely. She had always been perceptive about emotional dynamics. But her suggestion that their attraction was merely to his power, that he rejected categorically. The yacht came into view, anchored offshore with the Cullens visible on deck. Waiting for him. Concerned for him, if their expressions were any indication. No, Selene had misunderstood. What was developing between himself and the 2 Cullen women wasn't about power or politics. It was something rarer, something he had experienced only a handful of times in his long existence. Something worth protecting, even in the face of Volturi threats or Selene's complex maneuvering. As he approached the vessel, Alice caught sight of him first, her face lighting up with evident relief. Beside her, Rosalie maintained a more controlled expression, though the tension in her shoulders visibly eased. 2 very different women, yet increasingly central to his existence in this new awakening. Perhaps Selene was right about one thing: the personal and political had always been intertwined for their kind. The challenge would be ensuring that one didn't destroy the other. "She's manipulating the situation," Rosalie declared as soon as they were safely back at sea, headed toward the mainland where a private jet awaited to return them to Forks. "Setting herself up as the reasonable middle ground between you and the Volturi." Hadrian nodded, impressed as always by her strategic insight. "Almost certainly. Selene rarely does anything without multiple layers of purpose." They had gathered in the yacht's main cabin, luxurious by human standards, though barely registering as such to beings who had experienced centuries of both opulence and austerity. Carlyle sat with Jasper at the small table, while Alice perched on a built-in sofa beside Hadrian. Rosalie remained standing, too restless to settle. "But is her core proposal valid?" Carlyle asked thoughtfully. "A formalized structure of supernatural governance, with balanced power distribution? It has historical precedent," Hadrian acknowledged. "Before the Volturi consolidated control, regional powers maintained relative peace through similar arrangements. Until someone got greedy," Jasper observed. "Indeed. All systems eventually face challenges: internal corruption, external threats, shifting alliances." Hadrian leaned forward slightly. "But Selene wasn't wrong about one thing: 3 power centers can create more stability than one unchecked authority. Assuming all 3 can be trusted," Rosalie countered. "There's the rub," Hadrian agreed with a slight smile. "Trust is always the scarcest resource in politics." Alice, who had been unusually quiet since leaving the island, finally spoke. "What did she say to you when we left?" Hadrian considered how much to share. "She warned me that the Volturi's concern runs deeper than she indicated during our formal discussion. Apparently, Arrow has been researching ancient texts, looking for information about powers that preceded the Volturi era. Looking for weaknesses," Jasper concluded. "Likely," Hadrian agreed. "Though also potentially seeking leverage. Arrow's invitation to Volterra suggests he prefers co-option to direct conflict, at least initially. Which brings us to that matter," Carlyle said with a slight grimace. "I apologize for not mentioning it earlier. The message arrived just before our departure, and I didn't want to complicate our approach to Selene's meeting." "Understandable," Hadrian assured him. "Though in future, full information sharing serves us better, even with awkward timing." Carlyle nodded in acknowledgement. The invitation was unusually formal. Arrow requests your presence in Volterra at your earliest convenience to discuss matters of mutual historical interest and establish cordial relations between ancient powers. Cordial relations? Rosalie repeated skeptically. With the Volturi. Arrow can be surprisingly diplomatic when it serves his purposes, Carlyle pointed out. He prefers to acquire assets rather than destroy potential resources. And he sees me as a potential resource, Hadrian concluded. Or threat, Alice added quietly. My visions about the Volturi have been increasingly fragmented, but I sense fear, uncertainty. They don't know what to make of you, and that terrifies Arrow more than outright opposition. Hadrian considered this assessment. Fear often drives preemptive action, which makes Celine's proposal potentially valuable. A structured agreement could provide Arrow the certainty he craves while protecting our respective interests. If she can be trusted, Rosalie emphasized again. A significant if. Hadrian acknowledged. Though I've known Celine for millennia. Her methods may be circuitous, but she rarely breaks her word once formally given. You trust her? Alice asked, something complicated in her expression. Hadrian chose his words carefully, aware of the undercurrents in her question. I understand her. Trust is perhaps too simple a term for centuries of alliance, rivalry, and other entanglements. Other entanglements? Rosalie repeated dryly. That's certainly one way to describe former lovers. The directness of her observation might have surprised Hadrian once, but he had grown accustomed to Rosalie's forthright approach. Ancient history, he said mildly. Not so ancient for her, I think. Alice observed with uncharacteristic sharpness. The way she looked at you. Hadrian turned to her, intrigued by this display of what appeared remarkably like jealousy. Celine and I have a complicated past. But whatever we once were to each other, that chapter closed centuries ago. Did it? Rosalie challenged. Because from where I stood, she seemed quite interested in reopening negotiations on multiple fronts. Despite the seriousness of their situation, Hadrian found himself fighting a smile. Their protective concern, tinged with something possessive, was both unexpected and oddly warming. Whatever Celine's personal interests might be, he said, carefully neutral, they have no bearing on our current circumstances. The political alignment she proposes deserves consideration on its own merits. Carlyle, perhaps sensing the need to redirect the conversation, spoke up. Speaking of political considerations, how should we respond to Arrow's invitation? We should consider coordinating our response with Celine. Jasper suggested pragmatically. If a three-way power structure is truly the goal, presenting unified positions strengthens the arrangement. Agreed, Hadrian said. Though we should be clear about our own priorities first, before returning to tomorrow's negotiation. The discussion turned to specifics, what protections they would require, what concessions they might offer, how to frame their response to Arrow. As they debated strategy, Hadrian found his attention repeatedly drawn to Alice and Rosalie. Their earlier flares of jealousy had subsided, replaced by sharp tactical contributions that demonstrated why Celine had specifically requested their presence. The Golden Warrior and the Seer. Different strengths, complementary perspectives. Both increasingly important to him in ways that transcended political alliance. Hours later, as they finalized their approach for the next day's meeting, Carlyle and Jasper retired to the yacht's forward cabin to review some historical documents Carlyle had brought along. Alice, Rosalie, and Hadrian remained in the main salon, a momentary silence falling between them. You're troubled, Hadrian observed, looking at Alice. Your visions? She nodded, her delicate features tightening with concentration. Fragments, contradictions. Too many decisions in flux. But there's something. She trailed off, frustrated by the limitations of her gift. Something about the Volturi? Rosalie prompted. Not exactly, Alice said slowly. Something older. Connected to you. Her gaze fixed on Hadrian. Memories, perhaps? I keep seeing flashes of a castle. A battle. A snake-faced man laughing. Hadrian went utterly still, memories from his life as Harry Potter surging forward. Hogwarts. The final confrontation with Voldemort. His sacrifice in the Forbidden Forest. How could you possibly see that? He asked quietly. Those events occurred centuries ago, in another lifetime entirely. Alice shook her head, confused. I don't know. My gift doesn't usually work that way. It's like the memories are somehow relevant to future events. Connected. Or someone is manipulating your visions, Rosalie suggested grimly. Making you see specific things. The possibility hadn't occurred to Hadrian, but he couldn't dismiss it outright. Is that possible? I don't know, Alice admitted. No one's ever been able to affect my gift before. But these visions feel different, like looking through smoked glass at events both past and future simultaneously. Hadrian considered this disturbing development. What exactly do you see of my past life? What details? Alice closed her eyes, concentrating. A castle on a lake. A great hall with floating candles. A forest with creatures moving in the shadows. A red train. And the snake man. His eyes are wrong, his face barely human. Each image she described sent a jolt to Hadrian. Perfect descriptions of his life as Harry Potter. Hogwarts. The Great Hall. The Forbidden Forest. The Hogwarts Express. Voldemort. That's not possible, he murmured. Those memories belong to a different lifetime entirely. Maybe that's the point, Rosalie said thoughtfully. If the Volturi are researching your past, looking for weaknesses as we suspect, perhaps Alice's gift is picking up on their discoveries. Or someone wants us to know they've discovered your origins, Alice suggested. A warning, maybe? Hadrian frowned, disturbed by the implications. His life as Harry Potter had ended centuries ago. The wizarding world long since faded into myth or evolved beyond recognition. What possible relevance could those memories have to current events? Unless... There's something I haven't told you, he said slowly, decision crystallizing. Something about how I became what I am, the transformation from Harry Potter to Hadrian. Both women focused intently on him, sensing the significance of this revelation. I told you I was experimented upon, vampire venom and werewolf blood forced into a dying wizard's body. But I didn't explain the full circumstances. Hadrian's voice dropped lower, memories he'd suppressed for centuries surfacing painfully. After I defeated Voldemort, the snake-faced man from Alice's visions, there was a period of rebuilding. Peace of a sort. But some of his followers escaped justice, disappeared into the shadows. Death Eaters, Alice whispered, then looked startled at her own words. I don't know why I said that. The term just came to me. Hadrian stared at her, shock evident in his expression. Death Eaters, yes. Voldemort's followers. But how could you possibly know that term? Alice shook her head, confused and disturbed. I don't know. It's like the information was just there, suddenly. Rosalie moved closer to Alice, protective instinct evident in her posture. Someone is definitely interfering with her visions. Planting information. Or... Hadrian hesitated, considering an alternative explanation. Or there's some form of connection forming. Between Alice's gift and my memories. Is that possible? Rosalie asked skeptically. I don't know, Hadrian admitted. In all my existence, I've never encountered anything quite like it. But Alice's visions have always been unusual around me, fragmented, indirect. Perhaps this is an evolution of that interference. Continue your story, Alice urged. About how you transformed. I feel like it's important somehow. Hadrian nodded, gathering painful memories long suppressed. Years after Voldemort's defeat, when I believed the threat truly over, I was ambushed. A surviving Death Eater named Dolohov had formed an alliance with a vampire elder, one of the original immortals, far older than even the Volturi. Together, they had spent years developing a ritual combining dark magic with vampire venom and werewolf blood. To create a hybrid, Rosalie concluded. Yes, though that wasn't their primary goal. Hadrian explained. They sought immortality that preserved magical ability, something standard vampire transformation couldn't achieve. A wizard turned vampire loses their original magic, you see. So they experimented on you, Alice said, horror in her voice. Hadrian's expression darkened with ancient pain. I was their culmination. Previous subjects had all failed, died in agony as their bodies rejected the conflicting supernatural elements. They believed my unusual magical heritage might succeed where others had failed. And it did, Rosalie observed. Yes, though not as they intended. A grim smile touched Hadrian's lips. The transformation worked too well. The hybrid they created was far more powerful than they anticipated. My magic, rather than being subsumed by the vampire and werewolf aspects, instead merged with them, creating something entirely new. You killed them, Alice said quietly, not a question but a statement. Hadrian nodded once. The vampire elder first. Then Dolohov, though he tried to control me using dark magic bindings they'd incorporated into the ritual. But the bindings shattered against the new power within me. And then? Rosalie prompted when he fell silent. Then chaos, Hadrian said simply. The magical world wasn't prepared for what I had become. Some feared me, others sought to use me. War erupted, factions fighting to control or destroy the new power I represented. His voice grew distant with memory. I tried to maintain peace at first, to use my transformation for good. But eventually, you became Hadrian, Alice concluded. Left Harry Potter behind. I had no choice, he said, an edge of ancient defensive anger in his tone. The wizarding world I had fought to protect turned on me, called me monster, abomination. Only a few stood by me, true friends who saw beyond the transformation to the person I remained. What happened to them? Rosalie asked, her voice gentler than Hadrian had ever heard it. Pain flickered across his features. They aged. Died. As humans do. I remained. Unchanging, unaging. Watching everyone I loved turn to dust while I continued. The bitterness of centuries colored his words. Eventually, I left that world entirely. Took a new name, embraced my new nature fully. The hybrid king was born from the ashes of Harry Potter's life. Silence fell after his revelation, the yacht's gentle rocking against the waves the only sound. Alice moved closer to him, her small hand finding his in a gesture of comfort. On his other side, Rosalie's expression had softened, understanding rather than judgment in her golden eyes. And now someone is dredging up those memories, she said finally. Through Alice's visions. Why? I don't know, Hadrian admitted. There should be no one left alive who remembers that history. The wizarding world itself may have evolved beyond recognition or faded entirely by now. Unless... Alice began, then hesitated. Unless what? Hadrian prompted. Unless someone else survived from that time, she suggested carefully. Someone connected to your transformation. The possibility sent an icy chill through Hadrian, something he hadn't felt in centuries. Impossible. The vampire elder died by my hand. Dolohov as well. Any other Death Eaters would be long dead by now. What about other hybrids? Rosalie asked. Could your creators have succeeded with others before you escaped? Hadrian frowned, considering. I destroyed their laboratory, their notes. Made certain their experiments couldn't continue. But... He hesitated, an uncomfortable possibility forming. I suppose I can't be absolutely certain they hadn't already created others. Kept them elsewhere, perhaps. Could Celine be connected to this somehow? Alice asked suddenly. She's a different kind of hybrid, you said. Could she have originated from similar experiments? No, Hadrian said with certainty. Celine's transformation predates mine by millennia. She was goddess-touched in ancient Egypt, then later embraced vampire aspects through rituals of her own design. Different path entirely. Then who? Rosalie pressed. Who would have both knowledge of your original life and the ability to manipulate Alice's visions? Before Hadrian could respond, Alice gasped suddenly, her eyes going blank as a vision seized her with unusual force. Both Hadrian and Rosalie reached for her instinctively as she swayed. "Alice?" Rosalie called, concern evident in her voice. When Alice's eyes focused again, her expression was one of pure shock. "They're coming," she whispered. "To Forks. Looking for something buried near where you awakened, Hadrian." "Who's coming?" he demanded. "Volturi scouts," she said, her voice stronger now. "Jane and Alec, with others. But they're being directed somehow. By someone else." "When?" Rosalie asked sharply. "Soon. Days, not weeks." Alice turned to Hadrian, her expression grave. "They know who you were, Hadrian. They know about Harry Potter." The implication settled over them like a physical weight. Someone had connected Hadrian's past to his present, information that should have been impossible to discover. And now the Volturi were being pointed toward evidence of that connection, buried in the forests of Forks. "We need to return immediately," Hadrian said, decision made instantly. "Whatever they're seeking, we must find it first." Rosalie was already moving toward the cabin where Carlyle and Jasper had retired. "I'll tell the others. Have the captain increase speed." As she disappeared through the doorway, Alice turned to Hadrian, fear and determination mingling in her expression. "They'll try to use your past against you. Use me against you." Hadrian took her hands in his, meeting her gaze directly. "They will fail. Whatever connection exists between your gift and my memories, whether natural or manipulated, we'll face it together. Understand?" She nodded, drawing strength from his certainty. Together. The word hung between them, carrying weight beyond its simple meaning. Whatever was coming, whatever threat emerged from the shadows of his past, they would meet it not as separate entities but as a united force. Hadrian, Alice, Rosalie, and the Cullen family. For the first time in centuries, Hadrian found himself not alone in facing the ghosts of his former life. The realization was both comforting and terrifying. Connection meant vulnerability, people he could lose, people who could be harmed to reach him. But it also meant strength beyond what he possessed alone. Different perspectives, complementary abilities, and most importantly, something worth fighting for beyond mere survival. As the yacht's engines roared to higher power, cutting through the Caribbean waters with increased urgency, Hadrian made a silent vow. This time would be different. This time, he wouldn't lose those he cared for to the shadows of his past. This time, the hybrid king would protect his own. The flight back to Washington was tense, each occupant of the private jet lost in their own thoughts. They had decided to postpone the second day of meetings with Celine, sending a message citing urgent matters requiring immediate attention in Forks. Her response had been brief but pointed, a reminder that postponement didn't equal cancellation, and that balanced negotiation remained the best path forward for all parties. "She suspects something," Jasper observed as they began their descent toward the small private airfield outside Port Angeles. Her wording was too specific. "Celine always suspects something," Hadrian replied without looking up from the window. "It's how she's survived this long." The forests of the Olympic Peninsula spread below them, verdant and mysterious in the late afternoon light. Somewhere in those ancient woods lay the site of Hadrian's awakening, and apparently, something else. Something the Volturi sought. "Alice, anything clearer on the timing?" Carlyle asked from across the aisle. Alice shook her head, frustration evident in her expression. "Still fragmentary. 2 days, perhaps 3. Jane and Alec leading a small contingent. But there's something obscured. A presence directing them that I can't quite see. Someone blocking your gift," Rosalie concluded grimly. "Or something," Hadrian added quietly. The possibility that had been forming in his mind during the journey home was troubling, a connection between his past as Harry Potter and current events that shouldn't be possible after so many centuries. The jet touched down smoothly, taxiing to a private hangar where Emmett waited with 2 vehicles. His usually jovial expression was serious as they disembarked. "Welcome back," he greeted them. "Everything quiet here, but Edward picked up some strange thoughts from hikers near the northern boundary. Impressions of people watching the area around Hadrian's awakening site. Human thoughts? Carlyle asked sharply. Emmett shook his head. Not exactly. Edward said they felt different. Partially obscured, like trying to read through static. Hadrian exchanged concerned glances with Alice and Rosalie. We need to go there immediately. Whatever they're searching for, we must find it first. They split between the two vehicles, Jasper and Carlyle with Emmett in the jeep, while Hadrian, Alice, and Rosalie took the sleek black Mercedes. As they sped toward Forks, Hadrian briefed Rosalie on their plan. We'll approach from the east, he said. Circle around to my awakening site from an unexpected direction. If someone is watching the area, they'll likely focus on obvious access points. And when we find whatever it is, she asked, hands steady on the wheel as she pushed the powerful car well beyond legal speeds. Depends on what it is, Hadrian admitted. But at minimum, we remove it from Volturi access. And at maximum? Alice asked from the back seat. Hadrian's expression darkened. We destroy it. Particularly if it contains information about my transformation or the process that created me. The remainder of the drive passed in tense silence. When they reached the forest edge, Rosalie parked the Mercedes in a concealed location, and they continued on foot, moving with supernatural speed through the dense undergrowth. Hadrian led, his hybrid senses extending far beyond even vampire capabilities. He could feel the energy of the forest around them, every creature, every rustle of leaves, every subtle shift in the air. But more importantly, he could sense the lingering magic from his own awakening, a trail leading back to the site where he had emerged from centuries of slumber. Wait, he said suddenly, stopping so abruptly that Alice nearly collided with him. We're not alone. All three went perfectly still, enhanced senses stretching outward. For a long moment, nothing seemed amiss, just the natural sounds and scents of the forest at dusk. Then, a whisper of movement to the northwest. Too controlled for an animal, too silent for a human. Vampire, Rosalie murmured, her voice barely audible even to their enhanced hearing. Hadrian nodded once. Two of them. Circling the awakening site. Searching. Volturi? Alice whispered. No, Hadrian said after a moment. Different scent profile. Unfamiliar. Alice closed her eyes briefly, accessing her gift. I can't see them clearly. Like they're deliberately avoiding decisions to stay below my radar. Clever, Rosalie observed grimly. And concerning. Hadrian considered their options. Direct confrontation risked alerting the intruders to their presence, and potentially losing whatever object they sought. Stealth approach risked being detected if these strangers had enhanced tracking abilities. Decision made, he turned to his companions. I'll create a diversion. You two circle around to the awakening site from the south. Find whatever they're looking for. We're not splitting up, Rosalie stated flatly. It's the most effective strategy, Hadrian countered. I can handle two vampires easily enough. That's not the point, Alice said, surprising him with the intensity in her quiet voice. We stay together. Find another way. Something in their united front, concern not for themselves but for him, touched Hadrian deeply. After centuries of solitary existence, making tactical decisions without considering emotional connections, their protective response was both unfamiliar and strangely warming. Very well, he conceded. Together then. But we'll need a different approach. After quickly outlining a revised plan, the three moved through the forest with practiced coordination. Weeks of training together had created an almost intuitive understanding of each other's movements and strengths. They circled wide around the unknown vampires, using the dense forest cover and approaching the awakening site from the least expected direction. The clearing where Hadrian had emerged from the earth months earlier appeared unchanged at first glance. A simple open space among towering pines, unremarkable to casual observation. But to Hadrian's enhanced senses, the lingering energy of his awakening remained palpable, a subtle disturbance in the natural flow of the forest's power. And something else. Something that hadn't been there when he first awoke. There, he whispered, pointing to a barely visible disturbance in the soil about 20 yards from where he had emerged. The ground has been disturbed recently. They approached cautiously, senses extended for any sign of the unknown vampires. When they reached the spot, Rosalie dropped to one knee, examining the earth with tactical precision. Something was buried here, she confirmed quietly. And recently retrieved. Hours ago, judging by the soil condition. We're too late, Alice said, dismay evident in her voice. Hadrian knelt beside the small excavation, his fingers tracing the edges of the hole. As he touched the disturbed earth, a jolt of recognition shot through him, a magical signature he hadn't encountered in centuries. No, he said, his voice tight with controlled alarm. We're not too late. This was a test. A message. What do you mean? Rosalie asked. Before Hadrian could answer, a soft sound behind them caused all three to spin into defensive positions. A figure stood at the edge of the clearing, a woman of average height with wild dark curls and eyes that gleamed unnaturally in the gathering dusk. Not quite vampire, not quite human. Hello, Potter, she said, her voice carrying a lilting accent that hadn't been heard on Earth for centuries. Or do you prefer Hadrian now? So difficult to keep track after all this time. Hadrian went utterly still, shock rendering him momentarily speechless. It was impossible. Completely impossible. Yet the evidence stood before him, smirking with familiar madness. Bellatrix, he finally managed, the name bitter on his tongue. You're dead. I watched you die. The woman's laugh was exactly as he remembered, high, cold, touched with insanity. Did you really? Or did you see what you were meant to see? She twirled slowly, displaying herself. Do I look dead to you, boy who lived? Alice and Rosalie had moved slightly in front of Hadrian, protective instincts triggered by the obvious threat this woman represented. The gesture might have amused him under different circumstances, these two vampires positioning themselves to protect an ancient hybrid king. But at this moment, he felt only growing horror at the implications of Bellatrix Lestrange's survival. How? He demanded, regaining his composure. The transformation process killed all other subjects. I made certain the research was destroyed. Bellatrix's smile widened, revealing teeth too sharp to be human but lacking the perfect symmetry of vampire dentition. So arrogant, even now. Did you really think you were the only success? The only special one? She laughed again. You always did overestimate your importance. You're not like me. Hadrian observed, his enhanced senses cataloging the differences. Your transformation was incomplete. Different. She corrected sharply. Not incomplete. We chose different paths after the initial process. Different enhancements. We? Alice asked, speaking for the first time. Bellatrix's gaze shifted to her, mad eyes narrowing. The seer. Yes, I've been watching you. Planting little seeds in your visions. Enjoying your confusion. Her attention moved to Rosalie. And the golden warrior. So protective of her coven. Of him. She spat the last word with ancient hatred. What do you want, Bellatrix? Hadrian demanded, stepping forward to draw her attention back to himself, away from Alice and Rosalie. Why reveal yourself now, after all this time? Because the time has come, she said simply. The pieces are in place. The Volturi in the east, Selene in the south, you in the north. Just as was foretold. Foretold? Hadrian repeated, a cold suspicion forming. What prophecy? Bellatrix's smile turned secretive. Wouldn't you like to know? But that's not how the game is played, Potter. You always did need to learn patience. This isn't a game. Rosalie growled, her protective instincts clearly overriding caution. Oh, but it is. Bellatrix countered, her mad eyes gleaming. The greatest game. Power and blood and magic, just as it always was. She looked back to Hadrian. The Volturi are coming. Jane and Alec and others. Looking for what I've already taken. What will you tell them, I wonder? What did you take? Hadrian demanded. What was buried here? Bellatrix laughed again. A fragment of the past. A key to the future. She began backing toward the trees, her movements unnaturally fluid. We'll meet again soon, Potter. When all the players have taken their positions, the Dark Lord's vision will finally be realized. Voldemort is dead, Hadrian stated flatly. His vision died with him. Did it? Bellatrix's smile was terrible to behold, mad yet somehow knowing. Death isn't the end. You of all people should know that. Before any of them could move to stop her, she turned and disappeared into the forest with inhuman speed, not quite vampire fast, but enhanced beyond normal capabilities. After her, Rosalie urged, starting forward. Hadrian caught her arm. No. She's not alone. The two vampires we sensed earlier, they're her backup. Likely waiting to ambush pursuers. You know her, Alice said, not a question but a statement. From your life as Harry Potter. Hadrian nodded, his expression grim. Bellatrix Lestrange. Voldemort's most fanatical follower. A witch of considerable power and absolute insanity. He shook his head in disbelief. She should have died centuries ago. I saw her fall in battle. Apparently not, Rosalie observed dryly. Unless there's some way to resurrect the dead in your wizard world. The question, likely meant as sarcastic, struck Hadrian with unexpected force. Resurrection. Dark magic. Horcruxes and hallows and ancient rituals that defied natural law. It shouldn't be possible. He murmured more to himself than his companions. But then neither should her transformation have succeeded. Neither should mine, by all logic. What was she talking about? Alice asked. A prophecy? The Dark Lord's vision? Hadrian's expression darkened further. Voldemort, the dark wizard I defeated in my human life, was obsessed with two things, immortality and power. His followers believed in his vision of magical superiority, a world ruled by pure-blooded wizards. Pure-blooded? Rosalie questioned. Magical ancestry, Hadrian explained briefly. A ridiculous fixation on lineage that caused centuries of prejudice and conflict. But more importantly, he hesitated, ancient memories surfacing painfully. Voldemort created anchors for his soul, fragments hidden in objects that prevented his final death even when his body was destroyed. Like immortality insurance, Alice said, understanding dawning in her expression. Exactly. Horcruxes, they were called. Dark magic of the worst kind, requiring murder to create. Hadrian's voice had grown distant with memory. I destroyed them all. Or so I believed. You think that's what she took from here? Rosalie asked sharply. One of these Horcruxes? Hadrian shook his head. Impossible. They were all destroyed before my transformation. Before Voldemort's final death. Then what? Alice pressed. What could have been buried here that connects to your past? Before Hadrian could respond, his enhanced senses picked up new movement in the forest, approaching from multiple directions, coordinated and purposeful. We need to go, he said urgently. Now. More vampires approaching, at least 5, moving with tactical precision. Volturi, Alice whispered, her eyes unfocusing briefly. Jane and Alec. They're close. Too late to avoid them entirely. Rosalie assessed quickly. Best option is to control the encounter. Meet them on our terms rather than theirs. Hadrian nodded in agreement, impressed as always by her strategic thinking. The clearing. Open space, multiple escape routes if needed. They moved to the center of the small clearing, positioning themselves in a loose triangle that provided maximum visibility of the surrounding forest. Moments later, 5 figures emerged simultaneously from different points among the trees, coordinated, practiced, lethal. 3 males and 2 females, all wearing dark gray cloaks that identified them clearly as Volturi. The smallest among them, appearing no more than 14 though Hadrian knew she was centuries old, stepped slightly forward. Jane. Her angelic features belied the sadistic power she wielded. Beside her, her twin brother Alec watched impassively, his gift of sensory deprivation arguably even more dangerous than his sister's pain illusion. "Cullens," Jane greeted, her childlike voice devoid of warmth. "How unexpected to find you here." "This is our territory," Rosalie replied coolly. "We might say the same about finding you here." Unannounced. Jane's gaze shifted to Hadrian, curiosity and caution mingling in her expression. "And you must be the awakened one. Eros sends his regards." "Does he?" Hadrian replied mildly. "Curious method of delivery, sending his guard to trespass rather than awaiting a response to his invitation." "We're merely investigating reports of unusual activity in the area," Alex said smoothly. "Ero values information gathered firsthand." "Information about what, exactly?" Alice asked. Jane's smile was cold. "Disturbances. Strangers in the area. Objects of potential historical significance." Her gaze returned to Hadrian. "Connections to the past. You just missed the real disturbance," Hadrian informed her, decision made to reveal at least part of what had occurred. "Another hybrid. Not Cullen, not Volturi. She took whatever you're looking for." Shock flickered briefly across Jane's perfect features before her control reasserted itself. "Another hybrid? Like yourself?" "Similar origins, different result," Hadrian confirmed. "Bellatrix Lestrange. The name likely means nothing to you, but she's dangerous. Unstable." The Volturi guards exchanged glances, something unspoken passing between them. "This confirms certain intelligence we've received," Alex said carefully. "Ero will be most interested." "I'm sure he will," Hadrian replied evenly. "Perhaps next time he might consider a more direct approach. Shared information often yields better results than covert surveillance." Jane's eyes narrowed slightly at the subtle rebuke. "Ero extends his invitation again. These developments make your visit to Volterra even more advisable." "Advisable," Rosalie repeated with thinly veiled sarcasm. "How diplomatic." "I'll consider it," Hadrian said before Jane could respond to Rosalie's provocation. "After I've addressed more immediate concerns. This Bellatrix represents a threat to all parties, your Volturi included." "A mutual concern, then," Alec observed, his tone more conciliatory than his sister's. "Perhaps there is room for cooperation." "Perhaps," Hadrian acknowledged. "Though trust must be earned, not assumed." Jane looked ready to respond sharply, but Alec placed a restraining hand on her arm, a gesture so subtle it would have been missed by less observant eyes. "We'll convey your message to Ero," he said diplomatically, "and report this development with the other hybrid. I expect we'll be in contact soon." "I expect you will," Hadrian agreed, his tone making it clear the conversation was concluded. The Volturi guard withdrew with unnatural grace, disappearing into the forest as smoothly as they had appeared. Only when they were well beyond even vampire hearing did Hadrian allow his posture to relax slightly. "That was tense," Alice observed quietly. "And informative," Rosalie added. "They already knew about this Bellatrix. Or at least, suspected another hybrid existed." Hadrian nodded grimly. "The question is how much they know about her connection to my past. About the wizarding world that should have faded into myth centuries ago. And about the prophecy she mentioned," Alice added. "The Dark Lord's vision finally being realized." The implication settled over them like a physical weight. Bellatrix Lestrange, Voldemort's most devoted follower, had somehow survived centuries, undergone a transformation similar to Hadrian's, and now emerged just as three power centers aligned in the supernatural world. It couldn't be coincidence. "We need to tell the others," Rosalie said decisively. "Prepare for whatever comes next." As they made their way back through the darkening forest toward where they'd left the Mercedes, Hadrian found his thoughts racing with possibilities, each more disturbing than the last. Bellatrix alive. A prophecy connecting past and present. The Volturi already aware of some connection to his origins as Harry Potter. And beneath it all, a terrible suspicion forming, What if Voldemort's obsession with immortality had found expression beyond the Horcruxes Hadrian had destroyed? What if the Dark Lord had created contingencies even his most devoted followers hadn't known about until after his fall? "You're worried," Alice observed, matching his pace through the dense undergrowth. "More than you're showing." Hadrian glanced at her, once again impressed by her perceptiveness. "With good reason. Bellatrix was dangerous enough as a witch. As a hybrid, with centuries to plan and whatever she took from that burial site. We'll face it together," Rosalie said firmly from his other side. "Whatever it is." The simple declaration, "we, not you," struck Hadrian with unexpected force. Throughout his long existence, he had faced threats primarily alone, relying on his own considerable power and experience. Even when he had ruled, advisors and allies had maintained a certain distance, reverence or fear creating barriers to true partnership. But these two, Alice with her visions and intuitive understanding, Rosalie with her fierce protection and strategic mind, positioned themselves not as subjects or even allies, but as equals in the coming conflict. Different strengths, complementary approaches, united purpose. For the first time in longer than he could remember, Hadrian didn't feel the weight of responsibility resting solely on his shoulders. The realization was both unfamiliar and deeply comforting. "Yes," he agreed finally. Together. The Cullen house was ablaze with light as they approached, every lamp illuminated as if to ward off the encroaching darkness. Inside they found the entire family gathered in the living room, expressions grave as Edward relayed what he had gleaned from the Volturi guard's thoughts. "They know more than they revealed," he was saying as Hadrian, Alice, and Rosalie entered. "Something about ancient magic mixing with vampire venom. Experiments conducted centuries ago." "My transformation," Hadrian confirmed, drawing all eyes to him. And apparently others as well. Quickly, they shared what had occurred at the awakening site, Bellatrix's appearance, her cryptic statements about prophecy and the Dark Lord's vision, the Volturi's arrival and apparent prior knowledge of another hybrid's existence. "This changes everything," Carlyle observed grimly when they finished. "If there are other hybrids besides yourself and Celine." "Just Bellatrix, as far as I know," Hadrian clarified. "And her transformation appears different from mine. Less stable, perhaps, or deliberately altered for different capabilities." "How dangerous is she?" Jasper asked, his military mind clearly assessing potential threats. Hadrian considered how to convey the danger Bellatrix represented to those who had never encountered the Mad Witch. Imagine Jane's sadism combined with Alice's foresight and Rosalie's determination, all wrapped in absolute insanity and centuries of hatred. "That's concerning," Emmett said, understating dramatically. "More than concerning," Hadrian corrected. "Bellatrix was Voldemort's most devoted follower. If she's survived all this time, it's for a purpose. And if that purpose connects to some plan Voldemort set in motion before his defeat, then we're dealing with a threat that transcends normal vampire politics," Carlyle concluded. "Exactly," Hadrian confirmed. "And now the Volturi are involved, aware of at least some connection to my origins. Which brings us back to Celine's proposal," Jasper pointed out. "A three-way power balance might be our best defense against whatever Bellatrix is planning. If Celine can be trusted," Rosalie countered. "For all we know, she might be aware of Bellatrix's existence already." The possibility hadn't occurred to Hadrian, but he couldn't dismiss it outright. Celine's intelligence network was extensive, her knowledge of supernatural currents unparalleled. Could she have detected another hybrid's activities and kept that information to herself? Absolutely. "We need more information," he concluded. "About what Bellatrix took from the burial site, about this prophecy she mentioned, about her connection to the Volturi's interest. And we need to decide about Arrow's invitation," Carlyle added. "With these new developments, declining outright could be perceived as hostile. Or walking into Volterra could be walking into a trap," Emmett pointed out. The debate continued into the night, strategies proposed and discarded, theories examined and refined. Throughout, Hadrian found himself increasingly aware of Alice and Rosalie, their contributions to the discussion, their protective positioning near him, their occasional glances to gauge his reactions. Something had shifted between the three of them since the encounter with Bellatrix. A deepening of connection, perhaps. A recognition of shared purpose beyond political alliance or emerging attraction. They had faced a ghost from his past together, and rather than retreating from the complications it represented, they had positioned themselves firmly at his side. Eventually, as the discussion circled back to previously covered ground, Esme suggested they take time to process the new information before making any final decisions. The family dispersed to various activities, Carlyle to his study to research historical references to wizard-vampire interactions, Jasper and Emmett to patrol the property perimeter, Bella and Edward to relieve tension with a hunt. Hadrian found himself drawn to the glass wall overlooking the forest, the night pressing against the transparent barrier like a living presence. Somewhere out there, Bellatrix moved with unknown purpose. The mad witch who should have died centuries ago now returned as something new, something dangerous. "You're blaming yourself," Alice observed quietly, appearing beside him with vampire silence. "I can see it in your expression." On his other side, Rosalie joined them, her golden eyes scanning the darkness beyond the glass. "She's right. You've got that martyr look Potter was probably famous for." Despite the gravity of their situation, Hadrian found himself smiling slightly at Rosalie's characterization. "Harry Potter did have a certain tendency towards self-sacrifice, yes." "And Hadrian?" Alice asked. "Does he share that tendency?" The question was deceptively simple yet struck at something fundamental. Who was he now, really? The boy who had walked willingly to his death in the Forbidden Forest to save his friends. The hybrid king who had ruled supernatural beings with power and detachment. Or someone new, someone still forming from the combination of ancient power and newfound connection? "I don't know," he admitted finally. "For centuries, I've existed primarily alone. Made decisions based on my own assessment of necessary action. The consequences, whether positive or negative, affected me alone. And now they don't." Rosalie concluded with her usual directness. "No," Hadrian agreed. "Now they don't." The admission hung in the air between them, an acknowledgement of how their lives had become intertwined, how his decisions now affected not just himself but this family. Particularly these two women who had positioned themselves as his most immediate connections. "We're stronger together," Alice said firmly. "Whatever Bellatrix is planning, whatever the Volturi might do, whatever Celine's true agenda might be, we face it as a unit. A triangle with three equal sides," Rosalie added, echoing words Hadrian had used weeks earlier to describe a past relationship. The reference wasn't lost on him. His gaze moved between them, Alice's determined optimism and Rosalie's fierce protectiveness. Different approaches to the same core strength. Complementary rather than contradictory. "Is that what we're becoming?" he asked quietly. "A triangle?" The question addressed directly what had been developing between them for weeks, an attraction that transcended simple dynamics, a connection that defied conventional categorization. Alice's smile was gentle but certain. "I think we've been moving toward it from the beginning. My vision showed fragments of possibility, but the reality is—" She hesitated, searching for the right words. "The reality is we're stronger with you than without you," Rosalie completed, characteristic bluntness softened by genuine emotion. "And you're stronger with us than alone. Strategically. Tactically." She paused, then added more quietly. "Emotionally." The admission from Rosalie, who guarded her feelings so carefully, who approached vulnerability with such caution, moved something deep within Hadrian. This wasn't mere alliance, or even friendship. This was something rarer, something he had experienced only a handful of times across his long existence. "I have lived many lifetimes," he said slowly. "Loved in many ways. But this, what's forming between us, feels different. New, despite my ancient memory." "Because it is new," Alice said simply. "We're not recreating something from your past. We're building something unique to the three of us. The truth of her observation resonated deeply. This wasn't a repetition of past connections, a searching for what had been lost. It was something entirely its own, formed from their specific combination of experiences, strengths, and needs. Before Hadrian could respond, Alice's eyes suddenly unfocused, the now familiar sign of a vision seizing her. Both he and Rosalie reached for her instinctively, steadying her as the images passed through her mind. When her eyes cleared, her expression was complex, concern mixed with something like certainty. "What did you see?" Rosalie asked urgently. "Celine," Alice said, her voice steady despite the intensity of her vision. "Coming here. Not alone." "When?" Hadrian demanded. "Tomorrow. Dawn." Alice's gaze met his directly. "She knows about Bellatrix. Has known all along, I think." The revelation confirmed Rosalie's earlier suspicion and added new complexity to their already complicated situation. If Celine had known about Bellatrix's existence, and withheld that information during their meeting. "What else did you see?" he pressed, sensing Alice had more to share. She hesitated, glancing between Hadrian and Rosalie. "The three of us. Standing together against something I couldn't quite see. But we were different. Stronger somehow. Connected in a way that went beyond physical proximity." "Different how?" Rosalie asked, her practical nature seeking specifics. Alice shook her head in frustration. "I don't know how to explain it. Like our powers were flowing between us, enhancing each other. Your speed and strength, my visions, Hadrian's magic and hybrid abilities, all somehow linked, working in concert." The description triggered an ancient memory in Hadrian, something from his earliest days as a wizard, before Hogwarts even. A passage in a book about magical bonds, connections that could form between compatible magical signatures, enhancing and amplifying their combined power. A triad bond, he murmured, the term surfacing from centuries past. Both women looked at him questioningly. "In the wizarding world," he explained, "certain magical connections could form between compatible individuals. Most commonly between two, but rarely, very rarely, between three. Such bonds enhanced natural abilities, allowed for deeper communication, created something greater than the sum of its parts." "And you think that's what's happening between us?" Rosalie asked, skepticism evident in her tone despite the underlying interest. "I don't know," Hadrian admitted. "It shouldn't be possible. You're vampires, not witches or wizards. The magical signature should be incompatible." "But we're not ordinary vampires," Alice pointed out. "Our gifts, my visions, Rosalie's enhanced protective instincts, they're rooted in abilities we carried from our human lives. Maybe that creates enough compatibility." The theory had merit. Alice's precognition and Rosalie's fierce protection could indeed represent latent magical potential that had expressed differently through vampire transformation. "It would explain certain things," Hadrian acknowledged. "The way Alice's visions interact with my memories. The increasing coordination between us when we move or fight together. He hesitated, searching for the right term. "Resonance I feel in your presence." "Resonance," Rosalie repeated, the words seeming to capture something she had experienced as well. "Like harmony rather than discord." "Exactly," Hadrian confirmed, surprised and pleased by her understanding. "Different notes creating a stronger chord together than apart." Alice's smile widened. "I knew it. From the first vision I had of you, I sensed this possibility. Not clearly, but as potential. The three of us, somehow meant to find each other across time and circumstances." Rosalie's expression remained more cautious, though Hadrian noted the softening around her eyes. "Assuming this is real and not just attraction with mystical window dressing, what does it mean for our current situation? For Bellatrix, the Volturi, Celine?" The practical question brought them back to immediate concerns, grounding what might otherwise have drifted into purely personal exploration. "If a true triad bond is forming," Hadrian said, "it could represent significant tactical advantage. Combined and enhanced abilities, intuitive coordination, shared awareness in combat situations. Which might explain what my vision showed, Alice added. The three of us facing some threat, our abilities flowing between us. And it might explain why Bellatrix targeted Alice's visions specifically, Rosalie observed sharply. If she somehow sensed this potential connection forming, she'd want to disrupt it, Hadrian completed grimly. Create confusion, distrust, division. The implication settled over them. If Bellatrix had indeed detected the nascent bond forming between them, it suggested both greater awareness than Hadrian had anticipated and strategic thinking beyond mere vengeance. The mad witch had always been dangerous, but this level of calculation represented a new threat entirely. Dawn comes in a few hours, Alice said, returning to her earlier vision. Selene will arrive with at least 2 others, not the same advisors she brought to the island meeting. Different ones. We should prepare the family, Rosalie suggested. Decide how much to reveal about Bellatrix, about our suspicions regarding Selene's prior knowledge. Hadrian nodded in agreement, his tactical mind already assessing approaches. But beneath the strategic considerations, something else occupied his thoughts. The bond Alice had described, the resonance he felt with these 2 extraordinary women, the potential such a connection represented not just for combat advantage but for personal fulfillment. In all his long existence, true connection had been the rarest commodity, more precious than power, more enduring than position or wealth. The possibility that he had found it now, with these 2, in the midst of emerging threats from both past and present. The timing seemed almost too perfect to be coincidence. As if awakening after centuries of slumber had been precisely calculated to bring him to this place, these people, this moment. Whatever comes at dawn, he said finally, we face it together. Not just as allies or even friends, but as something more. Something still forming, perhaps, but already stronger than its separate parts. Alice's hand found his, her small fingers intertwining with his larger ones. On his other side, Rosalie's initial hesitation gave way to similar connection, her touch less demonstrative than Alice's but equally meaningful given her natural reservations. The 3 stood together, facing the darkness beyond the glass wall, a triangle with 3 equal sides, supporting each other as the night deepened and dawn approached with its inevitable confrontation. Whatever Selene brought with her, whatever knowledge, whatever agenda, they would meet it not as separate entities but as an emerging unit. Different strengths united by common purpose and deepening connection. For the first time in centuries, Hadrian found himself approaching conflict not with weary resignation but with something approaching anticipation. Not for violence itself, but for the opportunity to stand with others who saw him clearly, not as weapon or legend or king, but simply as himself. The hybrid who had once been Harry Potter had awakened to a world more complex than he had left. But he had also awakened to something he had long ceased expecting to find again, connection that transcended time, circumstance, even species. As dawn approached, bringing Selene and her unknown companions to their door, Hadrian found himself oddly at peace despite the looming confrontation. Whatever came next would be faced together. And together there was something new under the sun, a triad of power and purpose unlike anything the supernatural world had seen before. The hybrid king had found his queens, though none of them would have accepted such a feudal description of their emerging bond. Equal partners. Complementary strengths. A triangle with 3 equal sides. Whatever Bellatrix had planned, whatever the Volturi might attempt, whatever Selene might reveal, they would face it united. And in that unity lay a power greater than the sum of its considerable parts. Dawn was coming. And with it, the next phase of a game centuries in the making. True to Alice's vision, Selene arrived precisely at dawn. The Cullen family had positioned themselves strategically throughout the house and surrounding forest, Jasper and Emmett concealed in the trees to the north and east, Edward and Bella near the river to the south, Carlyle and Esme in the house itself. Hadrian, Alice, and Rosalie waited on the wide front porch, a united front to meet whatever Selene brought with her. She appeared from the forest mists like an apparition, regal and commanding as always, but without the formal attire she had worn at their island meeting. Instead, she was dressed for potential combat, fitted black clothing that allowed free movement, her long hair braided tightly against her skull. Two figures flanked her, both female, both radiating age and power beyond ordinary vampires. "Dramatic entrance as always," Hadrian commented as she approached the house. "You always did have a flair for the theatrical, Celine." She smiled slightly, acknowledging the observation. "Says the man who once arrived at a summit riding a transformed dragon, if memory serves." Despite the tension of the moment, Hadrian found himself returning her smile. Different times called for different statements. Celine's gaze moved to Alice and Rosalie, noting their positioning beside Hadrian with obvious interest. "Indeed they did," she murmured. Then, more directly, "I believe we have matters to discuss that couldn't wait for our rescheduled meeting." "Bellatrix Lestrange," Hadrian stated rather than asked. "You knew of her existence." No denial, no surprise at the name. Simply a slight incline of her head. "For approximately 2 decades. Though she has been careful to remain largely hidden, emerging only recently with greater purpose." "And you didn't think to mention this during our discussions of supernatural power balance?" Rosalie asked sharply. "Information is shared when sharing serves a purpose," Celine replied without apology. "Had you not encountered her directly, the knowledge would have been premature." "Premature," Alice repeated. "She's manipulating my visions, targeting Hadrian specifically, and apparently implementing some plan connected to his original life as Harry Potter." "How exactly is that premature information?" Something like respect flickered in Celine's expression as she regarded Alice. "You've grown bolder since our meeting, little seer." "Interesting. You haven't answered the question," Rosalie pointed out. Celine's ancient eyes, shifting now from amber to deep violet, moved between the three of them, assessment clear in her gaze. "The bond is forming more rapidly than anticipated," she observed. "Another variable accelerated." The casual reference to their developing connection caught all three by surprise. Hadrian recovered first, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You knew about that possibility as well," he said. "How?" Instead of answering directly, Celine gestured to her companions. "May I introduce Morrigan and Freya? Like myself, they predate the Volturi era. Unlike myself, they have spent the intervening millennia observing rather than ruling." The two women inclined their heads slightly in greeting. One had the pale skin and fierce features of ancient Nordic peoples, her white blonde hair cropped short against her skull. The other was darker, with Celtic features and eyes that seemed to reflect moonlight rather than sunlight. "Observers," Hadrian repeated skeptically. "Of what, exactly?" "Patterns," the one called Morrigan answered, her voice carrying an accent long extinct. "Cycles of power. Convergences of fate. Including triads," Freya added, her pale eyes fixing on the connection between Hadrian, Alice, and Rosalie. "Yours is not the first, though it may be the most significant in centuries." The casual revelation that others had observed, perhaps even anticipated, the connection forming between them was unsettling. More unsettling still was the implication that such bonds had occurred before, had been documented and studied by beings as ancient as Celine and her companions. "Perhaps we should continue this discussion inside," Carlyle suggested, appearing in the doorway behind them. These matters seemed to warrant privacy. Celine nodded in agreement. "A wise suggestion. What I have to share is not for casual ears." As they moved into the Cullens' spacious living room, Jasper and Emmett emerged from the forest to join them, maintaining careful positioning that suggested continued caution despite the seemingly peaceful approach. Edward and Bella arrived moments later, completing the family circle. Once all were settled, the Cullens on one side of the room, Celine and her companions on the other, with Hadrian, Alice, and Rosalie forming their own distinct grouping, Celine began her explanation. "Bellatrix Lestrange emerged from decades of relative obscurity approximately 20 years ago," she said without preamble. "My sources detected unusual energy signatures in Eastern Europe, similar to your own, Hadrian, but distinctly different in key aspects. Investigation revealed a hybrid being with characteristics of both vampire and witch, though her transformation appears less stable than yours." Less stable how? Carlyle asked, scientific curiosity evident despite the tense circumstances. Her physical form fluctuates under certain conditions, Freya explained. Unlike Hadrian's controlled transformations, hers appear partially involuntary, triggered by extreme emotion or celestial alignments. Which explains her continued madness, Hadrian observed grimly. The transformation process was mentally destabilizing under the best circumstances. With ongoing physical instability, her mental state would deteriorate further, Celine confirmed. Yet her power has increased steadily. She has gathered followers, primarily vampires attracted to her unique abilities, but also others with grievances against the established order. A cult of personality, Jasper assessed with military precision. Building toward what objective? Here Celine hesitated, exchanging glances with her companions before continuing. This is where matters become more complex. Bellatrix appears fixated on implementing some final plan she attributes to her former master, this Voldemort from Hadrian's original life. The Dark Lord's vision will finally be realized, Alice quoted from their encounter with Bellatrix. That's what she said? Yes, Celine confirmed. But the nature of this vision remains unclear, even to our extensive intelligence network. What is clear is that it involves three specific elements: Hadrian's awakening, the alignment of three power centers in the supernatural world, and, she paused significantly, the formation of a specific triad bond. All eyes turned to Hadrian, Alice, and Rosalie. Us, Rosalie stated flatly. She anticipated this specific connection forming. Not anticipated, Morrigan corrected. Prophesied. The word hung in the air, heavy with implication. Hadrian felt a chill of recognition. Memories of another prophecy that had shaped his human life, had set him on the path to confrontation with Voldemort, had ultimately led to his transformation and current existence. What prophecy? He demanded, an edge entering his voice. Speak plainly, Celine. No more strategic withholding of information. Celine met his gaze directly, ancient power to ancient power. The prophecy was recorded centuries ago, after your apparent death in the Wizarding War but before your emergence as the Hybrid King. It speaks of three powers aligned, north, south, and east, and a triad bond between the Sleeping King, the Golden Warrior, and the Seeing One. That could describe any number of configurations. Jasper pointed out skeptically. Vague enough to be interpreted multiple ways. Perhaps, Freya acknowledged. But the prophecy continues with specific reference to the Serpent Lord's servant who would use the alignment to break the veil between worlds. Serpent Lord, Edward repeated thoughtfully. Voldemort was associated with serpents, correct? Based on the memories Hadrian has shared. He was a Parselmouth, could speak to snakes. Hadrian confirmed, ancient memories surfacing. And his house symbol at Hogwarts was a serpent. His followers called him the Dark Lord, but Serpent Lord would be equally accurate. And breaking the veil between worlds? Carlyle asked. What does that signify? That, Celine admitted, remains unclear. It could refer to the barrier between the living and the dead, between different dimensions, or between the magical world and the non-magical one. None of which sounds particularly desirable. Emmett observed grimly. Indeed. Celine agreed. Whatever Bellatrix intends, it appears cataclysmic in potential scope. And the Volturi? Rosalie asked sharply. Where do they fit into this equation? They've been researching Hadrian's past, sent scouts to the awakening site. The Volturi detected Bellatrix's activities before we did. Celine explained. They've been tracking unusual energy signatures for decades, concerned about potential challenges to their authority. When Hadrian awakened, those concerns intensified. Two hybrid beings of immense power, both connected to a magical tradition predating vampire history. So they've been gathering intelligence. Jasper concluded. Preparing for potential conflict. Yes, though their understanding remains limited. Morrigan confirmed. They know of the prophecy only in fragments. Their invitation to Volterra represents both genuine concern and strategic positioning. Which brings us to why you're here, Hadrian said, focusing on Celine directly. Beyond sharing information you should have provided at our first meeting. Celine inclined her head, acknowledging the implied rebuke. I'm here to propose a more immediate alliance than originally discussed. Not merely political balance between three power centers, but active cooperation against Bellatrix's agenda. Cooperation how, exactly? Alice asked. Beginning with the triad bond forming between you three, Freya answered. It represents power Bellatrix fears, perhaps the only force capable of countering whatever ritual or process she has set in motion. You want to accelerate our bond, Rosalie concluded, her tone skeptical but not dismissive. Push it to develop faster than it would naturally. Yes, Celine confirmed without apology. Time is a luxury we may not have. The celestial alignment Bellatrix appears to be waiting for occurs in less than a month, the summer solstice combined with a rare planetary configuration. And you believe our connection is key to preventing whatever she's planning? Hadrian asked, careful to keep his tone neutral despite the personal nature of the discussion. The prophecy suggests as much, Morrigan said. And our observations of similar bonds throughout history confirm the potential power such a triad can wield when fully formed. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed this information. For the Cullens, it represented a significant escalation of what had begun as a simple adjustment to Hadrian's awakening in their territory. For Hadrian, Alice, and Rosalie, it transformed what had been developing as a personal connection into something with far greater implications. How would this acceleration work? Carlyle asked finally, his scientific mind seeking practical details. What would be required? Celine looked to her companions before answering. A ritual. Ancient, predating even our existence. It doesn't create what isn't there. The potential must already exist between the participants. But it can strengthen and stabilize connections that would otherwise take months or years to fully form. A ritual, Rosalie repeated flatly. Magical, I presume? Yes, Freya confirmed. Though perhaps not in the way you're thinking. It requires no sacrifice, no dark elements. Simply focused intent and certain, intimate connections. The slight emphasis on the word, intimate, caused understanding to dawn across the room. Emmett's barely suppressed grin suggested he grasped the implication immediately. You're talking about sex magic, Hadrian stated directly, cutting through potential awkwardness. A bonding ritual facilitated through physical intimacy. Essentially, yes, Celine confirmed, seemingly appreciative of his directness. The physical connection serves as conduit for the spiritual and energetic bond to fully form. The ritual itself provides structure and amplification. Alice and Rosalie exchanged glances, a silent communication that conveyed volumes about their reaction to this suggestion. Not rejection, Hadrian noted with interest, but cautious consideration. This is obviously a highly personal decision, Carlyle said diplomatically. One that Hadrian, Alice, and Rosalie would need to consider privately. Of course, Celine agreed. Though I would urge relative haste. Bellatrix's activities have increased significantly in recent weeks. Whatever she took from the burial site near Hadrian's awakening location likely represents a key component in her planned ritual. Do you know what it was? Hadrian asked. What she retrieved? Celine shook her head. Our intelligence has limits. But based on the timing and her focus, it may be connected to your original transformation, perhaps some artifact preserved from that period. The possibility was troubling. Hadrian had believed all evidence of his transformation process destroyed centuries ago, the laboratory burned, the notes scattered, the participants dead or, in his case, transformed beyond recognition. If some artifact had survived, been deliberately preserved and buried near his sleeping form. We need time to discuss this, he said finally. Both the immediate threat Bellatrix represents and this proposed acceleration of our bond. Understandable, Celine acknowledged. We'll remain nearby, available when you've reached a decision. She rose gracefully, her companions following suit. But remember, Hadrian, Bellatrix has had centuries to plan this moment. Whatever she intends, it will not be easily countered without significant preparation. As Carlyle escorted Celine and her companions out, the remaining Cullens exchanged troubled glances. The information presented had transformed their understanding of current events. What had seemed initially like political maneuvering between ancient powers now revealed as something potentially apocalyptic in scale. "Well," Emmett said finally, breaking the tense silence, "that's a lot to process before breakfast. Ritual sex magic to save the world from your crazy ex-classmate. Just another Tuesday for the Olympic Coven." Despite the gravity of the situation, his comment broke the tension somewhat, earning small smiles from several family members. Even Rosalie's lips twitched slightly at her brother's characteristic irreverence. "We should give them space to discuss this," Esme suggested tactfully, glancing toward Hadrian, Alice, and Rosalie. "This decision is ultimately theirs to make." As the family dispersed, some to hunt, others to research aspects of what they'd learned, Hadrian found himself alone with Alice and Rosalie in the suddenly quiet living room. The magnitude of what Celine had proposed hung between them like a physical presence. "So," Rosalie said finally, her practical nature asserting itself. "Sex magic to accelerate our bond and potentially save the world. Not exactly how I imagined this conversation happening." Despite everything, Hadrian found himself smiling at her directness. "I admit, it lacks a certain romance." "Does it have to?" Alice asked thoughtfully. "The ritual aspect, the acceleration, yes, that's pragmatic. But what's forming between us?" She trailed off, searching for the right words. "Has nothing to do with prophecy or magical bonds or saving the world." Hadrian completed for her. "It existed before we knew any of this. Would have continued developing regardless." "Exactly," Alice agreed, her expression brightening. "The ritual wouldn't create anything that isn't already there. Just strengthen it, focus it." Rosalie's expression remained more cautious, though not rejecting. "Let's be realistic about what we're discussing. A magical threesome with potentially world-altering consequences, suggested by your ancient ex who conveniently withheld critical information until now. When you put it that way, it does sound rather suspect," Hadrian acknowledged with a slight smile. "Though I believe Celine's assessment of the threat is genuine, whatever her other agendas might be." "I agree," Alice said. "My visions confirm at least the broad strokes of what she described. Bellatrix is planning something significant, aligned with the solstice. And our bond," she glanced between Hadrian and Rosalie, "does seem to be a factor in potential outcomes." Rosalie sighed, running a hand through her golden hair, a gesture that betrayed rare uncertainty. "I'm not opposed to the idea in principle," she admitted. "What's been developing between us is significant. Different than anything I've experienced before." She looked directly at Hadrian. "But I need to know this is a choice, not a cosmic obligation. That whatever happens between us would have happened anyway, ritual or no ritual." The vulnerability beneath her words touched Hadrian deeply. In all his long existence, he had valued choice above most other considerations, perhaps because his human life as Harry Potter had been so heavily shaped by prophecy and others' expectations. "It is a choice," he said firmly. "Whatever is written in prophecy, whatever power may come from a fully formed bond, none of it matters without our willing participation." He moved closer to both women, close enough to connect but not crowding. "I choose this connection because of who you both are, not what power it might represent." Alice smiled, reaching for both his and Rosalie's hands. "I've seen fragments of possibility since before you awakened, Hadrian. Different paths, different outcomes. But in every vision where we truly succeeded against whatever's coming, we were together. Not just as allies or friends, but as something deeper." Rosalie's expression softened as she looked at their joined hands. "I'm not good at blind faith or destiny or any of that. I believe in what I can see, what I can touch, what proves itself reliable." Her golden eyes met Hadrian's, then Alice's. "But I also believe in what I've felt developing between us. And if ritual magic can strengthen that, make us more effective against whatever Bellatrix is planning." She shrugged slightly. "Maybe pragmatic and romantic aren't mutually exclusive this time." The simple statement, so characteristic of Rosalie's practical approach to even emotional matters, brought smiles to both Hadrian and Alice. "So we're doing this?" Alice asked, excitement and nervousness mingling in her voice. "We're considering it," Rosalie clarified, though her tone had softened considerably. "After we get more details about exactly what's involved." "A reasonable approach," Hadrian agreed. "Though I suspect Celine has already anticipated our request for more information." As if summoned by his words, a soft knock at the front door announced Carlyle's return, alone, but carrying an ancient-looking leather case that clearly came from Celine. "She thought you might want this," he said, handing the case to Hadrian with careful neutrality. "Said it contains details of the ritual and certain preparations that would be required." His compassionate eyes moved between the three of them. "Whatever you decide, know that the family supports you completely. This is ultimately about your connection, your choice." After Carlyle discreetly withdrew, Hadrian placed the leather case on the coffee table. The three gathered around it, aware that whatever it contained might represent a significant turning point not just in their relationship, but in the unfolding conflict with Bellatrix. "Together?" Alice suggested, her small hand hovering near the ancient clasp. Hadrian and Rosalie nodded in unison, their hands joining hers as they opened the case to reveal its contents, and with them, the next phase of their increasingly intertwined destinies. Whatever came next, whatever ritual they might perform, whatever power it might unlock, whatever confrontation with Bellatrix it might lead to, they would face it not as separate individuals but as an emerging unit. Different strengths united by choice as much as circumstance or prophecy. The hybrid king and his chosen partners, stepping willingly into a connection that transcended conventional definitions, a triangle with three equal sides, supporting each other through whatever challenges the future might hold. Chapter 3. Ascension. The ancient leather case contained a single scroll bound with cord made from braided silver threads. As Hadrian carefully untied it, the parchment seemed to hum with stored energy, not threatening but potent, like the distant rumble of thunder before a storm. "This is old," he murmured, gently unrolling the document. "Far older than my time as Harry Potter." The script that covered the parchment shifted before their eyes, adapting from some ancient language to modern English, a magical property embedded in the document itself. Illustrations bordered the text, showing three figures joined in various poses of intimacy, surrounded by swirling patterns that seemed to move subtly as they watched. "Definitely sex magic," Rosalie observed dryly, though Hadrian noted the slight hitch in her breathing as she studied the illustrations. Alice leaned closer, her golden eyes wide with fascination. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "Look at how the energy flows between them, like a current passing through all three simultaneously." Hadrian nodded, impressed by her intuitive understanding. "That's exactly what the ritual is designed to create, a continuous circuit of energy, strengthening natural connections that already exist." They read in silence, absorbing the details of what would be required. The ritual was both simpler and more complex than they might have expected, no elaborate ceremonial trappings or arcane ingredients, but precise requirements for alignment, intention, and the flow of energy between participants. "The summer house," Alice said suddenly. "It would be perfect for this. Private, surrounded by nature, with the skylights that would allow the moonlight to enter as specified." Rosalie and Hadrian looked at her with matching expressions of surprise. "What?" she asked innocently. "I may have had a vision about this possibility." "Generally speaking." "Generally speaking," Rosalie repeated with a hint of amusement. "Just a casual vision about where we might perform an ancient sex ritual to save the world." Alice shrugged, a mischievous smile playing at her lips. "I like to be prepared." Despite the gravity of their situation, Hadrian found himself smiling at their interaction. Even facing world-altering threats and ancient magic, these two maintained their essential natures, Alice's intuitive optimism, Rosalie's pragmatic directness. It was one of countless reasons he had grown so attached to them both. "The timing is specific," he noted, returning to the scroll. "The ritual must be performed during the 3 nights leading to the full moon." "That's tomorrow night," Alice supplied. Through the night before the solstice. Convenient, Rosalie observed. Or perhaps not coincidental at all. If Bellatrix is planning something for the solstice itself, then completing our bond just before would position us optimally to counter whatever she attempts. Hadrian concluded. Celine may be manipulative, but her timing is impeccable. They continued studying the scroll, discussing the practical aspects of the ritual, the preparations required, the specific positions and flows of energy, the intentions that would need to be maintained throughout. Despite the intimate nature of what they were considering, their conversation remained remarkably pragmatic, three intelligent beings approaching a complex challenge with clarity of purpose. There's something else here, Hadrian said eventually, noticing a smaller parchment tucked within the scroll's binding. He carefully extracted it, unfolding what appeared to be a map. Coordinates? And a date, tomorrow night. Alice looked over his shoulder, her expression sharpening. That's where she'll be. Bellatrix. During the first night of our ritual. How do you know? Rosalie asked. Because I can see it now, Alice said, her eyes unfocusing briefly as she accessed her gift. A clearing in the mountains. Ancient stones arranged in a circle. Bellatrix preparing her own ritual, preliminary steps leading to whatever she's planning for the solstice. Hadrian studied the coordinates with growing concern. This location is significant. It's a natural confluence of ley lines, channels of magical energy that flow through the earth. I can feel them even from here, like distant rivers of power. So we have a choice, Rosalie summarized. Begin our ritual tomorrow night as planned, or attempt to disrupt Bellatrix's preparations at these coordinates. Or split up, Alice suggested. Some of us could investigate while others begin preparations here. Hadrian shook his head firmly. The ritual requires all three participants. There's no halfway measure possible. They fell silent, the weight of decision heavy between them. After everything they had learned, the prophecy, Bellatrix's plans, the potential consequences of failure, the path forward remained uncertain. We need more information, Rosalie said finally. About what exactly Bellatrix took from the burial site, about what ritual she's performing at these coordinates. Agreed, Hadrian said. And there's only one person who might have those answers without requiring us to confront Bellatrix directly. Celine, Alice concluded. With decision made, they sought out Celine and her companions, who had remained nearby as promised. The ancient hybrid queen received their questions with thoughtful consideration, seated in Carlyle's study with her advisors flanking her like sentinels from a forgotten age. The object Bellatrix retrieved, she confirmed, was almost certainly a bloodstone, a crystalline formation created during your original transformation, Hadrian. Such artifacts sometimes form when magical blood mingles with vampire venom under specific conditions. And what would it be used for? Hadrian asked, though he feared he already knew the answer. Connection, Morrigan supplied. To your original magical signature as Harry Potter. A tether between what you were and what you became. A focus point for whatever ritual she's planning. Freya added. Blood magic is among the most potent forms of connection. And these coordinates? Rosalie asked, indicating the map they had discovered. A place of power. Celine explained. One of several where the boundaries between worlds grow thin under certain alignments. Tomorrow night, with the moon in position, she will likely begin preliminary workings, strengthening the location, preparing it for the solstice itself. When she intends to break the veil between worlds. Alice quoted grimly. Yes, Celine confirmed. Though which worlds precisely remains unclear. Not to me, Hadrian said quietly, ancient memories surfacing with painful clarity. Voldemort's obsession was always immortality, true immortality, not the half-life vampire transformation represents. His Horcruxes were meant to anchor his soul to this world, preventing final death. But you destroyed them all, Alice said. You told us that. I did, Hadrian agreed. But what if he had discovered something else? A different approach to cheating death entirely? He looked at Celine directly. What if breaking the veil means exactly that, tearing open the boundary between the living and the dead? The implication settled over the room like a physical weight. If Bellatrix intended to somehow breach the barrier between worlds, to potentially restore Voldemort from death itself, that would explain why she needed your bloodstone, Celine said thoughtfully. As the one who defeated him, who witnessed his death, your magical signature would create the strongest possible link. And the prophecy? Rosalie asked. How does our triad bond counter something like that? Balance, Freya said simply. 3 against 3, the Golden Warrior, the Seer, and the Hybrid King united against the Serpent Lord, his servant, and whatever third force they summon. So our options are clear. Hadrian concluded grimly. Begin our bonding ritual tomorrow night as planned, strengthening our connection to face whatever Bellatrix unleashes at the solstice. Or attempt to disrupt her preparations directly, potentially preventing the final ritual entirely. Both approaches carry significant risk. Jasper observed from where he stood near the doorway, having joined the discussion silently. Confronting her directly means facing an unknown enemy on ground she's prepared, with abilities we don't fully understand. While completing your bond first means allowing her preliminary ritual to proceed uncontested, Carlyle added, giving her 3 days of preparation before the solstice. The room fell silent as everyone considered these unpalatable options. Finally, Alice spoke, her voice quiet but certain. I've been trying to see different outcomes, she said. Different paths, different choices. In every scenario where we confront Bellatrix before completing our bond, the results are unclear at best, catastrophic at worst. And if we complete the bond first? Rosalie asked. Still dangerous, Alice admitted, but with points of light. Possibilities for success that don't exist in the other scenarios. Hadrian studied her intently, noting the subtle strain around her eyes, evidence of how hard she had been pushing her gift. You believe we should proceed with the bonding ritual? It wasn't a question, but Alice nodded anyway. I do. Not just for tactical advantage, but because it feels right. Like the path we're meant to take, regardless of prophecy or external threats. Rosalie's expression softened as she looked at Alice, then at Hadrian. I agree. If we're doing this, let's do it properly. For ourselves as much as for any strategic advantage. The decision settled between them with surprising clarity. Whatever dangers lay ahead, whatever Bellatrix planned, whatever consequences might follow, they would face them as a fully bonded triad, their connection strengthened by choice and ritual alike. Then it's decided, Hadrian said. We prepare for the ritual tomorrow night. And afterward. He glanced at the map with its ominous coordinates. We face whatever comes. As discussions turned to practical preparations, securing the summer house, gathering what would be needed for the ritual, coordinating with the rest of the Cullen family regarding defenses during their absence, Hadrian found himself watching Alice and Rosalie with a sense of wonder that transcended their dire circumstances. In all his long existence, across multiple lifetimes and countless challenges, he had never felt quite this complete anticipation, not just of power or victory, but of connection that promised to transform him from within. Not Harry Potter, not the Hybrid King, but something new, something formed through conscious choice rather than prophecy or circumstance. Whatever came in the days ahead, whatever confrontation awaited with Bellatrix, whatever ancient magic might be unleashed, they would face it together. A triangle with 3 equal sides, supporting each other through the trials to come. The Cullen family's summer house stood in a secluded clearing deep within Olympic National Forest, far from hiking trails or human habitation. Built decades earlier as a retreat for hunting during summer months when increased tourism made their usual territories risky, the structure blended with its surroundings, natural wood and stone construction nestled among ancient pines. Alice had been right about its suitability for the ritual. The central room featured a glass ceiling that would allow moonlight to enter unobstructed, while the surrounding forests provided natural protection from interruption. The energy of the place felt right to Hadrian's enhanced senses, calm but vital, a perfect balance for the working they would attempt. They arrived as sunset painted the sky in deepening shades of amber and violet. The journey had been made in companionable silence, each lost in their own thoughts about what lay ahead. Now, as they entered the summer house and began preparations, that silence evolved into quiet coordination, three individuals moving with increasing synchronicity. The text specified purification first, Hadrian noted, consulting the scroll they had studied so carefully. Physical cleansing with intention of spiritual openness. There's a natural spring behind the house, Alice said. We added a small bathing pool when we built this place. It would be perfect. The stone-lined pool she led them to had been artfully constructed to appear natural, fed by a small waterfall that tumbled over moss-covered rocks. Steam rose gently from the surface, the water naturally heated by geothermal activity deep beneath the earth. I'll prepare the interior while you two begin, Rosalie offered, practical as always. The stones need to be arranged according to the diagram, and the binding cords prepared. Hadrian nodded in agreement, noting how naturally they had fallen into roles that suited their strengths. Alice's intuitive understanding of place and energy, Rosalie's precise attention to detail, his own knowledge of ritual structure, complementary aspects working in harmony. As Rosalie returned to the house, Alice turned to Hadrian with an expression both serious and tender. This feels right, she said quietly. Whatever brought us to this moment, prophecy, circumstance, choice, I'm grateful for it. Hadrian reached out, his fingers brushing her cheek with gentle reverence. As am I, little seer. More than I have words to express. They disrobed without self-consciousness, the natural intimacy that had been building between them for months, making the action feel like a continuation rather than a beginning. The moonlight bathed their bodies, Alice's petite form perfectly proportioned, her vampire beauty enhanced rather than diminished by her small stature, Hadrian's taller frame marked with subtle evidence of his hybrid nature, skin too flawless for human yet with an underlying vitality vampires lacked. They entered the water together, the heat enveloping them like a living presence. Following the ritual instructions, they began to cleanse each other, hands moving with deliberate intent over skin, each touch both practical and intimate. As they worked, Hadrian spoke the ancient words from the scroll, their meaning clear despite the archaic language. May water purify what has been separate. May touch unite what belongs together. May intention clarify what purpose guides us. Alice's eyes drifted closed as his hands moved over her shoulders, down her arms, across the elegant curve of her back. Her own hands mirrored his movements, exploring the contours of his chest, the strength in his shoulders, the subtle changes in texture where his hybrid nature expressed itself in barely perceptible patterns beneath his skin. I can feel it, she whispered, golden eyes opening to meet his. The connection. Even without the full ritual, it's growing stronger. Hadrian nodded, experiencing the same sensation, a current of energy flowing between them, strengthening with each deliberate touch. The ritual doesn't create what isn't there, he reminded her. It only enhances what already exists. When they had completed the purification, they emerged from the water, droplets cascading from their bodies to return to the pool. By unspoken agreement, they didn't dress again. The ritual would require skin contact, and the summer night was warm enough that clothing was unnecessary. They found Rosalie in the central room, having completed her preparations with characteristic efficiency. The floor had been arranged according to the ritual diagram, smooth stones placed in a complex pattern that would channel energy in specific ways. 3 larger stones formed a triangle in the center, each positioned to receive moonlight at different points during the night. Silver cords lay beside each stone, part of the binding that would physically represent their energetic connection. Rosalie herself stood by the window, moonlight illuminating her golden hair and perfect features. She had also disrobed, her magnificent form revealed without artifice or pretense. As they entered, she turned to face them, her expression a complex mixture of anticipation and vulnerability rarely seen on her usually guarded features. Everything's ready, she said simply. Hadrian approached her slowly, giving her time to adjust to his proximity. Unlike Alice, who had initiated physical closeness early in their relationship, Rosalie had maintained certain boundaries until recently, not from lack of desire but from natural caution, her protective instincts extending to her own heart as much as to those she cared for. "Are you certain?" he asked quietly, stopping just short of touching her. "This must be freely chosen, Rosalie. By all three of us." Her golden eyes met his directly, characteristic courage asserting itself. "I'm certain," she said firmly. "About the ritual. About us. About what comes after." The simple declaration carried more weight than elaborate promises might have. From Rosalie, such straightforward commitment represented complete conviction, the decision fully made, all doubts resolved. Alice joined them, forming their triangle naturally. "We should begin," she said softly. "The moon is reaching the first position." They moved to the center of the room, where moonlight now streamed through the glass ceiling to illuminate the first of the three larger stones. Following the ritual instructions, they positioned themselves around the triangle, Hadrian at the northernmost point, Alice to the east, Rosalie to the west. Each knelt upon their designated stone, completing the circuit that would channel energy between them. Hadrian took up the scroll, reading the invocation that would begin the ritual proper. "By three we stand, by three we join. Different strengths united in common purpose. What flows through one flows through all. What strengthens one strengthens all. What threatens one threatens all." As he spoke, the silver cords began to move of their own accord, slithering across the stone floor like living things, winding around their wrists and ankles, binding them to their positions and to each other. The sensation was not constraining but grounding, a physical manifestation of the connection already forming between them. "The first joining is of mind," Hadrian continued, following the ancient text. Thoughts shared, barriers lowered, understanding deepened. At these words, a subtle shift occurred in the energy surrounding them. Hadrian felt his mental barriers, fortifications built over centuries of existence, begin to dissolve. Not forcefully, but by his own permission, his own intention. Beside him, he sensed Alice and Rosalie experiencing similar changes, their thoughts becoming gradually accessible to him as his became accessible to them. It began as impressions rather than complete thoughts, Alice's constant flow of potential futures, always shifting and reforming, Rosalie's precise tactical assessments, categorizing strengths and vulnerabilities, his own layered memories, centuries of experience organizing themselves into relevant patterns. As the mental connection deepened, these impressions evolved into clearer understanding, not just what they thought, but how they thought, the unique architecture of each mind becoming familiar territory. "I can feel you," Alice whispered, wonder evident in her voice. "Both of you. Like having new rooms in my mind suddenly opened." "It's extraordinary," Rosalie agreed, surprise momentarily overwhelming her usual reserve. "So different from Edward's mind reading." "This is reciprocal." Hadrian nodded, equally affected by the experience. In all his long existence, he had never shared mental space so completely, so willingly. Even his limited experiences with legitimacy in his human life had been nothing like this mutual exploration. As the moon moved slowly across the sky, the first phase of the ritual continued, mental barriers dissolving, understanding deepening, three distinct consciousness learning to operate in harmony without losing their essential uniqueness. By the time moonlight shifted to illuminate the second stone in their triangle, a natural rhythm had established itself, thoughts flowing between them like water finding its proper channel. "The second joining is of heart," Hadrian read from the scroll, the words seeming to glow subtly in the moonlight. "Emotions shared, vulnerabilities honored, connections strengthened." This transition proved more challenging than the first. While minds could connect through rational pathways, hearts protected themselves with deeper defenses, particularly hearts that had experienced centuries of loss, hearts that had been broken by betrayal, hearts that had learned caution through painful experience. Hadrian felt his own emotional barriers, built layer by layer over lifetimes, resist dissolution. Memories of those he had loved and lost, the pain of watching mortal companions age and die while he remained unchanged, the isolation of kingship and the loneliness of extended existence, all created a fortress around his deepest feelings. Beside him, he sensed similar resistance from his companions. Rosalie's heart protected by memories of human violation and vampire vengeance, the loss of human possibilities, the careful distance maintained to prevent further hurt. Alice's heart guarded by the mystery of her lost human memories, the isolation of her gift's burden, the fear of seeing futures she couldn't prevent. "It's harder," Alice acknowledged softly. "The heart doesn't yield as easily as the mind." "It shouldn't," Rosalie said. "The heart's defenses exist for good reason." "They do," Hadrian agreed. "But the ritual doesn't ask us to abandon those defenses entirely. Only to create doorways where walls once stood, passages that allow controlled access rather than complete vulnerability." Understanding flowed between them through their established mental connection, the distinction between reckless exposure and intentional openness becoming clear. Gradually, cautiously, each began to lower specific emotional barriers, creating carefully structured pathways between their hearts. The experience was both terrifying and exhilarating. As emotional connection established itself, Hadrian felt Alice's boundless capacity for joy despite her difficult beginnings, her natural optimism tempered but never extinguished by the weight of seeing potential futures. He experienced Rosalie's fierce loyalty and protective love, the depth of feeling she concealed beneath her guarded exterior, her capacity for tenderness reserved for those who earned her trust. And they, in turn, felt his ancient heart, the boy who had walked willingly to death to save his friends still present beneath the weight of centuries, the hybrid king who had maintained justice with power tempered by compassion, the being who had chosen sleep rather than continued isolation when connection became too rare to sustain him. Tears streamed down Alice's face as the emotional connection deepened, not from sorrow but from the overwhelming intensity of shared feeling. Rosalie's usually composed features reflected similar impact, her golden eyes wide with the wonder of experiencing emotions beyond her own. Hadrian felt moisture on his own cheeks, centuries of carefully maintained control temporarily suspended in the face of such profound sharing. By the time moonlight shifted again to illuminate the third stone in their triangle, emotional pathways had established themselves alongside mental ones, three hearts learning each other's rhythms, understanding each other's particular music. "The third joining is of body," Hadrian read, his voice deepening with the significance of what came next. "Physical union representing spiritual connection, pleasure shared creating power directed." This final phase required movement, the silver cords adjusting to allow them to shift positions while maintaining their binding. The three stones in the center merged subtly, forming a single larger platform bathed in concentrated moonlight. They moved together with newfound grace, their established mental and emotional connections guiding physical interaction without awkwardness or uncertainty. Hands explored with deliberate intention, mouths sought and found with perfect intuition, bodies aligned with natural harmony. Alice's petite form fit against them perfectly, her movements quick and graceful, her touch precisely calibrated to each partner's responses, her intuitive nature anticipating needs before they were fully formed. Rosalie's statuesque beauty expressed itself in controlled power, her strength carefully modulated, her passion released in measured waves, her protective instincts transformed into attentive care. Hadrian's hybrid nature revealed new aspects through physical connection, his control absolute until deliberately surrendered, his ancient experience informing but never dominating, his power offered rather than imposed. As physical joining progressed, the ritual's energy built around them, moonlight seeming to concentrate and intensify, the silver cords glowing with increasing brightness, the stone beneath them humming with accumulated power. Their mental and emotional connections deepened further through physical expression, creating a continuous circuit of energy that flowed from mind to heart to body and back again. "The completion approaches," Hadrian murmured, the ritual text now unnecessary, as the knowledge flowed directly through their connection. "As pleasure peaks, direct intention outward, not just to each other, but to our shared purpose." Understanding flowed between them without words. As physical pleasure built toward culmination, each focused their intention beyond their immediate connection, visualizing their united strength directed against the coming threat, their bonded power forming a shield around those they protected, their combined abilities creating something greater than their separate parts could achieve. When release finally came, it swept through all three simultaneously, a cascading wave of pleasure that transcended ordinary experience. The silver cords binding them flashed brilliantly, then seemed to dissolve into their skin, leaving faint markings like subtle silver tattoos winding around their wrists and ankles. The moonlight concentrated to an almost unbearable intensity, then exploded outward in a pulse of energy that rippled through the clearing and beyond. For several moments, none could speak, the experience too profound for immediate verbalization. They remained connected physically, mentally, emotionally, the boundaries between them permeable without being erased. Three distinct beings who now operated as a single unit when needed, while retaining their essential individuality. "It worked," Alice whispered finally, her voice filled with wonder. "I can still feel you both. Not just your thoughts or emotions, but your essences. The bond is established," Hadrian confirmed, equally awed despite his centuries of magical experience. "Not just temporarily, but permanently." Rosalie's expression reflected the same wonder, though characteristic practicality quickly reasserted itself. "How will this affect us going forward? Practically speaking." Hadrian smiled, appreciating her ability to ground extraordinary experiences in tangible reality. "We'll maintain a baseline connection at all times, awareness of each other's general state and location. With focus, we can deepen that connection temporarily, sharing thoughts directly, combining our abilities, operating as a coordinated unit." "And our individual powers?" Alice asked. "My visions, Rosalie's protective abilities, your magic and hybrid nature?" "Enhanced," Hadrian explained. "But also potentially shared. You might experience aspects of my magical sensitivity, Rosalie might access fragments of your precognition, I might feel echoes of Rosalie's protective instincts." "It's already happening," Rosalie observed, her golden eyes widening slightly. "I can sense possibilities. Not clear visions like Alice gets, but potential outcomes, branching paths. And I feel different physically," Alice added. "Stronger somehow. More substantial." She flexed her small hands experimentally, watching as energy seemed to ripple subtly beneath her skin. Hadrian nodded, experiencing similar changes himself, increased sensitivity to future possibilities, enhanced protective instincts that weren't entirely his own. This sharing will stabilize over time, becoming more controlled and directed. As they slowly disentangled themselves, the physical aspects of the ritual complete, none moved far from the others. The need for proximity remained strong, not just emotional desire but a practical aspect of their newly formed bond, like muscles learning to work together after long separation. "Dawn approaches," Alice noted, glancing toward the eastern windows where faint light had begun to appear. "The first phase is complete." "And tonight?" Rosalie asked, her tactical mind already focusing on next steps. "We continue," Hadrian explained. "The ritual extends over 3 nights, each strengthening and refining different aspects of the bond. Tonight focuses on practical application, learning to direct our combined abilities with precision. And the third night culminates with the full moon," Alice added. "Maximum power, perfectly aligned with the solstice. When Bellatrix will attempt her working," Rosalie concluded grimly. The reminder of the threat awaiting them brought a momentary gravity to their post-ritual glow. Whatever transcendent connection they had established, whatever personal fulfillment it represented, the larger purpose remained urgent, countering whatever apocalyptic plan Bellatrix intended to implement. "We should rest," Hadrian suggested. "Conserve our energy for tonight's continuation." Though none of them required sleep in the human sense, all recognized the wisdom in his suggestion. The ritual had consumed significant energy, and the newly formed bond needed time to stabilize naturally before being deliberately directed. They moved as one to the simple sleeping area Alice had prepared, a large platform covered with soft blankets, positioned to catch the morning sunlight while remaining sheltered from direct exposure. As they settled together, physical proximity maintaining the comfort of their connection, Hadrian found himself experiencing an emotion he had almost forgotten across his long existence: contentment that transcended circumstance, joy that existed despite looming threats. Whatever challenges awaited them, whatever confrontation with Bellatrix would require, whatever political complications with the Volturi might follow, in this moment he felt more complete than he had in centuries. Not Harry Potter, not the hybrid king, but something new, something created through conscious choice and ritual magic alike. As dawn fully broke over the Olympic forest, three newly bonded beings drifted into a state beyond ordinary rest, minds and hearts and bodies aligned in harmony, preparing for whatever the coming nights would bring. The second night of the ritual proved both more challenging and more rewarding than the first. With their bond firmly established, the focus shifted to practical application, learning to direct their combined abilities with intention and precision. Standing in the moonlit clearing outside the summer house, the three worked first on basic coordination, moving as a unit without verbal communication, relying entirely on their mental connection to anticipate each other's actions. Simple exercises evolved gradually into more complex maneuvers, offensive and defensive patterns that leveraged their complementary strengths. "It's like dancing," Alice observed as they completed a particularly intricate sequence. "Each of us following the music only we can hear." "Deadly dancing," Rosalie added with a slight smile, executing a move that positioned her perfectly to protect Alice's flank while creating an opening for Hadrian's advance. Hadrian nodded in agreement, impressed by how quickly they had adapted to their new capabilities. The bond accelerates what would normally take years of practice together. As the night progressed, they moved beyond physical coordination to experiment with their enhanced and shared abilities. Alice found she could now direct her visions with greater precision, focusing on specific questions rather than waiting for insights to arrive unprompted. Rosalie discovered that her protective instincts had evolved into something more tangible, a shield-like energy that could be extended around all three of them when necessary. Hadrian experienced the most dramatic changes, his hybrid abilities and magical capabilities now amplified through the resonance with his bonded partners. "Try something more complex," Rosalie suggested as moonlight strengthened toward midnight. "Something that would normally strain your limits." Hadrian considered the challenge, then extended his hands toward a massive fallen log at the clearing's edge. In his previous state, he might have been able to levitate such an object briefly through concentrated effort. Now, with the bond flowing between them, the log rose smoothly into the air, hovering with perfect stability before transforming, wood becoming crystal, then liquid, then gas, then reforming as solid wood again. "Extraordinary," he murmured, lowering the log gently to its original position. "The energy expenditure is distributed between us, making what would be exhausting for one easily sustainable for three." "And in combat situations?" Rosalie asked practically. "Even more significant advantage," Hadrian confirmed. "Combined speed, strength, and magical capability, with Alice's foresight guiding our movements and your protective shield maintaining our defense." Alice had gone suddenly still, her eyes unfocused in the familiar sign of a vision. Both Hadrian and Rosalie felt the precognition ripple through their shared connection, not just awareness that Alice was experiencing a vision, but actual glimpses of the images passing through her mind. "Bellatrix," she whispered as the vision cleared. "She's completed her preliminary ritual at the coordinates we identified. Something changed in the energy there. A thinning between worlds, just as we feared." Through their connection, both Hadrian and Rosalie experienced the residual images from Alice's vision, a mountain clearing illuminated by ritual fires, ancient stones now marked with symbols that seemed to burn from within, Bellatrix standing at the center with the bloodstone held high, its crystalline structure pulsing with ominous light. "She's preparing the way," Hadrian said grimly. "Creating a pathway that will be fully open during the solstice ritual tomorrow night." "Can you tell what's on the other side?" Rosalie asked Alice. "What she's trying to reach through this veil she's thinning?" Alice shook her head, frustration evident despite their success. "It's still obscured. Like looking at something through dense fog. But it feels wrong. Unnatural. A violation of proper boundaries." The description sent a chill through their shared connection. Hadrian's ancient memories surfaced, sharing themselves automatically through the bond. Fragments of knowledge from his time as Harry Potter, concepts of magical boundaries that were never meant to be breached, consequences of interfering with the natural order of life and death. "We need to know more," Rosalie stated, her tactical mind asserting itself. "About exactly what ritual she's performing, what she hopes to accomplish, where her vulnerabilities lie." "Celine might have more information by now," Hadrian suggested. "Her intelligence network has been tracking Bellatrix's movements." Alice nodded in agreement, already reaching for the satellite phone they had brought to maintain contact with the Cullen family. As she connected with Carlyle, explaining their progress and requesting updated intelligence from Celine, Hadrian and Rosalie continued practicing with their enhanced abilities, preparing for whatever confrontation tomorrow night would bring. By the time Alice rejoined them, they had progressed to more specialized applications, combining Hadrian's hybrid transformation with Rosalie's shield capability, merging Alice's predictive reflexes with Hadrian's magical attacks, creating layered defenses that would be nearly impossible for conventional enemies to penetrate. "Celine is sending Freya with additional information," Alice reported. "She'll meet us here at dawn." Apparently, her observers witnessed Bellatrix's preliminary ritual and identified certain aspects of the magic she's employing. "Specific enough to create effective countermeasures?" Rosalie asked. "That's the hope," Alice confirmed. "Though Celine cautions that some aspects remain unprecedented, combinations of ancient magic and modern vampire abilities that have never been documented before." Hadrian nodded grimly, unsurprised by this assessment. Bellatrix was always innovative in her cruelty. If she's spent centuries refining her approach, adapting wizarding magic to her hybrid nature, then we'll be facing something unique, Rosalie concluded. "Something even your experience might not fully prepare us for." "Which is precisely why this bond matters," Alice reminded them both, her natural optimism asserting itself. "We're not facing her as separate individuals with limited perspectives. We're facing her as a unified entity with complementary strengths and shared awareness." The simple truth of her observation resonated through their connection, bringing renewed focus to their preparations. As moonlight began to wane toward dawn, they completed the second night's ritual requirements: formal acknowledgement of their progress, specific incantations to stabilize what they had achieved, physical connection to reinforce the energetic patterns established. By the time Freya arrived, moving silently through the forest with preternatural grace, the three had achieved a level of integration that would have seemed impossible mere days earlier. They received Celine's ancient advisor on the porch of the summer house, their postures unconsciously aligned, their energy signatures harmonized into a single resonant frequency. Freya's pale eyes widened slightly as she approached, clearly sensing the transformation that had occurred. "The bond has taken hold more completely than anticipated," she observed. "Celine will be pleased. What information do you bring?" Hadrian asked directly, preferring action to assessment. Freya produced an ancient leather case similar to the one containing their ritual scroll, though smaller and marked with different symbols. "Observations from last night's working at the mountain site. And something else, something Celine has kept hidden for centuries, awaiting the proper moment for its use." Inside the case lay 2 items: a detailed report written in Celine's flowing script, describing the ritual Bellatrix had performed and its apparent effects on the boundaries between worlds, and a small crystal vial containing what appeared to be swirling silver-blue light, either liquid nor gas but something between. "A memory," Hadrian whispered, recognizing the substance immediately. "Preserved wizard style." "Yes," Freya confirmed. "Celine extracted it from a dying wizard over 3 centuries ago, one of the last to remember the true nature of Voldemort's final plans. She believed it might prove relevant someday, though even she couldn't have predicted the specific circumstances." "How do we access it?" Rosalie asked practically. "I'm assuming a pensieve isn't readily available." Hadrian smiled slightly at her reference, evidence of how thoroughly his memories of wizarding equipment had been shared through their bond. "No, but our connection offers an alternative. If I can attune to the memory's frequency, I might be able to share it directly through our bond." With careful movements, he uncorked the crystal vial and raised it to eye level. The swirling substance seemed to recognize him somehow, responding to his magical signature, perhaps, or to some aspect of his former life as Harry Potter. As he focused his intention on the preserved memory, the silvery substance rose from the vial, hovering before him like a miniature galaxy of stored experience. Be cautious, Freya warned. Such memories can overwhelm unprepared minds. We're not unprepared, Alice said confidently. And we're not experiencing it individually. Understanding her intention, Hadrian and Rosalie moved to complete their triangle, physical proximity strengthening their mental connection as Hadrian guided the memory into their shared consciousness. The world around them seemed to dissolve, replaced by scenes from centuries past. A dimly lit chamber beneath what appeared to be an ancient manor house. Elaborate equipment, part magical apparatus, part scientific instruments, lined the walls. In the center, a wizard in dark robes worked feverishly over a large stone basin inscribed with runic symbols. It must be completed before they find us, the wizard muttered, his hands shaking with exhaustion or fear. The master's final contingency must be secured. The perspective shifted, revealing the observer, a younger wizard partially concealed behind a column, watching the proceedings with evident horror. The memory clearly came from this hidden observer, not the dark-robed wizard performing the ritual. The boundaries resist. The dark wizard continued his monologue. But they will yield when the proper catalyst is applied. The Potter boy's transformation was merely the first step, creating the blood key that will eventually unlock the master's return. The hidden observer shifted position slightly, trying to see more clearly what was being prepared. The movement created a slight noise, enough to alert the dark wizard, whose head snapped up with preternatural speed. Who dares? He snarled, wand rising with deadly intent. The memory blurred with the observer's panic and flight, then stabilized again to show a different scene. The same observer, now older, lying wounded in what appeared to be a forest clearing. Celine knelt beside him, her expression grave as she listened to his desperate confession. They created something monstrous. The dying wizard gasped. Not just the hybrid transformations, those were merely tools toward a greater purpose. Voldemort discovered ancient magic, magic that predated wizards entirely. Magic concerning the boundaries between worlds. What worlds? Celine asked, her voice calm despite the obvious significance of the revelation. Life and death. Being and non-being. The physical realm, and what lies beyond. Blood bubbled at the wizard's lips as his life ebbed away. He found a way to, not just preserve his soul through Horcruxes, but to create a passage. A way to return fully, not as diminished spirit or partial recreation, but completely. Needed Potter's blood for the initial working, then the bloodstone from his transformation for the final key. When? Celine pressed. How will this passage be opened? Alignment, the wizard whispered, his voice fading. Stars and planets, solstice when the veil thins naturally, 3 powers in balance creating the perfect moment. The serpent shall return when the triangle forms. The memory dissolved as the wizard's life ended, leaving the 3 bonded partners standing once again on the porch of the summer house, Freya watching them with grave attention. Now you understand, she said quietly. Why Celine has observed from a distance all these centuries. Why she moved only when all elements of the prophecy began aligning simultaneously. Voldemort created a pathway between worlds, Hadrian said, his voice tight with controlled anger and ancient pain. Not just Horcruxes to anchor his soul, but an actual method to return from death itself. Using your blood as the foundation. Rosalie added, her protective instincts flaring through their bond. And the bloodstone from your transformation as the final key, which Bellatrix has now retrieved. Alice concluded grimly. After centuries of preparation, waiting for the precise alignment mentioned in the prophecy, 3 power centers in the supernatural world, a specific celestial configuration, and... She hesitated, looking between her bonded partners. Our triad is the balancing force that makes it all possible. The full implication settled over them like a physical weight. What had begun as Hadrian's awakening in Forks, seemingly random timing after centuries of sleep, now revealed itself as part of an intricate design spanning centuries. Voldemort's final contingency, set in motion before his death, engineered to activate under specific conditions that were only now coming to fruition. The solstice ritual tomorrow night, Hadrian said, focusing on immediate priorities rather than the staggering scope of what they had learned. If Bellatrix completes it successfully, Voldemort returns, Rosalie stated flatly. Not as diminished spirit or partial recreation, but fully restored. With centuries of accumulated dark magic and vampire abilities at his command, Alice added, her gift providing glimpses of potential outcomes too terrible to fully articulate. Silence fell as they absorbed the magnitude of the threat. After several moments, Freya spoke again, her ancient eyes reflecting knowledge beyond even Hadrian's considerable lifespan. There is one piece of information Celine believed might offer hope, she said carefully. The ritual Bellatrix will perform requires perfect alignment, not just of celestial bodies, but of the three power centers mentioned in the prophecy. Any disruption to that alignment potentially weakens the working. Meaning what, exactly? Rosalie asked. Meaning that if the three power centers, Hadrian in the north, Celine in the south, the Volturi in the east, were to unite rather than remain balanced in opposition, the ritual's foundation would be undermined. Understanding dawned immediately through their shared connection. Political alliance, Hadrian concluded. Not after the threat is addressed, but before, as a direct counter to Bellatrix's working. Freya nodded in confirmation. Celine has already opened communication with Arrow. His initial resistance was substantial, as expected, but faced with the alternative. Even the Volturi would prefer the current world order to whatever Voldemort might establish, Alice observed. Self-interest, if nothing else, should motivate their cooperation. Precisely, Freya agreed. Celine proposes a formal declaration of alliance, binding all three power centers to unified purpose, specifically timed to coincide with our intervention at Bellatrix's ritual site. The strategy had elegant simplicity despite its unprecedented nature. By transforming three balanced opponents into unified allies, they would fundamentally alter the energetic foundation Bellatrix's ritual required. Combined with direct intervention by their newly formed triad, it created a two-pronged approach with significantly improved chances of success. We'll need to coordinate precisely, Rosalie said, her tactical mind already mapping potential approaches. Timing the formal alliance declaration to coincide with our physical confrontation at the ritual site. Celine has prepared for this possibility, Freya assured them. Communication channels are established, representatives positioned to formalize the alliance at the exact moment required, which leaves us free to focus on direct intervention, Hadrian concluded, his expression hardening with renewed purpose. Confronting Bellatrix at the mountain site during tomorrow night's solstice ritual. Alice's eyes unfocused briefly as she accessed potential futures, her gift now enhanced through their bond to provide clearer insights despite Bellatrix's attempts to obscure outcomes. The final night of our own ritual is crucial, she said as her vision cleared. Completing our bond under the full moon directly counters a key component of her working. Then we continue as planned, Hadrian decided. Complete our third night tonight, with focused intention toward disrupting her ritual tomorrow. Use the intervening time to prepare tactically, coordinate with Celine and the Volturi representatives, ensure our approach minimizes potential vulnerabilities. Agreement flowed through their connection, not just intellectual assent but deeper resonance, their unified purpose strengthening the bond between them. Whatever Bellatrix had planned, whatever dark resurrection Voldemort had engineered from beyond death, they would face it together, a triad of power unlike anything the supernatural world had seen before. As Freya departed to convey their decision to Celine, the three bonded partners returned to their preparations, practical arrangements interspersed with moments of connection that transcended their dire circumstances. The weight of responsibility remained heavy, the threat they faced potentially apocalyptic in scale, yet beneath it all flowed something equally powerful, the bond that had transformed three separate beings into something greater than the sum of their already formidable parts. Night would come again, bringing the final phase of their ritual. And after that, the solstice, and with it, a confrontation centuries in the making. The hybrid king who had once been Harry Potter would face his original enemy once more, not alone as before but accompanied by partners who stood as his equals in every way that mattered. Whatever came, they would face it united, a triangle with 3 equal sides, supporting each other through the trial ahead. The mountain clearing where Bellatrix had established her ritual site glowed with unnatural light, not the warm illumination of fire or the cold brilliance of electric lamps, but something between worlds, either fully physical nor entirely spiritual. Ancient stones arranged in precise geometric patterns pulsed with stored energy, their surfaces covered in symbols that burned from within rather than reflecting external illumination. From their vantage point among the surrounding trees, Hadrian, Alice, and Rosalie observed the preparations with grim focus. Their bond, completed during the previous night's final ritual phase, hummed with controlled power, 3 beings now functioning as a single harmonized unit, while maintaining their essential individuality. "She's alone," Alice whispered, though their mental connection made verbal communication unnecessary. "At least for now. Conserving her forces," Rosalie assessed through the same connection. "They'll arrive precisely when needed, not before." Hadrian nodded in agreement, his enhanced senses cataloging details of the ritual arrangement below. The stone circle had been positioned to align perfectly with the solstice sunset, which would occur in approximately 1 hour. At its center stood a raised platform where the bloodstone, the crystalline formation created during Hadrian's original transformation centuries ago, pulsed with ominous light, its structure seeming to shift between physical and non-physical states. "The veil is already thinning," he observed, magical sensitivity detecting the distortion in natural boundaries. "She's been working progressively since the new moon, weakening the separation between worlds." Through their bond, all 3 perceived what ordinary senses could not, a gradual unraveling of proper order, a blurring between what should remain separate. The sensation was profoundly disturbing, like witnessing fundamental laws of physics being systematically undermined. "Celine's confirmation?" Rosalie prompted, her tactical mind tracking multiple factors simultaneously. Alice checked the secure communication device they had been provided. "Alliance formalization proceeding as planned. Representatives from all 3 power centers positioned and prepared. Timing synchronized to our signal." "And the Cullens?" Hadrian asked, concern for their extended family flowing naturally through the bond. "Secure at the designated distance," Alice confirmed. "Ready to provide secondary support if needed, though Jasper wasn't happy about being held in reserve." A small smile touched Rosalie's lips despite the gravity of their situation. "He never is. Strategic necessity conflicts with protective instinct." Further conversation halted as movement became visible in the ritual circle below. Bellatrix had emerged from a small structure at the far edge of the clearing, a temporary shelter constructed for final preparations. Even from a distance, her transformation since their last encounter was evident, her form seeming less stable, physical features fluctuating subtly as if reality itself struggled to contain whatever she was becoming. "The boundary distortion is affecting her hybrid nature," Hadrian observed. "Destabilizing the balance between vampire, witch, and human aspects. Making her more dangerous," Rosalie concluded grimly. "Unpredictable. Possibly stronger but definitely less controlled. The instability works both ways," Alice reminded them, her enhanced vision detecting patterns invisible to ordinary perception. "Creates vulnerabilities alongside increased power." As they watched, Bellatrix began final preparations, moving with unnatural grace around the stone circle, adjusting positions of smaller objects placed at precise intervals, murmuring incantations that carried to their enhanced hearing despite the distance. The language she used wasn't one Hadrian recognized from either of his lives, either modern tongues nor ancient wizard spells, but something older still, predating organized magical practice entirely. Primordial magic. He realized, ancient knowledge surfacing through their bond. The kind that shaped reality before humans learned to direct it. Dangerous beyond measure. "How much time?" Rosalie asked, their shared tactical assessment updating continuously. Alice's eyes unfocused briefly as she accessed potential futures through their enhanced connection. 47 minutes until the alignment peaks. She'll begin the final phase when the sun touches the western mountain ridge. Then we move now, Hadrian decided. Disrupt her preparations before the ritual proper begins. Agreement flowed through their bond, strategy forming not as verbal plan but as shared understanding, complementary movements coordinated through their mental connection, responsibilities distributed according to individual strengths, contingencies established for various potential outcomes. They descended from their vantage point with preternatural speed and silence, approaching the ritual circle from 3 different directions simultaneously. Though they moved separately, their awareness remained unified, each perceiving through the other's senses, maintaining perfect coordination despite physical separation. Bellatrix detected their approach only seconds before they reached the circle's edge, her head snapping up with a hiss of fury, madness and calculation warring in her expression. "Potter!" she snarled, using his original name deliberately. "And your little mated pets. How predictable." "It ends here, Bellatrix," Hadrian stated calmly, power vibrating beneath his measured tone. "Whatever Voldemort planned, whatever passage you're attempting to open, it stops now." Her laugh was the same as he remembered from centuries earlier, high and cold, touched with insanity yet underlaid with dangerous intelligence. "Stop it? You're essential to it, you fool. You're awakening your precious bond with these golden-eyed parasites, all part of the design." Through their connection, Hadrian, Alice, and Rosalie remained unmoved by her attempt to unsettle them. They had already understood their inadvertent role in fulfilling prophecy requirements, knowledge that informed their counter-strategy rather than weakening their resolve. "We know about the 3-power alignment," Alice said, her voice carrying clearly across the ritual space. "About Voldemort's contingency, the passage between worlds. The blood key from Hadrian's transformation," Rosalie added. "The solstice alignment. All of it." Surprise flickered briefly across Bellatrix's unstable features before madness reasserted itself. "Know all you want? Understanding doesn't grant power to prevent. The Master's design spans centuries, every contingency anticipated, every counter prepared for." "Including this?" Hadrian asked quietly, activating the communication device that would signal Selene and the Volturi representatives to formalize their alliance. 3 powers united rather than balanced in opposition. Genuine alarm replaced Bellatrix's manic confidence as she sensed the shift in supernatural currents, the transformation of what should have been 3 separate power centers into a unified force, fundamentally altering the energetic foundation her ritual required. "No!" she shrieked, abandoning preparation to launch herself toward Hadrian with hybrid speed that blurred even vampire perception. "You cannot interfere." She never reached her target. Rosalie's protective shield, now enhanced through their bond to manifest as visible energy, intercepted her mid-leap, throwing her back into the stone circle with enough force to crack several of the ancient monuments. Before she could recover, Alice had moved with precognitive precision to secure the bloodstone, removing it from its central position and disrupting the geometric pattern essential to the ritual. Rage contorted Bellatrix's features as she rose, her form shifting more dramatically now, vampire grace giving way to something more bestial, witchcrafted precision dissolving into primal fury. "You understand nothing!" she howled, power gathering around her in visible distortion. "The passage opens whether you cooperate or not. Your interference merely changes how, not if." The attack when it came transcended ordinary combat, not physical strikes or magical projectiles, but reality itself seeming to warp around them. Space contracted and expanded unpredictably, gravity shifted direction without warning, time itself appeared to stutter in localized pockets. Lesser opponents would have been instantly overwhelmed. But the triad bond allowed Hadrian, Alice, and Rosalie to perceive these distortions through multiple perspectives simultaneously, adapting with coordinated precision that would have been impossible for separate individuals. Rosalie's shield expanded to create stable zones within the chaos. Alice's enhanced precognition guided their movements seconds ahead of dangerous fluctuations, and Hadrian's hybrid abilities, amplified through their connection, allowed him to counter Bellatrix's most destructive manipulations with precisely targeted counter-magic. "The alliance is confirmed," Alice reported through their mental link. "All three power centers formally united." The effect was immediately perceptible, a stabilization in the surrounding environment, the chaotic fluctuations induced by Bellatrix's attack becoming less severe, more manageable. The ritual circle's unnatural glow diminished noticeably, ancient stones returning partially to their natural state as the power they had accumulated dissipated. Bellatrix felt it too, her expression contorting with frustrated rage. "Temporary setback," she snarled, gathering herself for another assault. "The Master's design accounts for interference. Adapts. Evolves. Not this time," Hadrian replied, certainty flowing through their bond. "Your ritual required specific conditions we've deliberately altered." Before Bellatrix could respond, the Triad implemented their coordinated attack, not three separate efforts but a single harmonized assault leveraging their combined and enhanced abilities. Rosalie's shield contracted suddenly around Bellatrix, confining her movements. Alice's precognition guided precise targeting of vulnerable points in her destabilized form. Hadrian's hybrid magic, now amplified through their bond, struck with focused intensity at the specific frequencies that would most effectively disrupt her own supernatural composition. The combined assault should have incapacitated even the most powerful opponent. But centuries of preparation had made Bellatrix more dangerous than any of them had fully anticipated. As their attack connected, she seemed to shatter into fragments, not physically but energetically, her essence dispersing like smoke before reforming several yards away. "You've learned new tricks, Potter," she acknowledged, genuine respect briefly overcoming madness in her tone. "Or perhaps your pets have taught you well. But the Master's wisdom extends beyond such physical limitations." With shocking suddenness, she abandoned direct confrontation, moving instead toward the bloodstone Alice had removed from the central platform. Before they could intercept her, Bellatrix had seized the crystalline formation, her touch causing it to pulse with renewed intensity. "The key opens more than one lock," she announced with terrible triumph. "The primary passage may be disrupted, but secondary pathways remain viable." Horror flooded their connection as understanding dawned. Voldemort's contingency had indeed accounted for potential interference, establishing alternative approaches should the primary ritual be compromised. Bellatrix wasn't continuing the original working but activating a different one entirely, smaller in scale perhaps, more limited in effect, but still potentially catastrophic. "The stone!" Hadrian shouted, both verbally and through their mental link. "It's not just a key, it's a container." Even as he spoke, the bloodstone began to transform in Bellatrix's grasp, its crystalline structure liquefying partially, flowing around her hands like living metal, seeping into her unstable form through skin that shifted between solid and permeable states. Her body convulsed violently as the substance integrated with her hybrid nature, power visibly building around her in concentric waves of distortion. "What is she doing?" Rosalie demanded, shield expanding instinctively to protect her bonded partners as reality itself seemed to buckle around Bellatrix's transforming form. "Becoming the passage," Alice whispered, horror evident in her tone as her enhanced visions revealed what was unfolding. "If she can't open a stable gateway between worlds, she'll transform herself into a temporary conduit," Hadrian completed grimly, "sacrificing her existence to create a momentary bridge through which someone, can pass." Celine's warning, delivered through their communication device, confirmed their assessment. "She's implementing the contingency protocol. Limited transfer rather than full restoration. Contain her immediately or destruction radius will extend beyond the ritual site." Understanding flowed between the bonded partners without need for discussion. Their original strategy, disrupting the ritual, preventing the passage from opening, had succeeded technically but failed in ultimate purpose. Bellatrix's contingency approach might be more limited than the original plan, but still represented catastrophic threat if completed. "We need to contain the energy," Hadrian communicated through their bond. "Create a controlled implosion rather than allowing explosive discharge." How? Rosalie asked, her shield already straining against the increasing distortion surrounding Bellatrix. Reverse the flow, Alice suggested, precognitive insight revealing potential approach. Use our bond to create countercurrent, drawing power inward rather than allowing outward expansion. The strategy formed between them with perfect clarity, not three separate understandings but a single unified approach, each contributing essential components that merged into comprehensive whole. Moving with coordinated precision, they positioned themselves around Bellatrix's convulsing form, equidistant, creating a triangle that mirrored the one established through their bonding ritual. As Bellatrix's transformation reached critical phase, her physical form now barely recognizable, energy patterns within and around her approaching unstable threshold, the triad activated their countermeasure. Through their bond, they established an inverted energy flow, not pushing outward against the building distortion but pulling inward, creating containment through absorption rather than opposition. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The chaotic energy surrounding Bellatrix began spiraling inward, drawn toward the center of their triangle like water circling a drain. Her partially transformed body jerked and twisted as the power she had accumulated was systematically redirected, contained, compressed. It's working, Alice confirmed, her enhanced perception tracking energy patterns invisible to ordinary senses. Discharge potential decreasing, containment stability increasing. But success brought its own peril. As they absorbed and redirected the dangerous energies Bellatrix had unleashed, their own bond experienced increasing strain, power levels far beyond what their newly established connection had been designed to channel flowing through pathways still forming, still stabilizing. Pain rippled through their shared awareness as boundaries approached critical thresholds. Physical manifestations appeared on their skin, the silver marks left by their bonding ritual glowing with increasing intensity, veins beneath the surface darkening as power beyond safe parameters coursed through their connected systems. We can't contain it indefinitely, Rosalie warned, practical assessment cutting through determination. Even united, there are limits to what we can absorb. We don't need indefinite, Hadrian responded through gritted teeth. Just long enough to prevent whatever transfer she intended. The solstice alignment peaks in minutes, then begins to wane. Alice's eyes had gone completely black, not with hunger but with the strain of channeling energies beyond vampire capability. Something's still coming through, she gasped. Not fully formed, not completely materialized, but reaching. Through their strained connection, all three perceived what she described, a presence attempting to manifest through Bellatrix's transforming body, pushing against the boundaries between worlds despite their containment efforts. Not Voldemort restored to full power as originally planned, but something of him nonetheless, a fragment, an essence, reaching toward physical reality through the temporary conduit Bellatrix was becoming. Not again, Hadrian whispered, memories of his human life surging forward, countless confrontations with Voldemort, the seemingly endless cycle of the Dark Wizard's defeats and returns, the persistent evil that refused final conclusion. Not this time. Determination hardened within him, flowing outward through their bond to strengthen his partners. Drawing on centuries of accumulated knowledge and power, on the hybrid nature that had been forced upon him, on the connection now binding him to Alice and Rosalie, Hadrian implemented the final phase of their counter-strategy, not just containing the energy Bellatrix had unleashed, but redirecting it against the very passage she sought to create. Together, he communicated through their bond. Not just holding, but reversing. Turning the pathway back upon itself. Understanding flowed between them, strategy forming without words. As one unified consciousness operating through three bodies, they adjusted their approach, subtle shifts in energy direction, precisely calibrated modifications to the containment field they had established, coordinated pulses of counterforce applied at exactly the right moments. Bellatrix sensed their intent too late to prevent it. Her partially transformed face, features now barely recognizable as the mad which Hadrian had known centuries earlier, contorted with desperate fury. "No!" she shrieked, the sound distorted through multiple layers of reality. "Master, reach through! Take form before they—" Her words cut off abruptly as the Triad's countermeasure took full effect. The energy flowing inward toward their containment field suddenly reversed direction, not expanding outward as Bellatrix had originally intended, but turning back upon its source, collapsing the temporary passage she had become into itself like a star imploding into black hole. For one terrible moment, something became visible within the collapsing energy vortex. A face forming briefly from patterns of light and shadow, features Hadrian recognized instantly despite centuries since their last confrontation. Red eyes, serpentine nostrils, expression of cold fury transforming to shock as the pathway that should have delivered restoration instead became prison closing around partially formed essence. Then it was gone, the face, the reaching presence, the temporary passage all vanishing as Bellatrix's form contracted to infinitesimal point before disappearing entirely in a final pulse of contained power. Where she had stood remained only a perfect circular depression in the earth, edges crystallized by intense heat into glass-like consistency. Silence fell across the mountain clearing as residual energies dissipated. The ancient stones that had formed the ritual circle stood dark and inert, their accumulated power discharged completely during the confrontation. The solstice sun touched the western ridge exactly as predicted, but the alignment that should have facilitated world-altering transformation passed without cosmic consequence. The three bonded partners remained in their triangular formation, each processing what had occurred through their shared connection. Physical damage from channeling excessive power manifested differently in each, Hadrian's hybrid nature showing accelerated healing already closing visible wounds, Alice's smaller form bearing darkened veins that slowly returned to normal, Rosalie's golden eyes gradually clearing from the black they had become during maximum exertion. "It's over," Alice said finally, her precognitive gift confirming what instinct already suggested. "The passage collapsed completely. No residual connection remains." "Bellatrix?" Rosalie asked, practical concerns asserting themselves. "Gone," Hadrian confirmed, magical sensitivity detecting no trace of the mad witch who had survived centuries only to become consumed by her own desperate gambit. "Not destroyed in conventional sense but unmade. The boundaries she attempted to bridge collapsed with her between worlds." "And Voldemort?" Alice pressed, concern flowing through their bond. "That presence we all felt reaching through?" Hadrian's expression reflected ancient weariness briefly before settling into cautious certainty. Returned to whatever state he existed in before this attempt. Diminished further, perhaps, by the energy expended in failed crossing. Confirmation arrived through their communication device, Selene reporting that supernatural currents had stabilized completely, boundaries between worlds returning to proper separation, threat level decreasing to manageable parameters. The alliance formalized between three power centers remained in effect, creating unprecedented stability in the supernatural world's political landscape. As the immediate danger receded, the Triad became aware of physical aftermath, exhaustion unlike anything they had experienced individually, their bond strained but intact, strengthened perhaps by successfully weathering extreme challenge. Without discussion, they moved toward each other, completing their triangle physically as it already existed energetically. "We did it," Alice whispered, wonder breaking through exhaustion. "Actually changed prophecy outcome. Modified rather than completely averted," Rosalie corrected with characteristic precision, though her tone held equal wonder. "The three powers aligned as foretold, the Triad formed as predicted, the Serpent Lord's servant attempted her working. But the result differed from intended outcome," Hadrian completed. "Destruction rather than restoration, containment rather than release." They stood together as twilight deepened around them, the aftermath of supernatural confrontation gradually giving way to natural evening rhythms. Through their bond flowed not just shared awareness but deeper connection, the knowledge that they had faced ultimate challenge together, and emerged not just successful but more unified than before. "What happens now?" Alice asked finally, the question encompassing more than immediate next steps. "Politically?" Hadrian considered. "The alliance benefits all parties involved. It may continue in modified form, less desperate emergency measure, more structured cooperation. The Volturi won't easily surrender autonomy," Rosalie observed. "Nor will Selene, regardless of temporary alignment." "True," Hadrian acknowledged. but they've experienced advantages of coordination. Self-interest alone may maintain certain aspects of their newfound cooperation. And us? Alice pressed, the question's deeper meaning flowing clearly through their bond. What happens with us now that the crisis is resolved? The question resonated between them, acknowledgement that their bond had formed partially in response to external threat, leaving its purpose potentially in question now that danger had passed. Uncertainty rippled briefly through their connection, each experiencing momentary vulnerability despite their triumphant success. Hadrian's response came not as words initially but as emotional certainty flowing outward through their bond, absolute conviction that what had formed between them transcended circumstance, existing for its own sake rather than merely as response to external factors. This bond wasn't created by prophecy or threat, he said finally, giving voice to what all three already felt through their connection. Those elements may have accelerated its formation, provided structure for what was developing naturally, but they didn't create what wasn't already there. Exactly, Alice agreed, her natural optimism asserting itself through lingering exhaustion. What exists between us began before we knew anything about Bellatrix or Voldemort's plans. Would have continued developing regardless. Rosalie's characteristic pragmatism approached the question from different angle, reaching identical conclusion. The ritual asked us to direct our bond towards specific purpose, countering Bellatrix's working. That purpose is fulfilled, but the bond itself remains intact, autonomous from its initial application. Understanding flowed between them, not just intellectual agreement but deeper resonance, certainty beyond rational assessment. Whatever external factors had influenced their connection's development, its essence existed independently, three beings who complemented each other perfectly, whose strengths and vulnerabilities aligned in ways that created something greater than their separate components could achieve alone. A triangle with three equal sides, Alice murmured, echoing Hadrian's earlier description. Supporting each other through whatever comes next, Rosalie added. Whatever that might be, Hadrian completed, ancient weariness giving way to something he had almost forgotten across centuries of existence, anticipation of future possibilities, desire to experience what might unfold rather than merely endure it. As night fully claimed the mountain clearing, stars appearing in velvet darkness above, the triad prepared to depart, leaving behind the site of supernatural confrontation to return to the world they had preserved, the future they had ensured remained possible. Whatever challenges awaited, political complications with newly allied power centers, potential remnants of Bellatrix's followers, ordinary complexities of existence, they would face them together. Not Harry Potter, not the hybrid king, but Hadrian, connected to Alice and Rosalie through bond that transcended conventional definitions. Not separate individuals facing isolation across endless time, but unified triads sharing experiences through connection that preserved individuality while creating something greater than its parts. The hybrid king had awakened to find not merely allies or companions, but true equals, partners who saw him completely and chose connection despite complicated history and uncertain future. For the first time in centuries, existence stretched before him not as burden to be endured but as journey to be embraced, experienced not in isolation but in harmony with those who had become essential to his previously solitary existence. As they moved together through the night, returning to the world they had saved, their bond hummed with potential beyond immediate circumstance, connection that would evolve across years and decades and centuries to come, growing and adapting while maintaining its essential nature. Different strengths united in common purpose. What flowed through one flowed through all. What strengthened one strengthened all. What threatened one threatened all. A triangle with three equal sides, supporting each other through whatever the future might hold. Epilogue 5 years later, the cabin overlooking the northern Pacific coastline represented perfect balance between ancient and modern, traditional construction methods creating timeless structure, contemporary technologies providing conveniences without dominating the aesthetic. Surrounded by protected forest and accessible only to those who knew precisely where to look, it offered ideal sanctuary for three beings who valued both privacy and connection to the wider world. Inside, Hadrian stood by floor-to-ceiling windows watching powerful storm waves crash against rugged shoreline below. Behind him, Alice arranged flowers gathered from their extensive gardens, creative expression flowing through mundane activity, finding beauty in ordinary moments. Across the open living space, Rosalie adjusted components in a mechanical project spread across her workbench, practical problem-solving engaging her tactical mind during peaceful interlude. Their bond hummed between them with comfortable familiarity, 5 years of continuous connection having refined what began as extraordinary emergency measure into natural extension of their individual existences. They functioned seamlessly as unit when circumstances required, separating into distinct individuals when personal space served them better, the balance between unity and autonomy having evolved through conscious practice and mutual respect. Carlyle called, Alice announced, completing her flower arrangement with characteristic flair. The summit in Switzerland concluded successfully. All parties signed the updated accords. Hadrian nodded, unsurprised by this development. Celine must be pleased. She's worked towards structured cooperation for centuries. Arrow less so, Rosalie observed without looking up from her project. Though practical enough to recognize advantages of defined boundaries over constant power struggles. The political landscape of the supernatural world had transformed dramatically in the years following their confrontation with Bellatrix. The emergency alliance formalized during that crisis had evolved into something more sustainable, not dissolution of separate power centers but cooperative framework within which they could operate without constant conflict. Celine's ancient dream of balanced governance had found expression not through conquest but through pragmatic agreement. The Denali delegation performed well, Alice added, referring to their extended family's representatives at the summit. Eleazar's background with both Valturi and independent covens made him ideal mediator. And the reservation wolves? Hadrian asked. The shapeshifters of the Quileute tribe had eventually been incorporated into the evolving political structure, their territory and autonomy formally recognized by vampire authorities who had previously dismissed them as irrelevant local phenomenon. Full recognition as independent protectorate, Alice confirmed. Jacob seemed almost disappointed to have achieved diplomatic success without physical confrontation. Rosalie snorted softly. Dogs always prefer action to negotiation. Despite her words, genuine respect colored her tone. The years had brought unexpected alliances, former adversaries finding common ground through shared experiences and mutual challenges. The boundary lines between vampire, werewolf, human, and hybrid territories remained clearly defined but now existed through negotiated agreement rather than hostile standoff. Celine requested a meeting next month, Alice continued, moving to join Hadrian by the windows. Something about ancient records discovered beneath Alexandria that might relate to your original transformation. Hadrian's expression reflected measured interest rather than urgent concern, historical connections to his past now representing intellectual curiosity more than existential threat. Did your visions suggest anything specific? Nothing alarming, Alice assured him, her precognitive gift having evolved through their bond to provide clearer insights across longer temporal distances. More academic than practical. Understanding origins rather than addressing active danger. Rosalie set aside her tools and joined them, completing their triangle naturally. Worth investigating regardless. Knowledge rarely harms, even when it lacks immediate application. The simple observation reflected how all three had grown through their connection, Rosalie finding value beyond immediate tactical advantage, Alice developing patience alongside her natural enthusiasm, Hadrian balancing ancient perspective with genuine engagement in present circumstances. Each retained their essential nature while expanding through exposure to complementary viewpoints. The Valturi archives might contain relevant information as well, Hadrian observed. Perhaps worth coordinating research efforts rather than maintaining separate investigations. Practical cooperation building trust through shared objective. Rosalie approved. Exactly what the new accords were designed to facilitate. I'll contact Arrow's archivist, Alice decided. Frame it as academic exchange rather than requested access. His pride requires maintaining illusion of generosity rather than obligation. Their discussion continued as storm clouds gradually dispersed, revealing late afternoon sunlight that sent rainbows dancing across the room where it struck vampire skin. Ordinary conversation about extraordinary circumstances, political developments affecting supernatural world, research into ancient magical practices, upcoming gathering of extended family across traditionally separated species boundaries. When twilight approached, they moved together to the extensive deck overlooking the ocean. 3 figures watching night claimed the horizon, their postures unconsciously aligned through long familiarity and continuous energetic connection. Stars appeared gradually above, eternal constants witnessing brief moment in ongoing existence that might extend centuries into future. 5 years? Alice mused, giving voice to what all 3 had been considering. Sometimes it feels like yesterday we completed the bonding ritual. Other times, like we've always been connected this way. Temporal perception loses linear consistency across extended existence. Hadrian observed ancient wisdom tempered by genuine emotional engagement. Significance creates subjective impression of recency regardless of objective duration. Rosalie smiled slightly at his philosophical framing. He means important things feel close even when they're not. But I know what you mean, Alice. 5 years of this bond feels simultaneously brief and eternal. Through their connection flowed shared understanding beyond verbal expression, appreciation for what they had created together, wonder at how naturally 3 distinct beings had integrated their existence, gratitude for connection that transcended conventional definitions and categories. Not separate individuals facing isolation across endless time, but unified triads sharing experiences through bond that preserved individuality while creating something greater than its parts. The hybrid who had once been Harry Potter awakened to new purpose after centuries of sleep. The seer whose visions had guided her through darkness toward unexpected light. The golden warrior whose protective nature had found perfect expression through defending those who had become essential to her existence. As night claimed the sky completely, stars reflected in ocean waves below, they moved together without discussion, physical proximity maintaining harmony established through deeper connection. Whatever challenges awaited, political complications requiring their intervention, historical mysteries demanding investigation, ordinary complexities of existence stretching before them, they would face them together. A triangle with 3 equal sides, supporting each other through whatever the future might hold. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.